What up, guys? Welcome into the stream. Welcome, everybody at home. I'm not on the screen. We got 11 minutes left, and let's be real. I was streaming past midnight last night, so I'll be on in just a second. Until then, enjoy this countdown, and I'll be right back. Hey, Nani, what's going on? If you're watching after the fact, guys, you got the countdown on your screen. Skip ahead. All right, we'll be back in just a second. We're almost there. What's going on, Kyle? Good morning to you as well. I feel like a morning radio host. Good morning, Tallahassee! Nice. Can we get some ESO in today? Cool. Saw Skinny was at it earlier. Christopher, what's going on, man? Oh shit! It's happening! Oh my god!
Grüezi, hi and welcome to another Dune Awakening live developer stream here from our offices in Oslo. I'm Natasha Rösli, Senior Global PR Manager at Funcom, and I am your host for today. So we have some exciting things to talk about, things we've been working on in the past. A quick look back to Chapter 3, kind of a recap. We will be talking about what's coming next in the update 1.4, and we will talk about the Waters DLC as well that will also be delivered with 1.4, and we also have a Q&A at the end of the stream. So it has been a hot minute in Araki's terms, pun intended, since we had our last stream, but I am very excited to be back. I'm very excited to have really interesting guests today and to talk about what we've been working on. So, to start us off, let's take a quick look back at what Chapter 3 brought to the table for Dune Awakening.
Welcome to Chapter 3, the biggest update to Dune Awakening yet. Chapter 3 rebuilds the Landsrad system from the ground up. Take on Landsrad missions that shape your role. Gatherer, crafter, explorer, fighter, or saboteur. 10 new overland locations rise from the wasteland. These include 5 new Imperial testing stations, and they feature a new boss system with group challenges that can be scaled to achieve greater rewards. The main story of Dune Awakening continues in Chapter 3 with the Art of Candy. This is Chapter 3, a rebuilt endgame, deeper systems, new missions, new weapons, and new ways to define your role.
All right, so we are back, and I have some exciting guests. I am always happy to have you back on stream, Joel. Joel and his toe shoes, our creative director on Dune Awakening. Joel, introduce yourself quickly to the ones who don't know you.
Hi, my name is Chris Knife, and it's been a while. I've been making trips. I've been obviously busy, hard at work on Chapter 3 and 4, which we're 1.4 we're going to talk about today. And I also, in the middle of that, took a trip home to Australia to visit my family down under, who I haven't really seen that much in the last 7 years, thanks to Dune Awakening. And it's good to be back and to see the community. And I don't have real toe shoes today. I feel bad about that. But my real toe shoes are in the wash because they had the stank. So I got some other ones on.
You need to have your microphone a little bit away from your beard, sir, because you're having like
I have scratchy throat.
Beard scratches on the stream. So
and my wife complains about it all the time.
Hello.
And also the master of colorful socks normally, but he disappoints today. Can we even see it? Yeah, we can see it. It's like boring black socks today, but some really cool fancy slippers.
It's my Japanese hotel slippers that I stole from a Japanese hotel. Well,
no one heard. It's fine.
Borrowed.
It's fine. No one heard that.
I'll return them one day.
It's okay.
It's
It's okay. But anyway, Ole Andreas, our production director.
Yep.
Ole Andreas, also something you want to add?
No, I think that's good. I've not been down under, but I've been here keeping the fort.
Yeah, things got a lot better while I was
He's
away.
been working.
It was a lot easier to just make shit.
You're still rubbing here.
happen.
I think you need to. Can you just put it maybe a little bit further down?
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's
It's
rubbing
We
against.
actually really missed that guy while he was out.
Should I,
It's kind of nice.
do you want me to just hold
Just
it
put
up to
it
my
put it
mouth?
a little bit down here, maybe.
Oh, okay.
On a fold.
Take it out.
I feel like
Take
this
it
is
off
a
and
HR
put it on
case
a-
waiting to happen.
Tech issues.
That's perfect.
Is that better?
Yeah, yeah.
Any nipple
Okay.
interference? Or are we good? No?
Nipple
Okay.
interference. All right. Thank you, Joel.
Sorry.
All right. So we have been hard at work, believe it, with some of the recent updates as well, since updates we had since Chapter 3. One of them actually just went live 2 days ago as well, that introduced some really cool new things, including dedicated PvE and PvP instances for the Deep Desert for each of the official worlds. Very, very excited about that one. But let's briefly chat about Chapter 3, right? There were a lot of new things that we introduced, a lot of cool new features that kind of were introduced to kind of build a foundation as well. So how do you feel about this? Like, how did it go? Like, are you proud?
Maybe I
wanna
should
s-
talk about how it started.
Yeah, let's do
I
that.
think this is kind of interesting for people to hear. So obviously before the game launches, my job is partially to make a plan, right? And have a plan. Here's the roadmap. This is what we're working towards, right? These are the creative goals for the project. And then the game launched and we sort of saw how things were going, what people were complaining about, asking for, wanting more of, what wasn't working, what was working. And we knew that my original plan for Chapter 3 just had to be sort of thrown away. Right, so we kind of took what was originally planned, and we just said, no, you know what? People need more endgame content. We need to pivot here. It's a very hard pivot for the team because we were kind of in the middle of production on a lot of stuff. We sort of went, no, we can't deliver what was originally planned. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about what was originally planned, but we
can go high level. That's okay.
yeah. So we
Yeah.
were originally having planning to have the third faction in the Landsrad, the Smugglers, and Fallen Light as a social hub. And of course, a bunch of things like faction quests around that. But we saw that players weren't as interested in that kind of play, and they were more interested in what was going on at the end game. We saw that the Landsrad obviously wasn't fulfilling the function that we'd originally wanted it to fulfill in the game. And obviously, we had a lot of stuff going on there with the end game. So it was a huge pivot. We came up with a plan. We worked with the systems designers. We came up with a progression system, the specialization systems. We worked with the content teams to figure out how we were going to do these Landsrad maps, the Landsrad missions, the dungeon team to figure out how we would do boss fights. The combat team was also obviously a huge part of that. And then we all just came together with this big plan. Pivot time, everyone turned on a dime and started working on this stuff. And we managed to, I think, deliver a pretty huge update after a lot of work. So yeah, it was a very big thing, but it was about listening to what the community was saying, listening to what people were asking for in the game, seeing what people were looking to have more of, and sort of giving people more to do and more ways to advance their characters. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm really happy about the team really pulled through and delivered on this one.
Yeah.
I remember we sat down in this very room, sitting down with all of the people that you talked about, discussing the plan, coming up with it, and then just let's execute. And the plans that we had in the past, they'll be there if we want to revisit someday. But this was what really mattered at that time. So, and I'm pretty happy to see how it's been received. The player seems to have enjoyed it. We built a great foundation. Like the foundation we built is, we spent a lot of time building a good system for dungeons, a good system for bosses, fleshing out so it's easier to build these kinds of content in the future. The Landsrad system with missions, it's easy to expand on. So yeah, we have a pretty good foundation now.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And as you say, it just creates a base for us to build upon, right? And also some of the things that come up now that we're actually showing today kind of already use that system and build on it already. But of course, we have many more cool things that the teams are working on that, of course, we can't really talk about just yet, but hopefully soon. So I am very excited for the future, of course, of Dune Awakening. But I'm also a little bit biased, I guess.
Future's so bright, you got to wear shades.
Oh, yes.
Also because it's Arrakis.
Goggles
Also
and
because
a
it's
steel
Arrakis.
suit.
Sorry.
And a steel suit. Yes, exactly.
And
Yes, so there is a lot of things that have changed in a very short amount of time. Also, of course, we had community challenges that were also super well received, I think. And
Yeah.
people were freaking bursting through those.
We even had to
goals.
here's a stretch goal because
Crazy,
you,
yeah.
you the players, you just
Smashed
burned
it.
through it, smashed it completely.
Absolutely smashed it. And
So that's definitely something we want to do more of,
Yes,
by the way. That is-
exactly, yeah. We are gonna actually mention that again a little bit in one of the follow-up segments as well regarding community
Yeah.
challenges and things like that, because they are fun. I love them myself. So. Also, we actually see already some stats on the screen as well. The viewers should see that as well. There are some fun facts and some fun data, because obviously we are looking at the data besides the fact that we have our ear and eyes on the community and the feedback and the public feedback as well. But yeah, let me throw you some let me
Okay.
throw some stats at you, and then you just kind of react to those. Either like you say like, oh, that's because of this or whatever. And it's like, so yeah, in regards to dungeons, I think one really interesting factor is that 75% of users complete 1 to 3 dungeons per day.
Oh wow, that's
That's a
pretty
high number, I think.
Yeah.
So it looks like that was a very good addition, and people really like running those as well.
Nice.
Yeah, and the average time was 13 minutes, I think, to complete it on.
That's what it said. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, I mean, that's good because like it
30
adds
minutes,
a
yes.
sort of session length to the game as well, which people with less time, they still feel like they can achieve something meaningful.
Yeah.
So yeah, running 1 to 3 dungeons, yeah, that sounds about right. Like, and I remember when we started working on the game, one of the targeted session lengths for the game, from a design perspective, was we expected people to play about 45 minutes, which would be 3 dungeons, right? So it's not too
Perfect.
bad. Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's among the other
also-
things that you do as well, right?
Yeah, of course,
So
of course. So it's yeah.
And that's also that play session time was way longer than we expected.
Oh yeah, of
Like,
course. The
that
play
was-
session time is longer, but that was the target originally.
was crazy. Yes. So also, it's like 1% completes an average of 10 dungeons
10.
per day, which is kind of crazy.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy.
Those people
they like.
really want the specialization, so I guess they're capped. So,
Yeah,
but they want their augments.
they do it. I guess they appreciate the boost events.
Yeah, for sure.
75% of the dungeons are completed solo. I think that's not on the screen right now, but I think we had I think that's also very interesting.
It's quite interesting and something we've seen in the data as well. And we've been looking at that specific thing as a thing we wanted to dig deeper into. And we do see that the balancing pass that we did for 1.3 did favor somewhat the solo runs in a little bit. So we are doing passes now actually to kind of make the balancing a bit more favorable towards 2, 3, 4 again.
Yeah,
Or
just
at
make
least-
grouping meaningful, right? Like that's the important thing here. Is like to make people feel like they aren't losing out by playing with friends.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the opposite of kind of the
Yes.
effect that you would want to
Yeah,
have. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
there's balancing passes towards that.
Because there's fun in playing together. And I just came out of a run I did with Jeff here.
Yeah.
And that was really fun. And I don't want to feel like I'm punished for doing that.
Yes,
So it
exactly.
makes sense.
No, and people who play together stay together, as we say. So
Yeah.
it's always
Nice.
fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, we want to encourage that, and obviously that was one of the things we felt was a bit off after the patch.
Yeah.
So it's something we've been working towards fixing. We've patched a little bit with this. Is it yesterday? The
Yeah,
Yeah,
2
one-
days ago,
Yeah.
1.320
1.320
had quite
1.320
a
yesterday,
few
right? So that was
dungeon
the
balances,
patch, and then and then there's more to look at as well, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
And the stuff we did in that one was like reducing the ad spawns in the 2, 3, 4, boss health,
Loot bugs, there was
loot
some loot
bugs,
issues, yeah.
some rebalancing of the loot so
Yep.
that you're getting more of the loot that you actually want, and less
Yes.
of the loot that you don't
Yeah.
want.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, continuing to improve, iteration.
How it is with a life game, right? So it's just
Exactly.
Like,
No
it's
plan
a
survives first
work,
contact
work
with the
in
live
progress.
game.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And then the highest level of difficulty a dungeon was completed was, at least back when we pulled this data, level 150,
What?
which is freaking crazy, which is absolutely insane. Like, shout out to whoever did that. If you're watching, kudos.
That is impressive.
How high can you go? There's a challenge for you. Let us know.
I mean, the
right
number
now it's
goes up to
150.
999, so.
It doesn't. It doesn't have a cap, does it?
Oh, I think it doesn't, but
No,
yeah.
it doesn't have a cap.
Technically not so much.
Technically
I mean,
not.
technically there is an int max somewhere, but.
Yeah, there'll have to be a number that
It's like the Donkey Kong thing. Like once you're at 9,999 or 99 million whatsoever, it goes back to zero.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you're like,
Yeah.
the in
yeah.
circle. Yeah, the thing that's impressive about that. So there's a certain point like in the RPG, and this is actually what's helpful about this scaling system as well, is it allows us to keep an eye on how our RPG systems work in the game and how the player stats and things scale. And one of the things we see is that basically if you can avoid getting hit at all, which is what these players managed to do to get to 150.
Naked runs.
If you can avoid being hit, that's why, it's naked runs as well. But if you avoid taking any damage at all, then of course it doesn't matter what the level of the dungeon
Yeah,
is, right? Like
yeah, yeah.
so there's some yeah, there's some really cool and interesting things in terms of progression and lessons we need to learn for scaling as well to make our systems better. So I've been talking with the systems guys about it and the combat team because it's kind of this conversation between combat and systems about making sure that these things feel well correct and meaningful, and that it isn't just like once you get past a certain point, it's just not about not getting hit.
Yeah.
There has to be some more progression there. So
Yeah, makes total sense.
yeah.
Awesome. Also, of course, we already talked about or briefly touched upon PvE and PvE deep desert instances now. So also we just had Haga Basin become completely PvE as well. Do you want to say a little bit about how that came to be, like what the kind of, thought behind all of this is?
Sure, I'll take the blame and the no, it's fine. It's the so I mean there was a vision when the game launched, right, for how we thought that these things would play out. We were trying to make them work. There was a very clear vote from the audience, the people who bought the game and played the game. This isn't all that they wanted, right? And it wasn't working the way that they wanted. And so we have been like looking at the stats, talking to people. We made obviously a very quick adjustment to the Deep Desert to make 50% of it PvE and PvP, thus making nobody happy at all because it wasn't really designed as a PvE experience. And the PvP experience was shrunk down to a certain area. So we've been discussing back and forth internally for months and months about what to do and how to do it and how to refocus things. And I think the conclusion was at the end of the day that and there was talk of doing things like making entire PvP servers from scratch so that it was PvP all the way through. There was talk about, but there were complications with doing things like that where people who were invested would lose all their stuff, having to go migrate to a new server and start from. So, I mean, we have mitigated a lot of those things along the way.
Yeah.
But still. So we decided that actually giving people the choice between a PvP Deep Desert and a PvE Deep Desert was the best way to make people be able to like choose the type of play that they wanted to engage in. Right. And then that allows us as well to then focus in. So, PvP players will have a different meta. They'll have a different approach to the game. We'll get feedback on that. We'll be able to make changes that work more for people who are participating in this kind of pure PvP battles. There are things that I've talked about in the past that I've mentioned. The control points should come back at some point and they will then tie directly back to the Landsrad, but it won't be the system that it was. The control points will have a slightly different emphasis. There's things we can do in the new PvP Deep Desert, like no fly zones, right? I've mentioned that in the past to reinforce the RPG systems, reinforce getting on the ground and fighting things out properly. So there is kind of like a thought process behind segregating the types of players and how they want to play. I'll highlight this by saying another thing because I think it's really important. A lot of our negative Steam reviews are people complaining about having to do forced PvP, as they call it in the game, right? And so there's also a lot of pressure to make sure that we need to make sure that people don't feel that they're forced into it, right? And I think that's also been a clear goal from the team, like to make sure that the most possible people can enjoy Dune Awakening.
Yeah, makes
And
sense.
now you can choose to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I think it's also worth mentioning that this eventually allows us to kind of make a more tailored experience for each audience, or not each audience, but each experience, I guess I would rather say, because we still want it to be open for a PvE audience to dip their toes into PvP if they wanted to.
Yeah.
I also think it's worth mentioning, because we've seen this already, and we did have a conversation about this before 1.3.20 went out, about making sure that PvE Deep Desert is a place where griefing is not a predominant factor. And we expect this to some extent, of course, because that's just how the nature of these kinds of games are. But we are currently also looking at further mitigations towards that. So more to come on that end.
Yes.
We've done one pass with this patch, but there will be more coming.
Yes.
I think it's also really nice to have that PvE option in the Deep Desert because then people can, amass resources and they don't feel like they can dip their toe into PvP and they don't feel like, I'm going to get super punished because they know, I have a lot of things at home.
Recovery is easier now.
Exactly. It's easier to recover from that, which I understand that a lot of people don't have that much time. They can't just, spend. Some people have, some people don't, right?
Yeah.
And then if you put those people in the same pot, it gets difficult, right?
Yep. It's been a key concern, I think. I would say that that's a red thread through everything we've done since the launch of the game, is that the game punished people with too much loss
Yeah.
right, throughout parts of the game. So and losing vehicles really hurts people. And we had bugs around that in the beginning. We had a bunch of things that were causing those problems. And then also like harvesting, people were losing vehicles out in the deep desert. So there is like this consistent feedback on the loss. And it's very hard from a game design perspective to make meaningful PvP without meaningful loss.
Exactly.
Right, which is why the choice to make a PvP deep desert where there can be meaningful loss, right, so that people still feel that the risk is there and the tension of those moments still exists. And then we can work on, and hopefully other like-minded people are out there, so it's still that moment of tension when you go out into the PvP deep desert and you still feel like you're flying out and you're looking, check your six, where are people coming from? Is there anyone around me? And we've made so many improvements to the game for that, like the view distance of ornithopters, and all those kind of things that we've been just working on to try and make it better. I think we patched a version of a fix for ornithopter surfing yesterday as well.
Not the ornithopter, that's coming in a future patch.
That's the next patch. Okay, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, so we are listening and paying attention to how the dynamics are as well. So yeah, as with all these things, you put them out, you see how things go. And then on the PvE side, I think there's things we can do to make the deep desert a less boring PvE experience, because one of the things I would say is that it was never designed, like the content in the deep desert was always that tension, those moments with other players, and PvE has sort of not got the same tension in the deep desert. So there's things we will do there as well and look at.
So there's a lot of things to come, a lot of things that are being worked on, a lot of things that people internally also are aware. I'm also glad you mentioned the ornithopter gliding thing. That was, I know, a big pain point
the surfing,
recently, the surfing.
We are paying attention to pretty much everything being said out there. So if people are worried, keep raising it. That's great. We want you guys to raise anything that you see as an issue. And we have a great community team, a great CS team, a great live team, and they keep looking at this stuff, and we evaluate all the time. Yeah,
and as we said as well, I think we mentioned it. I mean, the specialization go in that kind of that way as well. Is we want to give player the option to play in their way, like find ways or like enforce or make sure they can actually do the things they like doing, right? Other things that go this way as well is, of course, the things that we're doing with self-hosted servers and things like that. There's other things that are coming that we work on. Maybe you want to mention those two. There's two big things that.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost ready now for public test client, where I just spoke to the team today. It's starting to become in a very good spot, the self-hosted servers, and that will allow a lot of players who want to kind of tailor their experience to be able to do that. And that's one of the I guess the general directions that we want to take, is that we want to open it up a little bit for people to kind of tailor their experience for what they want. So if you want a hardcore full like on PvP world, you can set that up yourself and gather that kind of community, and we're not going to be the ones gating it. We'll still have our own servers, of course, that run the game as we intended. Yeah,
officials and I think that's really important, right? Like giving players the option is always sort of one of the philosophies we try to follow, right? Like, and Conan Exiles was the same. It was kind of one of the things we always talked about. People would say, should we do this or this? And I'd be like, just make it an option so people can choose which one they want to do. Right? And it's the same thing with this, the self-hosted. I think it launches with a somewhat limited set of options, and we're adding more and more.
So there's going to be, you can get access to most options, but it's a bit convoluted to figure out how to configure it. So we'll make it pretty obvious, the options that do matter for most people with documentation and all of that stuff, and then we'll keep making that more accessible. And then we also expect some of the community to build tools around it.
Yes.
Because that always happens with these kinds of things. So we'll build our own tools, but we also expect the community to build some really cool tools around it. We hope. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they will.
Yeah. People are great.
Yeah, and then of course we also have server matches coming relatively soon as well. More on that at another point in time, though. So yeah, but that was it for this segment. I think that was very interesting, and it's always super cool to get a bit more into the meat of things and why were things done and what we're doing as well, and the thought processes and stuff. So hopefully you found that interesting as well. I know I did, so I'm always excited to have Joel and Ole Andreas on stream. So Joel, thank you so much.
That's all right.
Chris,
Yeah.
thank you
My
so
name
much.
is Chris.
I'll have you back for the Q&A.
Okay.
Ole Andreas, you will be staying with me for the next segment.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And we will actually look at 1.4 and what's coming your way with 1.4. But also we have a quick teaser for you. So take a look. So, welcome back, everybody. I actually have a completely new face on stream today, and I'm so happy that you can join us today, Hugo.
Thank you.
This is Hugo Mardolkar. He is our project management director. And if that sounds a little bit confusing, don't worry. Basically, we have Ole Andreas here who does the what of our development, and Hugo does kind of the how in the development. So those two actually work quite closely together as well. So they kind of balance each other out, they complement each other really well. But Hugo, you want to introduce yourself quickly to the stream?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I am Hugo, or as we say in Portuguese, Hugo.
Hugo?
Yeah. I've been in Funcom for more than 10 years. I started out as a coder in the old games. But yeah, now I work as project management director with Ulla. So I focus on how things are done, and he focuses on what gets done. So and it's really nice to work with Ulla.
Oh. Likewise.
Yeah, outside of work, just a little detail. I'm a 3rd degree black belt in Taekwondo. I'm a 3rd Dan.
So don't mess with Hugo.
I absolutely love Taekwondo. There's no Hugo without Taekwondo, and so I teach it every week, and it's super nice. And yeah, of course, I'm also a gamer. I play board games, tabletop RPGs, video games, all of it.
And a connoisseur of really cool meme t-shirts, obviously, as we can see right here.
He has pretty much a new one for every day.
Yeah,
Element of surprise.
amazing.
It's awesome. Yeah, I love it. All right, so we just watched the trailer. Hugo, was that correct?
Yeah, close.
Almost. close enough. Tell us a little bit what's coming.
So for update 1.4, we have 3 main things. We have the Water Shippers DLC. We have a new
Water
dungeon.
Wars.
Water
DLC.
Wars
Yes.
DLC.
Yep.
I knew I was going to get it wrong. Internal names, external names, you know. And then we have the Old Quarry
Yep.
dungeon. And we have a new endgame location called Wind Pass. And this time it's not Joel's fault. It's actually Herbert that called it that. So
The official name, Wind Pass. It could
There's a
have
few
come
internal
from Joel.
jokes on that one.
a few.
Yes, I'm pretty sure chat had a field day with that as well, or maybe has one now, so we'll see. Yes, so as he also mentioned, the Water Wars DLC is of course the conclusion of the season pass.
Yep.
Correct.
Yes. So now, it's called Update 1.4 officially, Ole Andreas. why is it not a chapter? Why is it an update 1.4?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've seen some videos online as well from certain creators that are have been guessing on what's coming in this update. So to give you like the like a little bit of the view on the back end of things on our end, we're working on a bunch of new cool content on our side. What's coming in 1.4 is a part of it, but some of the content that we're working on, including new map location, it needs a little bit more time to cook before we're ready to release it to the players. So that's coming in a later time in the year. But yeah, with 1.4, we have been cooking on what Hugo just mentioned, which we're pretty excited about showing. So, and then the continuation of the story is also something that is coming a bit later in the year. And usually we've been tying the word chapter to the continuation of the story. So, that's kind of why I guess it's called an update 1.4.
Yeah. Also, it's kind of like another stepping stone, right, for us to actually then go into the bigger updates, like
Yes.
laying more foundation work and all that to then go to the big boom.
And
things.
the content in update 1.4 is literally a stepping stone for what's to come. What I'm teasing about now, there's a good foundation there that teases.
It's exciting stuff, though. Like I
Yep.
really like the two new locations. I'm just gonna say as much, but we'll take a look. Actually, we can take a look now. Let's go in game and check out Wind Pass. So Hugo, tell us, what is the story?
Yeah, but I mean, it's important to say that, you know, in the beginning, it was challenging to make Wind Pass, but with the right direction and the right shape, it really started to flow, and it feels pretty good to be able to show you all this map. So you can see.
really, dude? Oh my god!
So yes, on the
Nice.
left you can see
Nice.
the Harkonnen structures that they were the original people here, and they abandoned it. And then you can see the red structures is from the new faction of the Watershippers. So the Watershippers have several families, and the family that took over this location is called the Yafeng family. So
It looks so completely different to anything we have seen so far in the game.
Yeah,
Like
the
this-
architecture is really
yes,
cool.
Yes, and we actually see that. We see more of that later on, but.
yeah, so they took this location and they set up a operation where they get asteroids from space down into Arrakis, and then they harvest water and rare minerals from those asteroids. But they clearly were very greedy. So there on the left, you can see that something bad happened. And then because of all the commotion, the old houses send the player to investigate. So on the right side, you can then see one of the locations, one of the areas where you might have to go there for some of the missions, because this map comes with 5 Landsrad missions. So that used to be the living quarters. And then up there, that red structure is the Yafeng family mansion, which is built with the new kit that you will get with this update.
Well, it's a part of the DLC.
Yeah, part of the DLC. And yeah, you
Very
will see as we go into the mansion that these are clearly very rich people.
I love the red accent color. It's beautiful.
I think
Me
Gavin
too.
can talk more about it,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the shape has to do
Yeah.
with crabs and something. And
We will
yeah,
talk about
here you
that.
can see they even have palm trees inside.
What a waste, though. Oh my god. That's just like such a power move and such a show off move. It's like, we have water to waste. We're just gonna have palms inside.
And if you go to the right,
Like, what the hell, man?
you can see the very rich room of the leader of the Yafeng.
It's got a nice little bedroom there.
And to the left, you'll see their planning room. So there is a strategy table here, which may or may not hint at things to come. There might have also been a frame in the wall with a picture. Maybe, maybe not.
I'd say this pretty nice teaser of.
And then we'll get to look at some of the underground areas of this map.
As you mentioned as well, like of course, depending on which specialization you do a launch route mission for, you go to like different areas. You have different objectives, of course, and each of the specialization actually does have missions here, of course.
Yes.
And if anybody's wondering why nobody's getting like attacked or none of the NPCs are doing anything, it's because we're cheating and
Yeah.
Cheating.
So this is the R&D lab. This is where you will come and steal some information, maybe steal some schematics. You'll see. That might be a schematic. And then on the other side, you have the greenhouse. And this is where we took another inspiration from Dune. We're using something which are called the tubers. Internally, we sometimes refer to them as the potatoes. And these ones are growing. In theory, they grow up to 2 meters long, and they have, I cannot remember, but a lot of water in them.
it's funny because Norway is a potato country, is what we call it internally, and here we are growing potatoes.
So, and the missions, some of them will involve coming here to kill someone. It could be to steal information because the other houses want to know what the Yafeng are doing here, or how they're managing to grow the tubers in this location. It can also be to poison something. So they're quite different, the missions.
We also just saw now that Camille, who's playing behind the scenes here, he went up and down. So there's a lot of verticality in this particular map as well, which I think is really interesting too.
Yeah, no, it's one of the world direction pillars in defined by Jeff, our world director. Is
Shout
that
out to Jeff.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff. Is that we need to have verticality in the game, and that's been a core pillar for the entire thing. And I think when he first saw this map, he was like, "Ooh, you guys, you really listened to me.
Finally
this is
got the
amazing."
brief.
He actually said, guys, it's almost too vertical. But yeah.
Is there such a thing for Jeff? Too vertical? Nah.
I think it was
Not
okay.
after the Graven, yeah.
He was.
But
So this area here is we call the launchpad area, and you can see the water towers from the water shippers, and then on the right and above you can see the structures that hold the asteroids with Holtzman fields.
And you can go all the way up there, and there might even be a reason for you to go all the way up there.
There might be a mission that takes you up there. And then one of
That's
the
very
coolest locations is the mill, which is where they take the asteroids from up there, and then they put them in this location, this tube-like location, and then they harvest all the stuff.
I think we could say that this is probably one of the larger type Landsrat maps. It's pretty a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also the really cool thing again, because it's so easy, well, easy theoretically, not like actual development time or work-wise, but to add new locations to the overland map, which was
Yes.
always the design behind the overland map, to be able to add new locations like this specifically for, you know, specific objectives and things like that, or land trap missions.
And this is something we definitely want to continue doing as well.
Exactly, yeah.
And Joel, who's just here, has plenty of plans and designs and thoughts for future maps to add and future locations to add. So it's going to be cool stuff coming.
Exactly. But that's not the only thing that's coming. The other thing that I'm personally very excited about is, of course, the brand new dungeon that we have as
Yes.
well.
The old quarry.
Yeah, so here you have the old quarry coming in, selecting your difficulty. It's got all the same mechanics as the other dungeons that we introduced in 1.3. It starts out in this sort of mining facility on the ground, and then you have really cool combat arenas. I really love these arenas. I was just playing this one again, and it's cool because there's the NPCs has been given some abilities and some new movement sets, so that they're behaving in a way that I felt a lot more natural. So that was really fun. And then as you see, you kind of go past the mining, the entrance, and you start going into like the vents and start going up towards what seems more like a lab where they're doing experiments. This ties back into this water shippers faction.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be some weird creatures here as well that you'll have to fight off. And yeah, this all kind of just leads to to a new boss arena, which I do believe that we're gonna be seeing the entrance to next. But yeah, it's really beautiful. I really like how this looks. And here you see the tunnel leading to the boss area. Do you remember the name of the boss?
Jolanta?
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, that's true. So she's
Dr. Jolanta, please.
yeah.
Dr. Chilante.
Excuse my French. I was Dr. Jolanta. And yeah, she is pretty cool. She has new abilities, new faces, new mechanics, new everything. She has these ads that she will call on. They will rise from the ground, and they will come at you, and she can charge them with fury, I guess, some sort of.
Let's not go into too much details.
Okay, sorry.
Let them discover some things as well.
But there's some cool mechanics, at least. That's the important part.
Yes, that's the important part. Again, stepping stones, building on things that we already introduced.
But I think the main thing I want to say about this is that you kind of have to manage both the boss and the ads at the same time, and that's where the balance is.
Yeah. And here, of course, we also see some of the things that we will get from the dungeon, including new armor, new weapons. There's actually quite a lot. We can actually take a look a bit after this, a bit later, at the actual what those weapons look like. But
I really like this new armor.
Here,
Is gorgeous.
in the smuggler design, in the water shippers design, obviously. So there's quite a lot of new loot drops actually.
I think there's like 5 new
From the
ranged
dungeon.
weapons, 5 new melee weapons.
weapons.
Yeah, this is Camille showing them.
Yes, exactly.
And then there's, I think, around 17 new augments as well.
So
and then
there's
the
a
2
lot of
chest
things.
pieces and the helmet as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Which you get by doing actual mission. Like there's an actual thing you have to do. I
Yeah.
don't want to spoil it. There's
It's a part of the progression in
yeah.
the update.
So there's a lot of cool new drops as well available in the dungeon. And again, I think it's very cool that we really see as well that we are now introducing even more a little more complex boss fights as well, and mechanics and things. And that's definitely something that we're gonna build upon and work on and
Yeah, the boss system that we built the foundation for in 1.3 update we're just continuing to build on top of that. And it's really fun to see what the team can do with it, because they're just surprising you. Hey, I did take this mechanic that we had and this mechanic that we had, and then I added this element, and suddenly you have a whole new way of fighting a boss.
Yeah.
So it's really cool.
exciting. But of course, as you mentioned, new map, new things that we're working on that are coming soon. Other things like new community challenges, more booster progression weekends and all that. So this is all things, of course, that we've done in the past, and also things that we're going to do going forward, depending on the feedback. So far, the feedback has been really positive about this. Again, I was blown away by how fast the community smashed through those community challenge. That for the one for chapter 3, that was actually.
I feel like we underestimated them.
Yeah, I think
a
so
bit
too.
there.
I think so too.
So for the next community challenge that we're planning, because we are planning another one with 1.4, we're not going to underestimate you. You won't be able to do it, I'm sure.
No, there's your challenge. There's your challenge, players.
Sorry, that was a cheap one.
But also, the last thing I wanted to mention is we also work on quality of life improvements, like especially performance-wise. Of course, that's an ongoing process, right, Ole Andreas?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, it's something we're continuously working on. 1.1320, the patch that went out yesterday. No, the day before yesterday.
2 days ago, yeah.
Tuesday. Had a bunch of performance improvements that we're working on with how the base shields work, render distances on a few things, vehicles in when you're in crowded areas. There was like a ton of different performance improvements that the performance team is working on.
Yeah.
And that's going to continue to come in the future patches. There was a few in 1.4 as well.
That's right.
So yeah, expect
Fantastic.
improvements in performance going forward.
Fantastic. I, for one, am very excited for the new update. We actually have some more coming up, but I'm just going to thank Hugo for now for being here. It was a pleasure to have you, hopefully
you.
sometime soon.
Yeah.
Ole Andreas will be... No, you will be back for the Q&A, actually.
I'll be
for
back
the
for
next
Q&A,
segment, I
yes.
have some new guests. But now it's time to get some water, maybe get some snacks, because we have a quick break while we do some changes behind the scene and prepare for the next segment. Don't go too far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What up, guys? All right, we got a few minutes here. Cool. What do you guys think so far? So I'm really excited for the new dungeon. Obviously, I'm sure you guys know that. I think the new set pieces look really good and are like significantly different from what we've had before. So I'm really excited about that. The Ornithopter, I saw a different view of this earlier in the week, I thought, and I thought it looked a little bit more slick than what we got right now. I still really like it. I still really like the look on it. I bet with some different colors, I bet I would love it. That's probably it. It's probably the colors. And you guys know I don't do colors. I'm excited for the new testing station and content. Yeah. And then the water shippers area looks pretty dope, and I love the verticality too. I love the traversal in Dune. So, yeah, I'm impressed so far with everything. Like, I'm pretty hyped for this. So I think it's going to be pretty cool. And then all those friggin' weapons, we're going to go back and like read what each one of them said. I was trying to like read it. Several of them had a detection radius reduction. Like, I'm wondering if they're setting up some sort of stealth play at some point in the future. If you guys know me, I love stealth. So I'd like to see that. That would be really cool if they keep leaning into this. We got some stealth stuff with the skills in the specializations, but then you like offset it. So like you got stealth, but then like other people got detection radius. I think I saw one that drains power. Okay, one of the heavy chest piece increased your melee damage by 10%. So it's melee, but it's heavy. That was pretty interesting. There was a bleed rapier, which is like, cool. It's just a different kind of damage on a rapier, but I'll take it. I'm not sure what else, but yeah, there was several things that were pretty cool. And the names, I was reading the names. I was like, I should read the description. There was a snub-nosed Rafik style weapon that was unique, but I don't know what it does. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff so far. So I'm pretty hyped for it. I've also been teased. I guess I can say this now. They've teased a lot that we're going to get progression in a way that we're not expecting. I don't know if that's fully true, but I think that eventually we're going to get some progression that is maybe, I don't know if maybe they're doing ships. Like, we're going to be able to have like upgraded, like graded gear. I don't know. They've just said that we're going to get some upgrades in a way that we're not expecting. So I don't know. We'll see what that is. Maybe it's to armor and equipment. Maybe it's to other. I'm not sure. But yeah, so far so good. Guys, after we get done with this, we're going to be chatting for a while. So just FYI, looks like they're about back. Let me get out of here.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you have some water or some other good beverages and some snacks, and you sit comfortably, because now we're gonna talk Water Wars DLC, which is generally a thing that we do with our update. So we have a free update, and then we have a optional DLC, an optional paid DLC that is cosmetic. We will see some examples of that, or actually pretty much a lot of examples that are very cool, that don't give you power. So it's not, like you don't buy power, you don't buy anything that someone else doesn't get. So it's purely cosmetic, and we just want to make sure that you know that and to stress that again as well. But to talk about the Water Wars DLC, I have two new guests on the seats here, one new face and one face we have seen before. So let's start with the new face. This is Gavin Whelan, our senior art director on Dune Awakening. Gavin, I am so excited to have you on stream.
I'm so nervous to be here. Yes.
Finally. We tried to get him on stream so many times, but he's so nervous. So please be nice, chat. Give him a very warm welcome. He's such a nice person too. Gavin, you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Yes, Gavin Whelan. I've been with Funcom over 20 years now. It's been a long time here. And first time doing this, so super nervous doing this. Normally very, very, very happy to be behind the camera.
It's going to be fine.
Doing the art stuff.
Yes, It's going to be fine. And all the way over there, we have Tor Egil, that some of you might recognize from previous stream. He is our building wizard. So if you see any crazy good looking buildings and constructions in our marketing material, you can be sure that Tor Egil was involved, and probably also the designer of those things. Tor Egil, you want to introduce yourself a little bit further as well?
Yeah, Tor Egil, I've been here. I was, if you someone remember the building stream we did before launch, I was there. Yeah, I love building, and I'm very lucky to be able to do it in both Conan Exiles and Dune Awakening.
Yes.
So yeah, we have some cool new things to show you from the Water Wars.
Yes. So let's show some things. So this new DLC has a very unique look to it. We've seen a little bit previously. So we've actually seen a hint of that in the game, like live. And, but yeah, here we see also the new building pieces. Torigel, do you want to
Yeah.
comment a little bit on it?
Right now we are in a water shipper's base that I built, and we're going to show you all the contents of the DLC. Here you can see the building pieces, you're going to see the decorations, all this stuff. So as you can see here, I'm just right in the middle of the base. We're high up on a mountain. And
Gavin can probably also give some feedback or like some background on why does
Yeah.
it look like it looks and what is the story behind it.
Yeah, I mean, the water shippers, you've seen it in Windpass. Essentially, they're more of an industrial type of faction. They're not like the grand, big, major houses. They are people who they have an industry, they have a job, and they have grown incredibly wealthy. So we really wanted to represent two things here. We wanted to show the industrial side of them. So the clothing is very functional, very work-related. You know, they're not scared to get their hands dirty doing things to earn money. But we also wanted to show the wealth and the opulence of who they are. They've got money, they've come into it, and they're not scared to show it off. And it was a great excuse for us to actually give the players something, to improve the quality and the visuals of their own personal bases. So there's a lot more color, a lot more vibrance in here. So it's really what we want to do. People, we've had the Atreides bases, which are kind of grey and very sort of modest in many ways, and then we have the brutal sort of Harkonnen camps, which are, they are what they are. They're big black monolithic structures. And we started to introduce a little bit more color and variety in with the smuggler sets. So a lot of blues and coppers coming in there. But now we're sort of getting into more, certainly the plants, like you mentioned earlier. This is how much wealth do they need to have to show off, and that they can have trees and plants and yes.
And one unique thing about this particular building set is also those leg-like structures. Tell me more about this.
Wow, this came from Bruno, who is one of the art directors who works with us in Lisbon, and he had this obsession about making it crab-like, and we really like the idea because they're kind of latching on and grabbing hold of things. I mean, there's always something parasitic about the industry of Arrakis, whether you're taking spice or you're taking water, or any sort of materials. There's something you're taking from the landscape. So there's really only two reasons to be on Arrakis. It's either spice or religion, like the Fremen. So, one, it's not good and evil, but it is a little bit slightly
It's like grabbing onto wealth as well in that sense, right?
It's certainly, the acquiring of wealth and not, showing it off.
Yeah.
So here you can see tons of cool pieces in the set. There's 52 building pieces. The arch, as this is called, is basically 3 walls high, and an arched leg going out, and it connects perfectly with pillars. So this is the water shipper's pillars here, you see. I really like the windows, I really like the roofs, and I really love that you can have both white and red walls, so it allows you to quite a bit of to be creative with different colors. So we're gonna head inside also after, but we're gonna stay outside a little bit here. You can see a lot of nice combinations you can do while building with this set. We also hope you wanna combine it with other sets, but here you can see, for example, one of my favorite features is that you can have different color ceilings. So here I've been combining red and white, and they have these nice lights.
I love those ceilings. Can I just say, it's very I love those so much.
I feel it's very stylish.
Yeah.
And here you get a little taste of some of the decorations. There's 18 decorations in the DLC. So you see a nice bed, nice couches here. I really like the colors here. I've also used the swatch You get a swatch with the water shippers, and I've used it here on wind turbines, things like this. So you can see it's combining white and red just like the set is. Here you can see. And for example, here is the banner for the water shippers. So you can build a lot of cool things. I feel it's very opulent. You can be a bit more sci-fi. It's quite different from most of the other building sets.
Yeah, we still wanted to keep this connection between some of the architecture and some of the methodology of why they build here and how they build here. So we started with the Arakeen structures that you'd see in the city, and it's kind of an evolution of that because you still have to take into account the environment, the wind, the weather. I mean, it's the first and most important thing when you're building an Arrakis to survive the planet.
Yeah.
But then to have that flip side, to do something interesting with the interior, like you were talking about the ceilings and the wall colors and all the furniture and
I mean, look at this. It's so open. Like just also the detail on the table here with the texture is just
Yeah, I really like this.
absolutely fantastic. I also really love the lights. I love the lights in this set so much. It's probably one of my favorite sets when it comes to the lights. Not only because the things that are inbuilt into the ceiling, but also some of the, you probably go and show them afterwards. I don't want to go ahead of you of your, yeah, there they are. Like those chandeliers are just, they're so Art Deco. Like I love that so much. There's just like the whole style is, especially interior design is just.
Yeah, the concept artists really love doing this stuff, and they provide me with so many good choices. It makes my job really easy and hard at the same time to sort of narrow it down to the set that we have. But yeah, they are very, very beautiful.
I think it's also easy to see that this is a faction or families that are rich. You know, they're not Corino rich. They're not Empire they're not that kind of rich. But you can see here that they like to show off that they have money.
They've made money out
like,
of Arrakis.
yes.
Yeah, I mean it's still kind of, we need to keep a lid on the wealth, not so much so we don't compete with the Corino because we want to expand into the future.
Yeah, exactly.
And
yeah.
Yeah, so here you can see a small light, you can see two wall lights, and you see the chandelier. So you have also these cool bookcases here. These lights are built into the bookcases. I really like the beds.
Yay, inbuilt lights.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
So there's lots of cool things here. The carpets are also nice, a bit more color than usual. And here I've used the swatch on the storage containers and crafting stations.
I also like thinking about the outdoor, like the external or the what's it called? Interior, outerior? Exterior.
I don't know what's going on, guys. No! Did the internet have a hiccup?
And I'm like,
yes,
I know what I'm gonna do with this.
well, this is that's
From my childhood.
for me, that's the fun part. Okay, I mean, when we build these, we have a shape language in mind, we have a design in mind, and then the first real test of that is handing it to Toraigo to build something
Yeah,
with.
actually talking about that, before we show some of the other really cool stuff, we do have some concept actually that
Yes.
you shared with us, which is probably would be fun to maybe look at those quickly if we can, and then we can go back to the actual.
Yeah.
There we are, like.
Yeah, so the top line of sort of images and concepts, some from the movie, which we kind of wanted to stay true to some of the design language that Denis Villeneuve had come through in the movie, and in addition to two of the building types that we had before, and the new elements that we wanted to add to that, to sort of take the Arakeen structure and change the angles of it to make it more streamlined, to sort of, design for design's sake as opposed to just something that's functional. And the protection and the shielding, so the exterior feels protective and still attractive and beautiful, and then go into the interior, and then these are just
It's just
things
like,
of beauty for beauty's
yeah,
sake.
maybe we can go back to the actual in-game view again. Yes, because I mean that almost makes me want to switch off my
It's-
Harkonnen ornithopter. This is like, I mean, this is just
It is the Porsche of
Porsche
ornithopters.
ornithopters.
It doesn't need to look like this functionally, but it does because they want it to look pretty in it, and so it's
You
nice.
want to show off your, like, you have money, man. You can build
Yeah.
an ornithopter that looks like this.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very sleek
As a
and
family
stylish.
of water owners, you know, like this is what we do. This is
Mm. And it looks good flying.
we
as well.
deal in
Yeah,
water. It's super streamlined. It looks like the sports car
Yes.
of ornithopters, like literally. So I love it. I think it's my second favorite after the Harkonnen. I think the Harkonnen ornithopter is my favorite, but
It's a personal
I
preference.
might be convinced.
But that's
to
what we're trying to do. We're trying to sort of appeal to different
aesthetics and-
people,
yes.
different aesthetics, different
100%.
fantasies that players will want to take, and we'll just keep on building and adding to this in the
Yeah.
future.
You can see they have a few golden accents here also, some little
Yeah.
parts here and there with a little bit gold
Sure,
on
why
them.
not?
So I'm gonna head
Throw a little bit gold in there too. Why don't we? Yes.
gonna head back to my
have the money.
character.
Mm.
There we go.
We have water to sell.
Yeah.
So in the DLC, there's of course 3 armor sets. So here is the scout armor. So you can see the style of the red and white coming through here.
Mm. You can actually see on the shoulder pads the shape language of the shoulder pads. That was the origin of the
logo.
arches.
Oh,
So that's where
yeah.
that shape came from.
It's
So it
also
came from
similar to the
character.
logo they have, the actual.
It's very similar.
yeah.
We want to have something that felt like a water drop, but also felt like a diamond.
Oh,
so-
that makes sense.
Wealthy
How
water.
nice, yeah.
So we're gonna put on the heavy. So these are variants. So you apply them to your existing armors if you own the DLC. And this DLC is in the season pass and in the Ultimate Edition, like the other DLCs. So here you can see the heavy, like built for a specific climate. And here I'm gonna swap to the still suit.
And also
So
you
very
mentioned as
sleek.
well, like
Mm.
this particular Water Wars DLC is the conclusion of the season pass as well. So this is part of the season pass.
You get 2 weapons as well. I'm a big fan
I love
of the
this.
rapier.
Me too. Me too. It's so unique looking.
Mhm.
You can see many of the similar shapes, I feel, going through both this and the Thopter and any of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for a concept artist to, there's so little space you have to work with to continue a theme and to make something that's interesting and new. And yeah, he did fantastic on this. And same with the weapon. The rifle looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, so this is a drill shot. Just zooming in here. Very
And again,
sleek
just
weapon.
to also repeat that again. These are, as you mentioned too, these are variants basically, so or skins, right? So this is not a new weapon.
So you can, The rifle, I feel the rifle is very stylish here. Yeah. Let's see, there's also a couple of emotes that come with it. We can do one of them here. The water shipper salute.
Nice.
Cool.
The other one we're
So-
not gonna spoil.
You'll see it when you get it. So
Exactly, you'll
Yeah.
see it when you get it.
now, overall, it's a very nice building set, I feel. It gives you a lot of options. I can go a little bit into the building tool here just to show.
Yeah.
So here you can see all the pieces. For example, there's lots of little details in the foundation here. There's a lot of mechanical parts, like there's wheels. It's not just a block. So there's a lot of tech in the set. And of course, here you have the arch, 3 walls high. So trying to fit these around your base, trying to basically make space for the arches is a big part of building with the water shipper set here. Here you can see the nice pillars. I really like the doors and the roofs. And of course, as with all sets now, there is a garage door with this as well. The set uses granite to build with, so should be nice and easy to get. these roofs with the windows are, I really love them. And this is a rooftop here, so you can use this as a cap. There is a simpler version of it, but this is very stylish. I feel with the window here. So I feel this set could be very good to build maybe with the observer. Like you could make some really cool combos with observer set. But of course, feel free to build however you like.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what the players do with them.
Me
because like
too.
Torrego is the first reference of like,
Me
is this
too.
working, yes or no? But then when you see what comes back from the players,
I
it's really
still
exciting.
think we should do like kind of a Torrego versus community type of challenge. But then of course,
The best
do we want
players.
him to be? Do we want him to be like?
The best players will always be better.
Yes.
That's the rule.
Yes.
Yes.
I was. Do we want him to be bested like that by the community? I was like,
Yes.
part of me is like, hell yeah. Okay, cool. But yeah, I think we've shown quite a lot of things here now. I do hope that our players are as excited as I personally am about this. I'm really looking forward to. I mean, I've seen it and stuff, and I might have tried it out and things. But I'm really looking forward, what, as you mentioned, what you all are going to do with this new set. Yes, and with that said, thank you so much, Tor Egil and also Gavin, for joining me today and showing us those building pieces and armors, and also talk a little bit about inspirations and things like that. That's always interesting. And now from one beautiful thing to another beautiful thing that we haven't actually been directly involved in, but is very tied to our IP, of course, and has us very excited, and I think probably you as well. Let's watch the Dune Part 3 trailer before we go into our Q&A. And we're back with our Q&A with Ole Andreas and Joel, who is stroking a sandworm. Shout out to Dana, by the way, from our community team, who crocheted this sandworm, by the way. She's a wizard when it comes to making
Looks
logos.
really
It
good,
looks
actually.
Really cool. Yeah.
Pretty cool one.
It looks fantastic. Maybe I can
It gives me comfort in my darkest hours.
get one as well. Yes. Stroke the sandworm.
Yes.
Typical Joel fashion. All right.
I don't know what you mean by typical Natasha.
We collected some questions from the community, from you, and we're gonna answer those now. I'm gonna throw those over to you, of course.
Sure.
Now.
Can I ask? Do you think any of the questions are going to mention PvP?
I don't think so.
No, probably not. No one has any questions
No,
about that.
I mean I've seen them. There's not a single PvP question in here.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, any future plans for PvP, such as Arena?
We can talk about that.
Yeah.
So for Chapter 3 story, we built the arena, and the plan was to use that for more things in the future, both of a PvE and PvP nature, hopefully. So we I can't say concretely when, but there's definitely some thoughts in our mind about how to reuse that level and that arena for future content.
And there's been conversations internally, and I mean, Exiles has some similar.
Yes, Exiles has
Mechanics.
buildable arenas as well, which is also something that one of our lead coders is very excited about.
I mean, Giddy Prime Arena, that'd be fun.
And we've seen a ton of cool videos online of players building
There are,
arenas
yep.
that they're doing
Yes.
PvP in.
Yes.
So this is
100%.
definitely something that we enjoy seeing, and if we can help, then
Yeah.
Yes.
I like arenas. I like PvP, arena PvP personally. So, yes. Okay, next question. Are there any plans for matchmaking to find friends?
Not any plans now, not currently.
No, I don't think so. We can look at it and talk about it, but right now it's not the plan.
Yeah. All right. Are there any plans for faction versus faction?
This one's interesting because I think if we do that, we have to do a very specific setup for it, right? Like some people have talked about having faction versus faction in the deep desert as an option, but it's complicated. A lot of people, there are a percentage of people who haven't joined a faction in the game, right? Like by the time they're going to places like that, what happens with neutrals in these situations? So the definitive answer right now is no, there are no key plans, but like it is something that we need to spend some time thinking about and looking at for faction versus faction. There'll be more faction ranking missions in the future, And as we build through those, I do want to take a look at it, think about it. So
I think that's a good answer. Never say never. And oops, I just got my messages. There we go. Are there plans to add mods for self-hosted servers?
No plans for mods. I mean, we're working with an IP that also has some. I feel like there's some restrictions there that we need to respect on the IP side.
for sure.
100%.
So yeah, no plans for mods. But I mean, self-hosted players servers, they will have quite a few options to configure their experience.
Yes, and people tend to be quite ingenious. We'll see what they come up with.
Yeah.
True. There's actually a question that we kind of answered in the DLC section. So, are the new base pieces for the water shipper plastone or granite? It's granite. Yes, but it's okay to also repeat. Is there a placeable swatch that can go with the water shipper set? We actually touched on that as well. There is actually one swatch that comes with the DLC. Tor Eagle actually had some wind turbines that had like the red and gold. Well, it's kind of red and then it looked goldish, brassish. So yes, there is a swatch for placeables. Are there plans to add a built-in camera mode?
No current plans, but that's an interesting thought.
It's been raised before,
Yeah, it's been talked
and
about.
we've talked about it internally before, but we haven't actually got it scheduled in a patch right now. So,
But I mean, this is one of the things. Like since launch, we've done a lot of quality of life updates based on player feedback.
Yep.
A ton of the stuff we've been adding in patches are that. So definitely something we will look at sometime in the future.
yeah, 100%. Like even even a few months ago, you were paying taxes. Now you're not, right?
Yes.
So there's stuff that like
Things can change quite fast.
things change fast based
Yeah.
on feedback and what we see people wanting, hoping for, and definitely like and also I do have to say also what people do. We have pretty good metrics from how people play the game,
Yes.
and we pay a lot of attention to because like this is going to sound like I'm. No, I don't know.
I know exactly what you're gonna go.
But like there's this thing like people say a lot of things and they often say things like you just have to read any Reddit post and see that there's 20 different opinions, right? The truth of what people do is actually the core thing that you can sort of see.
Yeah.
So like it's like you have to make sure that you filter signal and noise and you understand like what people say they want, what people actually want, and how they play the game, so that you can make good decisions about these things.
Yeah. So like our decisions are always informed by both looking at feedback and looking at forum posts and Reddit and all different kind of platforms, but also informed by data that we actually have on how players play the game. I think it's also kind of important to mention as well, because generally there can be a group that is really loud and then it feels like, oh, everyone feels that way. But then we do, of course, have internal data that shows us like, people have been doing that many dungeons or people have been doing this particular thing, but not so much of the other things. So
exactly.
it's important to mention that we're not just nilly-willy changing things.
No, exactly.
So,
We pay attention to a lot of the data.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Any plans to be able to show off wealth by having real plants? That's a cool question. I love that, actually. That's a fantastic question.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, there is a
That's an interesting question.
yeah there is a thing about that coming up one day.
We're putting like this is future plans.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We have talked.
Joel's hinting and teasing, but yes, definitely like there are
That's
things.
something that I don't know about.
There's
either. Now I think-
features in the future that we want to explore that touch upon that. Yes, for sure.
Ooh, that sounds exciting. Now I'm excited too, chat. I'm super excited.
Everybody in the game loves
Can't believe
Derek
I don't
so
know
much.
about
We want to
this.
give you as much Derek as we possibly can.
Good
I
old
see.
Derek.
Derek the planetarist, everyone's favorite man.
Yeah. I get it. Any plans for new water storage and collection?
Not currently.
What about the potatoes?
But I mean, sorry, that's not correct, I guess, because this is where it ties into future plans.
Yeah, it's the whole thing about like we're sitting here held hostage today because we have some really cool stuff we want to talk about, but we're not allowed to talk about because people tell us no, you can't talk about this stuff. So hey, we're just trying to tell you stuff without saying stuff. But yes, there's definitely stuff coming in future stuff.
Quick. Might be a table somewhere.
I feel like that's that moment in
Wind
Arrested
Pass.
Development where I wink at the screen and then someone says, "Never do that again." That was disgusting.
No, but yeah, it really is. Like we have some really exciting stuff, and
Yeah,
it
I
ties
know.
into what you're talking about now with
yes. So
water
as we
and-
mentioned earlier, like yes, 1.4 is an update. It's not an actual chapter, but there's of course so much more in the works. So don't you
Yep.
worry. There is a lot of exciting.
Have you
things
have
coming.
you reassured people about Conan Exiles yet? Have you done that? Should I do that?
We'll talk about that at the very end. Shush.
Sorry.
Anyway, on to the next question. Are there news on the server merges? Lots of people asking.
No news, but it's still a thing that is coming very soon.
Yep.
We have a plan internally that we have some dates, and then we'll have some dates for announcing it, making or releasing a list of which servers, or sorry, which worlds will be
Yes.
affected, so that people can start preparing mentally and which ones they want to move to, and then there is plans for when we'll start actually shutting them down as well. But there's going to come a lot more information about it. We have spent a lot of time thinking about how
Yeah.
to make this as smooth an
Yeah.
experience as possible. Even if you
Yeah.
come in after the merge or the server merge has happened, we want it to be as smooth as possible to move the bases and the vehicles that you had on that world that was
Yeah.
merged over to the new one.
Yeah.
So, more information coming. We'll make it as smooth as possible.
There's a lot of moving elements, no pun intended actually in this case, but there's a lot of moving elements that need to be considered and really,
Yeah, and we needed to get some of the pieces in place, like
Yes,
base
exactly.
reconstruction and things
Yeah.
like.
Exactly.
So we've been building out features.
building
will then-
stepping stones.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly. Building out features along the way that both are requested by people so that they can take a break from the game and come back and restore their bases intact, and all these things that people have been asking about. And telling us like clearly that they want, but in addition, these things will help when the server merges come. So we had to build out, the steps so that we can,
Concrete examples, you just mentioned it, like the base reconstruction tool, and now also the base recycling tool.
Yes.
Because in the server merge context, we might force basically auto backup your base, S in plural, and then maybe some of those bases you don't actually want to place down, or you don't find a place for it, or you just want to recycle it. So now we have that functionality, and you can get the time you put in building that base back again when you recycle it.
Because the game itself, like Dune Awakening, is a complex game already, and then having like system like that need to work intertwined like this is even more complex. So that's the reason it takes a little bit longer.
We really want to take the time that you put in, the effort that you put in seriously, and we want to make sure that gets backed up.
comes back to that original philosophy of helping people not to have loss,
Yeah.
which has been sort of the
I just love how you hold like your little support animal there. It's
I,
just like, what are the dogs called? The official term that you can have that help
helper
you?
dogs or help.
Is it support animals?
I think it is
Emotional support.
Emotional support.
Yeah, this is
you
my
have an
emotional-
emotional support sandworm.
My
There you
emotional
go.
support childhood.
Yes, that's what. And then we have one last question. Any plans to add elevators?
Jeff G, stop being
It's
in the
so-
chat. Jeff, get out of the chat.
Is it Jeff? Is it you, Jeff? Is it you, Jeff?
It is a feature we've talked about internally a few times.
How many times did you cut it?
I haven't.
Oh wow! It's
It's
throwing him under the
shelved.
bus. Not nice.
It is a
Not
feature
nice.
that we want to do, but it's always a priority, and it's a tricky one to do.
Yes.
If you don't know, one of the hardest things to do in games are elevators, moving platforms, doors, like the things that you don't think is hard.
Well, it's
That's
also
really
because these
tricky.
are suspensor elevators that we were talking about.
Correct. Yeah.
And they have
Yeah.
they have a cost on the servers that has been quite high. We have done prototypes of this.
Yeah,
and
we
that's
have.
why we cut it, because we were like, oh, this is killing performance in the game. We need to rethink it, refactor it, and retry. So yeah, one day I think these will come, because Jeff G
Yeah.
is going to kill us if we don't
It's-
put them in. The world director has been asking for this for like 3 years
Oh, I bet.
at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really wanted them for Haggard Rift. That was his first place. He was like, I want people to be able to get out of Haggard Rift from the bottom by taking a suspensor elevator up, and we were all for it, but it was
Difficult to.
not
actually
feasible
implement.
from a technical
Yeah.
standpoint in some ways. So
It's so funny though. But every game I've worked on since back in EverQuest times was about elevators. I remember Calathane had like those elevators. throwback to Darkfall as well. We had like the discussion about elevators there as well, and that comes up again. I feel like it's also following me around this whole
What's
elevator
super weird
discussion.
though is that Christian Bull Hansen, one of our
Yes.
expert designers, implemented elevators on Conan Exiles when he went home one weekend, and then came in the next on the Monday and went, "Hey, his elevator's working." I was like, "Which? Which?" I don't know how he did it. I still don't know how he did it, and it worked. I mean, I think the
So
coders
you're
probably had to
saying
fix
it's
it.
super easy to have.
I'm saying we need Christian Bull Hansen to just apply his
make
mind to this.
elevators.
I think the
Okay.
clue is the coders probably had to fix it
Yeah.
for a week afterwards. But yeah.
Coders probably had to spend
But
a
you
year
need
on it.
you need both, right? You need the designer who's just like, here's a prototype, it's a cool
Yeah, yeah.
thing, and then
Yeah, yeah.
Then you actually have to make it work with everything else.
Yeah, then you have to make it work with 1,000
Just
bases.
the logic alone doesn't make a feature, right?
But
So-
yeah, the answer is yes, it'll probably be there at some point.
And if not, suspense builds.
Okay, cool. That was also the last question. So, thank you, Ole Andreas. Thank you, Joel. Always a pleasure.
Thank you,
It is-
Natasha.
And I mean that. It's always a pleasure to have you both on
It is.
stream.
It is nice to talk
It's
to the
always
community again. I've been
interesting.
away for a while, so it's
Yeah,
nice to have a nice to have a chat and be back and say hi to people.
100%.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the community really appreciates that as well. And I'm also really happy that we were able to do another stream in between all the crazy work that everyone in the team is doing. So everyone is very hard at work.
I guess that's worth mentioning as well. Like, we're also hard at work on the console version that's coming out later this year.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
And,
Yes.
yes. So that's many of the things we cannot talk
Many
about.
of the things. No, many of the things that what was that? What's the Conan Excel thing that you wanted to talk about?
So I wanted to say this about the Conan Exiles Enhanced Edition that's coming out. I just want to reassure the Dune community because this is something I've seen people talking about and speculating about
I was going to mention that too, but it's actually nice if it's coming from
since
you.
the trailers and stuff came out.
Yes, yes,
We've not moved a single active developer from the Dune project onto Conan Exiles at all.
Yes.
There is nobody from the Dune team working on Conan Exiles Enhanced. I am probably the only person on the project who has spent any time looking at it, and that's just because of my role as Chief Creative Officer of the company. I need to go and pay attention to what else is happening. But we are not putting those resources on that game. That's why we're partnered with Inflection. We obviously have our own Conan Exiles team that we've had for a long time. So that's something I just wanted to reassure the Dune community about because I feel like I see this speculation that people are like, oh, they're abandoning Dune and going, no, Dune has a much, much larger team working on it with all of the stuff that's coming. And I know it kind of sucks that we can't talk about some of the bigger updates that are coming. But
Tell me about
it's
it,
frustrating, but no, rest assured, that has not changed.
Yes.
So I just wanted to be clear
Thank
about
you,
it. with the team.
actually, yes.
Stole your thunder, I'm
I had
sorry.
it. That is totally fine. I think it's actually cool. It's coming from you. It's way more valuable if it's coming from you than from me, I love that we were able to...
Natasha.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to stroke that thing, so... So, anyway, with Conan Exiles announced on the table already, thank you, Joel, we are going to watch the Conan Exiles Enhanced trailer. I completely destroyed it now, didn't I? Anyway, perfect ending to the stream. We are gonna end with Conan Exiles Enhanced version, Unreal 5 update coming for free to Steam. Thank you again for watching. We love you very much. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you for playing, and hopefully we see you again soon.
All right, are they just going to go out on that? I think they might. Yep, thanks for watching. Cool, cool, cool. All right, guys. It's time. Let's talk about it. I'm going to go ahead and pause here. The Conan stuff looks cool. I'm excited for that. So I do think that is cool. I guess we can get this out of here. Give me just a second to get set up here. All right, let's talk about it. I think there was some confusion there at the end. I'd love to actually just start there if you guys were cool with it. Yeah, Heroic, Jay, Christopher, a couple people had some issues with some stuff that was said, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about that, guys, if you're up for it. Put Dune up here. Let me see here. House Erebus, disappointed that there's no content in the last DLC. The Steam description appears to have changed. Are you going to play Conan? Are you going to play Conan Exiles Enhanced? Sorry, off talk. No, you're good. I guess I have it because I checked it. I was checking it out. I don't really. I'm not super excited about it. If you guys want to look at it and play around, I'm down. But it's not like something I'm chomping at the bit to do. Sideswipe. Sorry, I've been drinking Monster because I was streaming till past midnight last night, and then obviously I didn't have a lot of sleep, and I require a lot of sleep. So I've been chugging caffeine here. Let me see what else we got here. Core says, what feature updates you think they couldn't talk about? Also, did they mention a release time frame, date, or window? They did not. They have told us, I think it's going to be the 19th of next month is I think when we're going to get the next update. And I think it's going to go on the PTS. I'm going off memory here, guys, so don't quote me on this. I want to say it's like the 5th or something. It'll be on the PTS. So we'll be able to take a look at it then for the first look. Is it okay? It is more the same, which won't really help the end game much. 1.4 isn't going to add much sustain and bring back many players, in my honest take. Hey, I appreciate it, Brian. I mean, that's what we want to talk about. I was surprised to see you up so early. Yeah, I was surprised to see me up so early too, man. We'll likely get another update in June. Erebus says for the anniversary prior to the office holidays before Gamescom. Yeah, so I can talk more about that now. Now that we had a chat. So some of the stuff though, I want to make sure this is clear because several people were upset, and I think there was some misunderstanding. What he was saying, what Joel was saying about players saying one thing and that not. Guys, you got to realize that there's a lot of people that will say stuff. I get people in my comments saying crazy stuff. And then I also get people in my comments saying stuff that isn't necessarily crazy. And I understand how it could be interpreted that way, but I also know it's completely wrong. Okay? So if we want to talk about like how just for instance, like there are some creators that I think are really mad at Funcom and maybe at Joel in particular, but they're mad at them because of, they feel like they were lied to. If I tell you I'm going to do something, guys, and I'm like, yeah, this is the plan, this is what we're going to do, whatever, and then my boss comes to me and says, you're not doing that, you're doing something else, I didn't lie to you. I told you the truth as I knew it. And I think that is, I know for a fact that is some of what is going on. And when I say that, it's not, it's maybe, so I don't want to misrepresent. It's not even like, hey, you have to do this. It's like, here's the financial reality of the situation. Something has to be done. And if you go, hey, here's my plan to do this. I've done this with videos. I'm like, hey, I'm going to do a whole series about this. I'm going to go super in depth. I'm going to talk about blah, blah, blah. I released the first video. I mean, this happened like earlier this week, actually, I released a video explaining how to do the lightning station in a group. And I was like, cool, I'll cover group content. This will be great. And I released it and the video did very poorly. That means I'm not doing future videos like that because it did so poorly. And it looks like the data supports that if only 25% of players are doing group content. Now we know that group dungeons are screwed up right now, so that is understandable. But that is what Joel is talking about. And I would love for some of the people that were like, what the hell, to like chime in. Let's talk about it, because I think I can help you guys understand what's going on the other side. But players will say all kinds of crazy stuff, and what they need is data, and that is absolutely true. With any data analytics, and anybody who does this, I'm sure will back me up on this. Anybody who's good at it, you can't especially with like customer service type stuff, you can't just look at the data. You need to know how to interpret the data, because like, and I think that is what the point is. I think that's what several people are really saying, is that like, hey, we've got data, but what is that doesn't necessarily tell the full story, right? Like I think was it Erebus or Core? A couple people, I'm sorry, I'm not sure who said it, but and chats are coming in pretty quick now, but it's gonna be hard to find. But yeah, a couple people said, like, or at least one person said, by this logic, whenever I asked, you guys to say a little bit more, by this logic, if I want to do something but I can't, then I don't want to do that. I don't think that's what's going on, and I do think that is the very important thing for interpreting the data. That's you got to be good at doing that. That is a job. One of the things that tells us, though, as gamers, is we need to be able to communicate to them. That's all we need to do. They are listening. If we can get the signal to noise ratio locked down so that they can get good signal and they know like what we actually want and what is going to make players happy. And I also realize, like, I come from ESO, and I come from sweaty in-game ESO. And even not sweaty in-game, like even the content I make is like for the average player to help them get into the in-game content. In ESO, that is less than 1% of the community. Like 2% of the community in general has ever done a trial. Maybe it's like 10% has ever done a trial, but like actually does then on any kind of regular basis is less than 2%. And that includes like normal trials. For anybody who doesn't know what this is, it's a lower level difficulty that is like, it's like RP mode. Okay. So people do it for like literal RP. This is so much different. That's a tiny bit of the community. And I continually am like, I'm surprised they give us any content at all, because the community is so small. And that is what the data says. Now, if you talk to, and this happens with everybody, man. I have close family members who have doctorate degrees, and they went and got doctorate degrees in STEM fields. And I have spent time with them and some of their friends that they went to school with who also were getting their doctorate degrees. And they work in fields where a lot of people have doctorate degrees. And I've sat at a table having a beer with people who are like talking about stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, I mean, everybody kind of knows this. And I'm like, no, everybody does not know that. And they're confused. And it's like, no, everybody knows this thing. Everybody knows how to calculate the heat transfer of lava. So if you tell everybody that you're if I'm playing a TTRPG and I'm like, yeah, we're in a room that's, about 100 meters, square, and there's lava in this much of the area, and somebody can calculate the heat transfer to figure out if could we actually be this close to this much lava? And it turns out the answer is yes, and they can calculate that stuff. But that is a totally different thing, right? Like it's common knowledge for them. It's not common knowledge for everybody else. And so I think that is something that happens here as well. All right, let me catch up on these contents. We got a lot. And I know, yeah, Erebus saying it's a sad day. Erebus says, disappointed that there's no content in the last DLC, and the Steam description appears to have changed. Yeah, Erebus, I can tell you, man, because they talked about this. They're not happy about it either. It's because stuff got put off for console launch, and that's why they tried calling this. They changed it. We're like, we're not going to call it a chapter. And it's because we're going to get a lot more at the end of the year. They just had to prepare for the console launch. It is disappointing. I get that. For me personally, I'm still very happy with what we're getting, like getting a new dungeon and everything, getting the new skins, getting the new cosmetic stuff. I'm pretty excited about that, but I understand it is a little bit disappointing. So, Yeah, man, I feel that. I think that we're going to get more. I know that we're going to get more at the end of the year. It's just the content that would have been released, they couldn't get it finished in time and do the console launch, so it got pushed back. So just keep that in mind. It is a little bit disappointing, though. I understand that. Yeah, let me see here. Core says, what future updates you think they couldn't talk about? Also, did they mention a release time frame, date, or window? Yeah, I went over the release time frame, date, and window. As far as updates that I don't think they could talk about, so some of what they didn't say is they have plans, and Joel was very clear that in the call earlier in the week that the plans, he didn't want to talk about plans because they can change, and then literally he said, and then I'm going to be a liar. And again, I don't think that's being a liar, but I think that's what's happening, right? There are people that are saying that right now, that these guys are lying about stuff. And it's not that they're lying maliciously or trying to deceive players. It's they were trying to be transparent and tell people what they thought. And this is what happens when game development companies have poor communication or just don't have enough, and it just can be a quagmire. And that's why there's been companies. I could look through my game library here probably and pick out a couple of games, but there are games that will happen. And there's been games that have just been completely like, listen, we're just not going to talk about games anymore. Like, we're just not going to talk about the future or what we're doing. You can know about it when it's done, and then we'll do some sort of announcement, but literally that's it. Oh, what game am I thinking about that did this? And they just completely talk to the community at all. Somebody will remember. I'm looking through trying to find it, and I don't see it. But yeah, this is absolutely happened. And so I think that a couple of things that I think they're really looking at is what I'll say. I think they're really looking at a PvP arena. I know a lot of us who are PvPers are interested in that. I think they might also be looking at the arena that already exists near Harko. I forget what it's called. And I think they're looking at potentially also allowing us to replay some of those missions, because I thought they were pretty fun, and that would be a cool... It's already in the game, and playing through it once honestly wasn't enough. Like, I would do it more than once. So I think they're looking at that pretty hardcore. I think they're looking at no-fly zones. And in the DD, this is for PvP, I think they're looking at no-fly zone and also adding back the control points to the DD PvP area. I have thoughts of, I think what we really need is places to go and spend time in the DD, like doing PvE stuff, so that we can have a reason to be out there and doing things, and then we run into players. And I think that's one of the things that I don't know if they quite have picked up on as far as that. So I think that's one of the things. And again, people are accusing Joel and the company of abandoning PvP players. Guys, I can tell you for a fact, Joel he loved the idea of the original game idea, and it did not work. And I'm pretty sure he's heartbroken about it. Okay. He did not seem okay about it when he talked about it. And they would like to do PvP stuff. The reality is 90% of the Steam reviews, just like he said on this stream, 90% of the Steam reviews are mentioning forced PvP. They had to do something. It was a mistake on their part. They screwed up. It was always going to take a long time to fix. They want to make PvP a thing in the game. Now, is it ever going to be what it originally was trying to be? Probably not. Probably not at this point. But the players, this is one of those things. The players who actually bought the game, the majority of them, do not want that. Some part of the community, a significant part, maybe 20-ish, 10, 20%, that's from the data. And I keep hearing from PvP players, both, on different forums, but also creators that are saying oh, 20%, that's not right. They're basically saying their data is wrong, which is they have the best data out there. They do. And they can tell who is even entered a PvP. They told us that only 20% of people had even ever engaged in PvP. Gone to the areas. I assume the DD, but something around that. And the biggest argument, I have comments that are pending right now from people telling me that number is wrong. And it's like I reject. It's like, you know, MythBusters. I reject your reality and substitute my own. And that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. The PvP players are saying, "Oh, it would be huge. It would be this." And the reality is, most of the people currently playing the game and who purchased the game are playing PvE. And if we as a community would like to change this, would like to change and affect the outcome in the future, what we don't want to do, if you're a PvPer, is go harass PvEers and make them hate everybody who plays PvP because of a bunch of jerks. And I will tell you what we do on our server, guys, and I would encourage everybody to do this. If someone comes and is griefing people in the PvE area, call me. I will come, and I promise you, I will grief them harder so that they stop acting like jerks. We've done it before. We had somebody who was running over some of our people, and not even ours. They were just doing it to everybody. They're running over people, trying to hand compact with a spice crawler, and then generally trying to stop them from being able to get up in their assault by keeping them down. And we followed this person around for like 45 minutes. We couldn't push them down, so we pushed them up so it would run out of fuel. We followed them around for a long time, and then we built a base around their crawler eventually. Because and the entire time I and several other people were doing this, we were saying all you got to do is apologize and promise you won't do it again, and we'll leave you alone. Just apologize and say you won't do it again, and we'll leave you alone. That's the kind of stuff, because we want people to engage meaningfully and in a enjoyable way in PvP, and we want people to have fun playing the game. And when people do stuff like that, there's a bunch of PvPers that are so mad right now that they're like, yeah, we're gonna ruin the game for other people. If you haven't seen this, I promise you there's a lot of people that are saying that. And if we want to get from point A to point B to what we want, which is I think what most of the community wants, which is, you know, optional, but this really fun PvEVP environment where we can go out and some people can spice harvest and they're sitting in a harvester and they're not doing anything. Well, they're not PvPing is what I mean by not doing anything. They're doing something. They're just not PvPing. And then we have other people that are pulling security. We have other people that are attacking. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check out the stream from last night. It's pretty far in, but we had a great time PvPing. I destroyed one of the crawlers and got it eaten by a sandworm that was from my own guild, because they had grouped up with some other people and we're out doing stuff. We're out sand crawling, you know, and yeah. Anyways, it was incredibly fun and it was enjoyable and it was good for everybody. All right, let me keep going. I see comments coming in and I know I'm not even catching up. Brian says, is it okay? It is just okay. It is more of the same, which won't really help the end game much. 1.4 isn't going to add much sustain or bring back many players, to my honest take. Yeah, Brian, I don't think that is I don't really disagree with that take necessarily. I think that what they need to do, this is the whole PvE first thing. We talked about this a bit last night, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself a little bit. But what you need with a game, and this happens with almost all new games, they launch and there's never enough content. What you need, the first dungeon you add is a huge deal to the community. The second one is still a really big deal, but it's a little bit less of a deal. There's diminishing returns. But what you need in a large MMO like this, a large game, is you need enough content. There is a certain amount of like minimal amount of content. And once you have that, adding more is nice and fun and cool, but it's not needed. And what they need to do right now is create enough content so that the core part of their audience, the PvE players, have something to do. And they are also, while they're doing that, guys, they are not ignoring the 20% of the community that is PvP players. They are still giving us stuff. They are still trying. It's development time, and I can tell you as someone who covers the games industry and has for a while, they're doing a good job. They're doing it as fast as humanly possible. The mistakes were made that put us in this situation where they're behind the 8-ball. Guys, what is it? Something Light area was originally designed to be, was it Fallen Light? Was originally designed to be a third player hub. That was the original plan. that came out with Chapter 3. That's how much they changed the game. That's how much they changed the game so that, and there, like you said, there was going to be a third faction. Turns out all of us were wrong. I don't think anybody had smuggler on their bingo card. It was going to be the smugglers, and they changed all of those plans. All of these dungeons they put out were not part of the original plan. So what they have to do though is give PvE players the community they have, because you have to service the players you have before you start daydreaming about the players you want in the future. They need enough core content for those players to have something to do and have fun game loops so that we can continually have stuff to do. And so that's what they're sprinting to do. This update was a little light. They know that. It's because console release is a big part of that. And again, if this is like something that you're just mad and pissed off about, it's cool. I mean, be mad and pissed off. Take a break. I don't know, go play something else. But being mad at them and yelling at, like, it's not like yelling at them to pedal faster is not gonna do anything. And it's just gonna upset you. And if you care about the game like long term, you gotta not get so in your head about it that you're screaming to the heavens everywhere you can that the game is not what you want it to be. Because what all that's gonna do, the reality of the matter is, there's at least 2,000 hours. No, there's several hundred hours of amazing single player content or group content, I guess. But like story content, there's actually more than that now. There's a ton of really great things in here, and it's still a really good value for people. And we need to remember that and realize that, like, I love the game. I feel great about it, whatever. This is what I'm mad about. This is what I'd like to see. And people often skip the first part and they go straight to the second part. And again, I see comments still rolling in, guys. I got to catch up here. All right, first time here. Did we already speak about the questions in the creator call? Type no. We haven't. What do you want to talk about, man? Nani says, I still think that they should work on building community. Guilds are where all player types can play the way they want. The PvP can protect and fight, and PvE can gather and not fight. So, Nani, you're saying you'd like to see more stuff focused around guilds. It sounds like maybe more in-game guild options and stuff like that, or what do you mean specifically? Cody says, yeah, options for players is good. House Erebus, the first part of the live stream was more revealing concerning the removal of the third faction, and I wonder how much of a heavy hand Legendary has in creative decisions. Well, I think that the original plan for Erebus, the original plan for the third faction was based on a PvP VE endgame. And so I think when that changed, it just didn't make sense. I don't think that they were like, don't make a third faction. I think it was like, you got to address the PvE players. And because they're the majority of your audience, this is the finance, here's what the numbers say. And so I think that it just naturally flowed out of that. Let me see. SWTOR for Life, which is Star Wars The Old Republic for Life, says it's like there are two types of PvPers. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. Commissioner Jan says, regarding group content, of course, people are not playing it. It was borked for so long. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that is I think that is one of those things too that they need to understand, and I still don't think they are. It is still harder to do group content than it is to do non-group content. Therefore, disincentivizing group content. Absolutely. What up, Beast Mode? What's going on, man? Jack Grimm said, Survivor Bias is a great example. Unless you know what you are looking at, you ain't getting any info. Yeah, but I think it was pretty obvious early on, Jack. And maybe we're not disagreeing here. But it was pretty obvious early on that, oh my God, the comments are rolling in. I got to keep going. It was pretty obvious early on that there was a lot more PvE players than there were PvP players. And honestly, people are like, oh, the game was sold to us as one thing. And a lot of that is people that were playing in beta. I did not get to play in beta. I played on the first time during the like weekend they were kind of testing the servers for load. They let everybody play for free, I think. And I didn't PvP at all, really. I mean, maybe with my friend like once, but it was like bum fights or something. We like didn't have any gear and everything else. And again, the first 200 hours of the game are not have basically nothing to do with PvP. And so, when people talked about the game to their friends, they weren't telling everybody about the great PvP. They were telling everybody about how, all the PvE stuff that was really fun. And then while that was happening, the PvP players, most of which had played in beta or had friends that had played in beta, were telling everybody they were like rushing through all the other stuff, speed running it to get to the deep desert so that they could zone everybody out of being able to get T6 resources. Which I think did a horrible disservice to the game, and I think that is no one else's fault but the developers. At that moment in time when things first came out, they really screwed up with that. Just really screwed up with it, and there were people that were telling them that's what was going to happen, and they didn't hear that. I don't know. Didn't listen. I don't know, but. Yeah, it didn't go well, and it was a huge mistake. Again, I keep saying it's a huge mistake. Like, I don't know, like it's hard to overstate how big of a mistake it was, but it's also like, yeah, but it happened. So like, let's deal with reality as it stands right now. Heroic Kitten says, would literally not hurt anyone if they just did full loot. Haga Basin servers with base rating. Make your own server and do that. That's what they're trying to do. It wouldn't hurt anyone. The 5 hardcore players that are into that sort of thing would love that. This is like, that's going to be such a small bit of the community that are going to be into. I'm not into that. And I'm a hardcore player in just about everything I do. And then full loot, always on PvP. I'm not sure. I assume you mean all that stuff. What is this like? That's like a Rust thing, right? Like it's not. It's a different audience, and it's probably not that. It's definitely not that massive one that wants to. I get it. There's Eve, there's Rust, there's other games that are like that, and I get that those can be incredibly fun, but that's also. It's just a different audience than the one, like, those are not the same. There's not a lot of the Venn diagram of that and people who play Dune currently and the people that are into the story and all the other aspects of Dune I don't think that's very large. And I think we can clearly see that from player sentiment. Yeah, Star Wars: The Old Republic for Life says, I have no problem with players that want to do PvP. It's the PvP gankers I despise. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And we've talked about that a bit, and I'll even show a video here in a minute about some of that. And then, there's always this argument about who's a ganker and whatever. And, a big part of it is like, are you having fun only at someone else's expense? I think it's pretty easy for us to tell who it is. I think there are PvP players that are doing things that some might consider ganking that have no intention of doing that, and griefers, I guess, that like have no intention of. They're not really trying to. They're not trying to have fun at other people's expense. It's just they're playing the game and they don't realize how it's played. And then there is a much larger segment of the PvP community that simply refuses to empathize at all with other people. And they just like, no, the game allows me to do this. Therefore, I am socially and morally allowed to do this behavior, which is kind of like, well, living in a time when there were slaves and being like, no, it's okay to own a slave because it's socially and it's socially allowed. My moral authority of, the church or whatever is fine with that. So therefore this is fine. And it's like, no, that doesn't make it fine. It just, it's easy if you're in the position of power to be like, yeah, this is fine. And that's just not at all the case. And the lack of like empathy really does like a disservice to the community in that regard. Looper says, agree with Donnie. We talked about this last night, how they should add a lot of focus on builds and building. People love this no matter what. You think of other survival games and everyone always talks about building mechanics. Yeah, I would love to talk and try out more of that. I know we were talking about Windrose last night, and everybody was saying how much they liked it. I honestly found it frustrating at first to play Windrose, the housing. I couldn't figure out how to move my items. I had to delete them, and then stuff got off of the grid. You guys are telling me how amazing it is. That was not my experience, so I need to understand where you guys are coming from. But I think housing is something they're very. I mean, a lot of people are into it, and I think it's something they know about. So I think it's a question of like, let's get them the feedback that about the things that we care most about. Let's not throw everything in the world at them. I mean, we can give them a list of everything in the world, but let's make sure it's like, let's try to harp on like, hey, if we really want X thing, let's ask for X thing, and we can talk about that specifically. And the issues that they're having with housing is like if they add a new, like that we talked about this in the call, if they add a new type of building structure. Then this happened with Conan Exiles. People will expect them to then retroactively and for all future updates add that kind of structure, so walls or floors. So if they add a floor piece that's at a 45, I know a lot of people want that. I think that's a good idea. Then they're going to have to add it to all of them, and then the problem is then the cost of the in production time of them making any new set, of which they're going to make a ridiculous number of eventually, just like they have for Conan, is going to be a lot higher. And so they just have to balance that, because if they say yes to this, then they have to say no to other things. And we just have to tell them, like, what are the things that are going to most improve our quality of life, and let them know that. And then they have to, it's part of their job as game developers to decide what makes the most sense, and decide what they're actually going to do. Aurelia Morin. Yes. Okay. I love that name. I'm so sorry I'm bad at saying it. Let me see. Smugglers make sense for a third faction, but disappointed it isn't the Fremen. Yeah, 100%. Well, and I don't even think that like it's in like they're planning on doing it right now. So it might not come into the game. Maybe it's way later or something, but I was also looking forward to the third faction. Dr. Neer says, so happy to get new base pieces I can't use in DD. I don't, just because I'm not sure what you mean, Dr. Neer. Spell it out for me. Heroic Kitten says PvP keeps the lights on when there are content droughts. Yeah, PvP players say this all the time. This is something that has been going around. How are the PvP players paying more than the PvE players? Heroic is my question, because I don't think they are. This is also something that I think a creator said, and there might be some truth here, but I hear a lot of people repeating and maybe even building upon it, and I just don't think it's true. I think people pointed to, look at the top 5 games. They're all PvP games. That's like saying, look at the top 5 restaurants. All restaurants should be those top 5 restaurants. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, should all restaurants be McDonald's if that's like one of the top restaurants? It doesn't, these two things like don't relate. So draw a line for me. I'd love to understand, because I do not. No Man's Sky, that is the game I was thinking of. No Man's Sky, whenever I last streamed No Man's Sky, someone dropped in just to call it No Man's Lie and hate on the game, and then left. And it was just like, what is wrong? Who hurt you? Like, what is going on? Here we go. No Man's Sky. You can see it's not even installed. They keep putting out great updates. They completely stopped talking to the community because of the harassment, the negative feedback and stuff. And they're just like, we're just going to put our head down and make a game. And they did it. And they did a great job. It is hard to communicate with an audience. Absolutely. Sideswipe says Chome would make a good builder / haulers faction. Yeah, I don't know what the lore is, but yeah, fair. It doesn't mean they are happy about it. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's been so long, I don't know what that's in reference to now. When they were forced to do PvP. Oh, okay, when they're forced to do PvP. Yeah. Yep. 100% make PvP servers. I mean, you can PvP now, and we kind of already have that. I mean, Harmony, there's Red Hulk says make PvP servers. Yeah, I think that part of what Joel, one of the things he said, it was just very like offhanded comment, but like keep gathering I think he would like for people to gather in the PvP servers so that people can see, so they can look and go, this is a server that is known for PvP. Here's how many people it has. Here's how active they are. And even the people that aren't always actively engaging in PvP, we can count those numbers. So I do think that's a thing. And if you're looking for a place that's not hardcore PvP, we're not like, we're definitely, but we'd like PvP and we'd like to have it, come to the Anvil. It's not overcrowded. It's not going to be like the overcrowded servers, but we'd love to have some good PvP. And we're inviting everybody. We got stuff going on all the time in the deep desert and events. It's still a small server, still not a lot of people. There's just so much room between the huge overcrowded servers and then like the servers with nothing going on. We want to be somewhere in that middle ground where there's active PvP going on, where you can go out in the DD and you can find it if you want it. We're not there yet, but we're looking for people. Star Wars: The Old Republic says, I even watched a YouTuber that was griefing PvE players. Yeah. That's the kind of behavior that really screws up the game for the rest of us. It really does. And for the people that really want a PvP, there's griefers and then there's PvP players. I'm a PvP player. I don't want to ruin somebody's day to make myself feel better. I don't want to ruin somebody's play session, period. When all the changes happened early on in the DD and we saw the way the game actually was, and we knew that a lot of the people going out to they were just trying to get to T6 gear. They had no interest in PvP and people were just absolutely hating on them. What we did on the server that I was on, I think it was Anvil at the time, the Anvil, we went out, we pulled security for people and we guarded and we said, yeah, you can come harvest. And literally Harkos, Atreides, people of all different types would go out and we would tell the PvE players like, hey, you can come out and get spice. It's safe. And we would do that so they could come harvest spice. And they didn't want anything to do with PvP. They weren't affecting Landsrad. They weren't doing whatever. And that's what we did. And in other servers, what people did is they completely wrecked those people that had no interest in PvP and they farmed them for content. And what do you know? Those people were incredibly upset, understandably so. And they went everywhere they could and they left bad Steam reviews yelling about how they hate forced PvP. And what do you know? Because of that, a direct result of that is the changes that we got, which is losing a lot of the PvP that most people were so excited about. So it is absolutely a case of, and do you put all the blame on any one particular, group or whatever? No, again, the game was designed poorly, etc. But people knew what they were doing and still know what they are doing. The people going out and griefing PvE players right now are running the game for the rest of us. That is what is happening. And we need to make it socially unacceptable to do that, is what we need to do. Don't watch them. Tell YouTube not to show you those videos. We have to get rid of those people. I see this also happened in ESO and I see it happen in all kinds of games. When you have a few people that are acting inappropriately, there will be a very small minority of people that are acting inappropriately. And when they do it in public, what you need to do is you need to call it out in public and say, this is not okay. Clearly make that, that known, however is appropriate for the particular format you're in. If you're in Discord, make it. And we see toxic Discords for games all the time. And what the community manager should do is when they violate the terms of service, they should kick them from the Discord. And if you do that a few times, people go, oh, that kind of behavior is unacceptable here. I will not act like that. Because there's a much larger group of people that will be swayed by it. And it's the same thing in game. Whenever there's people griefing in PvE, doing things that aren't intended to grief PvE players, basically PvPing in PvE areas, what Funcom and what the community also should do is say this is not acceptable, and say we're not gonna watch your content, we're not gonna give you clicks, we are not going to support this, and in fact we're gonna actively oppose it. And if you do that, it will solve the problem. In Elder Scrolls Online, the in game historically has been incredibly toxic. And what happened is the developers of ZOS and Max Online Studios of Elder Scrolls Online still promoted the people that were being toxic in in-game. They were part of their stream team, and what that tells everybody is that it's okay to be that kind of behavior is okay. And instead, what they should have done is the opposite of that. They should have not had any of those people on their stream team. They should have never answered questions or engaged with those people. But a lot of times companies will just look at things as a numbers game and go, well, they have a lot of people and we want to influence those people, so it's fine. We don't care. That's generally how companies act. But that's what we can't do. And if you do that a few times, and if you set the example, people will act better. People will go, you know what, that's not acceptable behavior. And they'll also go, oh, no, yeah, that makes sense. But if you have people that are just wrecking, farmers over and over again that don't want a PvP, and they're like, making videos about it and people are clicking on it, it just encourages that kind of behavior. And then if you hear them say, no, I'm just playing the game, like it's like, man, if you're playing the game, but you're playing it at somebody else's expense, and is that really what you want to be doing? I don't think it should be. Okay. I'm going on a rant. This is going to be a rant-filled day. Vendette says, our servers on the Anvil literally have 3 big PvP guilds at launch that quit the same week that the DD got split in half, PvE and PvP. They lost a lot of PvP players when they made their dumbass decision. Yeah, Vendette, the issue is that they needed to do that. That was part of that 20% that was engaging in PvP. They had to do something. So there was, again, this is like, you say that's a dumb decision, but that's not when the dumb decision was made. The decision was made when the game was designed in a way that turned out not to work. And you know what? The other thing is, like, we want developers to try new things, guys. Do we not? We want new and innovative things. If you allow companies to do that, they're going to screw up from time to time. They're going to make mistakes, and probably more often than not. And if we want that, we have to be okay with it. And that's what happened. And instead of being reasonable adults about it, people freaked out. And instead of saying, like, hey, what is going on? People, again, freaked out. And then you also had creators and influencers who don't understand the realities of game development and don't understand what the situation is and what is possible and what isn't possible, demanding that things be changed yesterday. And it was always going to take a very long time. And all they've done over the past 9 months is get more and more worked up. Listen, if you're pissed off about it, go ask for a refund. If you don't get a refund, if you haven't even asked, like, that vote with your money, let people know. But, you got to have realistic expectations. And my point in all that is it's just not going to do any good. I mean, do whatever you want to do. If you want to be pissed off and continually mad about things that no one has any control over, like, I guess go ahead. I'm trying to help out people to help them understand, sometimes the sun doesn't rise when I'd like it to. I can't fucking control that, All I can control is what I do and how I'm going to react to these things. And, like, yeah, be mad, be pissed off. But it's also like a lot of creators don't understand the realities of these things, and they haven't put in the time, and they just get their communities worked up and players worked up more and more about this stuff. And it's completely counterproductive to what would be useful. If we want more PvP, we need to get more people engaged in PvP and in a way that is fun for them. And then that opens it up so that we can get more PvP. They had to make those changes to the Deep Desert, and they were the right decision at the time. Everybody who had a clear-eyed view knew that was the case. Yes, it was always going to piss off PvP players. Yes, it was always going to be frustrating for everybody. But that was just the reality of the situation, that there was a mistake made. Have you ever made a mistake and you found yourself in a really bad situation and you're like, fuck, that was dumb? That's what happened. And it's like, well, I can't change the fact that I ran out of gas. I can't change the fact that I can make sure I don't do this in the future. I can learn from this, but I literally can't do anything to change it. And now all I can do is make certain steps to deal with the situation as it stands right now. And splitting the DD in half was the right decision. It was not a good situation. It was not an ideal situation, but it's what it needed to happen. And I know people don't want to hear that, but it's true. And I don't know. I'm always going to be honest with you guys, and I'm always going to tell you the reality of the situation, and that is the reality of the situation. And it's funny. I can see people like clicking off. That's cool. If you don't want to hear reality, that's fine. Or if you're mad at me, that's cool. But that is the reality of the situation, and that's what I do here. Just so we're clear, that's what I do here. So if you don't want to hear about that stuff, you are right to click off. But that is the reality of the situation. Jacob says, responding to someone else, I don't think they'll do Fremen since it goes against the game lore in trying to find the Fremen, or at least that's my thoughts. Yeah, Jacob, I thought we were going to find the Fremen and be able to join them is all. I don't know what I said, but you should make that a clip. What did I say that I should make a clip? This is the problem with being so far behind. Oh my God, I'm just getting further behind in chat. Let me see. Venda, how many active accounts do they have because of their changes to PvP? Do they track that data? I mean, dude, we're talking like early on before the changes were made to PvP, man. That's when it's always been obvious that PvP players were a minority. I know PvP players don't believe that and don't want to believe that, but it was always obvious to anybody from the outside. And I'm a PvP player. It was always obvious that the majority of players were not PvP players. And the data supports that. Again, if you're a hardcore PvP player and the only people you talk to are PvP players, then you're going to go, oh, everybody's a PvP player. But that's just not the reality of the situation. Nani says, last night was the best. Yeah, diabolical. I don't even know what that's in response to, Looper. I don't know what's diabolical. They kind of said it was originally intended to be the smugglers when they talked about originally what had been intended for Chapter 3 and how they had to refocus. I missed that, whenever that was. But yeah, I guess I'm a dork. No, I abandoned you. I did kill Nani last night, who is I don't know. I'm the figurehead of the guild. Nani does a lot of the logistics for the guild, and I did kill her last night, and she fucking deserved it for abandoning me, and going spicing with other people. Nameless can't post, so here's what he says. Oh no. Need a better communication avenue to allow for better data analytics. I would reference Subnautica 2 announcement, which had open Q&A, filter the day or two before. Then they answered while everyone, I don't know. I think it cut off, but yeah. I think you copied and paste maybe, and it cut off because too many characters. But yeah, I agree. Here's what I would say, and like I'm not against that. I agree. If we want them to do stuff different, all we got to do is try to keep communicating. Our hope is, and they're listening. We could help them gather feedback better. And the problem is you have people say all kinds of stuff. People will go look at Reddit, guys. There will be, pick your favorite thing that you're very knowledgeable about. Go on Reddit and you will find someone saying some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Go look at Magic. You will find somebody who says that, playing blue or blue black or whatever is completely broken, and that's been the problem with the game for 2 decades. And you're like, what are you talking about, dude? That hasn't, there was some problems with it at certain points, but it hasn't always been a problem. What are you talking about? There will be somebody who will have some crazy idea like that. That's the noise, and we need to help improve the signal to noise ratio for them. And the best way to do that is providing good, solid feedback and be consistent and explain to them. You got to explain too, because a lot of times players will be like, "You need to do this," and you're not like, "The problem is this, and I think a good solution is this." That's also something that happens because players will be like, you need to redo the entire game and do something different. And you're like, what is going on? You dig down, you talk to the person, and you find out they had one problem that is easily solvable without recreating the entire game. But that's not where their head went. Jay says, please put hashtag SlopCon on the 1.4 trailer since they disabled comments on the live stream. Oh my gosh. I need a better communication avenue. And you know, this is also something that happens is you have a very vocal minority who doesn't want to always I think people should just let people say whatever the hell they want to say. I agree with that. I don't it's pretty hard for me to like get rid of comments from somebody, and the only time I really do that is when they like are completely aggro, list a bunch of points that they're completely wrong about, but are yelling about them because they think they're completely right, and also don't seem open to listening. And usually, even then, I will still engage with somebody. And if they just don't want to engage, they just want to scream at me and not actually like have a conversation. That's about all it takes. But I agree. I think most of the time, especially for companies, just let people do what they're going to do. You know, just like let them vent it out. Looper says, need a better communication avenue to allow for better data analytics. I would reference some. Oh, I'm sorry. We already read that. Dr. Neer says the whole dev team switching gears over metrics, calling BS on that. They didn't have time or coding brain power to push third faction, and they PvE as a reason. Feels like being gaslit to think they took thousands of hours of code out the window to what we got in chapter 3, just not buying what they're trying to sell. Dr. Neer, I can tell you for as much as I know of as a fact, and I believe this is quite true, I don't think this is at all in question, that again, they looked at the numbers and you know, the reality of the situation is that they had to do something different. They could not, they were, the idea that I can tell you that Joel is not happy about it. I think seriously, like, I think it was pretty crushing for the dude to not be able to make the game that he wanted to make. That is the impression that I get. And they were very open and honest. And I don't think he's that good of an actor. They were upset. They wanted the original vision for the game. So all the PvP players who were like mad about this, Joel wanted that vision for the game, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, that's what he wanted, and it just isn't gonna, like, it's just not gonna happen. The reality is it's a business. And if you have a business, if I'm running a restaurant and most of my clientele, 80%, doesn't want the main thing I am trying to serve, but they're coming to my restaurant anyways, I need to change what I'm serving up so that 80% is happy. That's how you run a business. And it doesn't matter what you want. You know, I talk about restaurants a lot because I used to do restaurant consulting, and I used to go fix broken restaurants that were failing. And I would go to so many like mom and pop places. Usually they had a lot of money, and then they decided to open up a restaurant, so they had no idea what they were doing with the restaurant. Oftentimes having businesses, pretty much always having to do with businesses that were unrelated to restaurants. And they kind of like, well, I can make a manufacturing business work. So I can make a restaurant work. And they would get into a business they didn't know anything about. And I would look at the menus and it would be like, why do you not have any, why do you only have pork on the menu? Well, pork is delicious. I love pork. Okay. Some people don't eat pork at all. They don't want anything to do with pork. Also, some people just have other preferences. Oh, no, I like this thing, so therefore that's the only thing I should have on my menu. You know, we'll be the pork restaurant, and people don't want pork, they can go somewhere else. And it's like, it's such a stupid way to run a business, and that's not what they're doing here. So calling BS, man, I'm sorry, politely, you are wrong. I can tell you are wrong. That is not, there might be reasons about the individual, like why they removed the faction and whatever, but the reason they said they removed the faction, which I believe, is that it didn't make sense in the current in-game and the current meta. And you know, it's also like, you've got to look at reality on some of this stuff. So first off, we don't always have the information. And what I am trying to do is provide context and additional information to you guys. And I understand you might think one way, and then you hear, this happens to me, and it's not a pleasant experience to be like, oh, this is new information, and I thought I understood this thing, and I didn't. You know, why would the developers gaslight us? Why would they lie to us for no reason? you really got to dig. You really got to jump through some hoops to come up with reasons why that's true in a lot of situations. And again, if there are development companies that are, and people that are not doing the right thing, I call them out. I do it all the time. But I don't think that's what's going on here. And in fact, I'm quite sure of it. Christopher says, big update is coming with the new movie is my guess. Yeah, they've said that there's more stuff coming at the end of the year and that it will be larger in comparison. Also, is anybody curious? Are we going to get a fucking kite? Dude, a kite would be so dope. I don't know if we'll get it, but that would be super cool. Vandette says, Night Haro, the PvEers got their changes by being noisy and complaining. We're not getting anything changed by not complaining. Yeah, man, complain away. I'm not saying don't complain. I'm saying like make your voices heard. Absolutely. That's what we should do. What you don't want to do is work yourself up into such a fervor that you decide to make a video calling out that's a documentary calling out all the lies the devs have ever had and completely vilifying them whenever they're really just trying to make the best game they can. And trying to vilify instead of understand them. That's one of the things you probably don't want to do. The other thing that you probably want to do is you probably want to engage with other people in the community in a way that is productive to help them understand. So what I do in game, just as a for instance, is I talk to people and I try to figure out is the person that I'm about to attack, or if I'm attacking them, or if I just killed them, what's going on with them? Did I just murder somebody and they just stood there? Did they tab out? Did they not know what was going on? Are they just so opposed to PvP that they didn't want to fight? And if I engage and I figure out where they're at, and I realize that, hey, they just don't want to engage, hey, you can come back here and farm. I'll even guard you. You can come back. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were a PvEer that wanted nothing at all to do with PvP. It's all good. Hey, I'll guard you, and maybe I'll get some PvP as somebody else comes and attacks you. Those are the kinds of things you can do that can help too. And then what that does is it shows people that don't play the game exactly the same way as you do, that you still care about them and you still care about their feelings. And then when they go to give feedback, they're going to be like, well, we should also do stuff for the PvPers too. Dune is trash. There you go. What up, Simon? I've seen Simon has been in here quite a few times. I think he's saying it's trash, but I think he actually likes it, or he wouldn't keep coming back. Or maybe he just really liked me, man. Maybe you just love me that much. My wife laughed at that. Did you guys fucking hear that? I was like, maybe you just like me, and she laughed. I love you. You're toxic. Nani says hello. Looper says, here is my take. I'd love them to allow us to switch factions to allow balance with some form of cooldown, so it's not something happening regularly. Yeah, dude, I know they chose lore because they chose the lore. I mean, what are you gonna do? But it does suck that not many people want to play Harkonnen. If you learn the lore about the Harkonnen, there's not a lot of good guys in Dune, but if you learn the lore, it's even worse. Simon, who says Dune is trash. Night Horror, the 80% of audience now 1 year ago, a lot of people want PvP because the 8K active players are PvE. Yeah, that's what, so again, this is PvP players not liking the data and trying to change the data. It's just not the reality, guys. And it never was. It was pretty obvious. I'm sorry, it just was. It's just what the data is, guys. Nani says more in-game guild options. Okay, cool. This is in response to my having ways for players to connect and join a guild. I think many solo players would like to group up but don't know how. Okay. So I'm going to put that down as a note, actually. I've been keeping some notes because I think that's a really good point, Nani. So Nani is suggesting, and this is in line with, this is of the same type of issue that many of you guys are saying. And let's talk about that. And then let's combine, let's put our heads together and let's try to give really good feedback for them. So essentially, so I mean, this is also like, this is another thing that PvP concerns me because I PvP, and group content concerns me because I do group content. Solo content concerns me because I also do solo content, right? And not everybody does all of these things. So Nani's point here is that, you know, it seems like there are many people doing stuff solo, doing things that not in a group that would like to, but it is hard to make that happen. Cool. Because we didn't have PvP in year one. I mean, we had plenty of PvP early on. Yeah, as PvE, we can confirm that was why I took a break. Yeah. Rust have good numbers, Simon yells. Yeah, this is the same thing that happened. This is the same thing that keeps happening, is that people keep comparing games, and it's like apples and oranges. Dune is not Rust. Most people don't want Rust. Rust players want Rust. Yeah, they have it, don't they? You want a slightly different Rust? I'm not sure what exactly. I'm not really sure, you know, what is. I want this game to look like this other game I play. Well, you have that other game. You could just go play that game. And it's just not the reality of what Dune is, and what the player base currently is, and what they want it to be. I'm sorry, you know, it sucks. It sucks to be the minority. Again, so this is part of just like accepting reality. So you got to go, you know what the reality is, the numbers say this. Now, do I want something different to happen? Well, if you're me, I do. And I try to not do video game advocacy because it doesn't usually go very well. But it's just, I continue to do it anyways. I know I shouldn't. But if you want changes, you have to think, how do we get from point A to point B? And again, the way to get from point A to point B is not to make the game shitty for everybody else. The way to get from point A to point B is not to make PvEers life difficult, and go grief them. That is not how you're going to get what you're going to want. You know what you want. We're getting so many comments that I can't even catch up. I'm going to read through all these real quick, and I'm not going to respond very much. I was late getting to in-game DD at the start, but didn't participate keeping the enemy poor once I did. It was hard to win Lancerat as Harko, so controlling the control points was important to keeping up with the game. Yeah, controlling control points is definitely a thing. I have heard that so many times, well, the game allows me to do X, and therefore it is part of the game. Yeah, and it's a really shitty argument most of the time. It's usually an excuse for bad behavior. I didn't get any additional donkeys to pet in the update. I am so sad. Xenion says, I think your comment about PvP players. Oh, no, it's gone. It's now literally gone. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can't catch it over here. No, let me find it. Sorry, I can't. My chat bot isn't like keeping up with everybody. Maybe I'll just scroll this one to the current thing. I don't know what's going to happen, guys. One day this is going to be the norm, where I can't keep up with chat, and I'm very sad for this. I don't know how to do that. I guess I'll have to. Zenion says, I think your comment about PvP players lacking empathy is spot on. That's been my experience with the vast majority of so-called PvP groups in Dune, PvP being in quotes. Also a lack of moral direction. Yeah, I think that's going on. And then there are creators that are encouraging that kind of thing. I need moderators. Yeah, asking people to do an unpaid job. I don't make a living, Donnie. How am I gonna? Anybody want to be a mod? Brian says Dune has a solid core game. Open PvP has never worked in any persistent world. It works okay in games like Rust that start over from scratch. I wish they would look into faction wars and take ideas. That's a productive conversation. Moderators are great volunteers. Yeah. Let me see. Simon says the people are on housing become the game, or on housing because the game is empty. Yeah. So this is another thing that happens, man. It's like, Simon, you've said some stuff that's like, you're still engaging, man. So you do like Dune. You do like Dune. You either that or again, you really like me, but even my wife doesn't think that's fucking true. So you must really actually like Dune. Confirmed. The new pieces are granite, not plastone, so they aren't going to be as durable as the other sets. No. How do I shorten your name? Aurelia Morin? What can I call you that's shorter? Morin, okay. Aurelia Moore. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, the newer granites, you know what? They don't have quite as much health. You're absolutely right about that. That should be an easy fix. But you don't have to worry about them dissipating. You do have to worry about them getting destroyed. But it's actually better to catacomb using granite than it is weight wise. Honeycomb, I said catacomb. It's better to honeycomb using granite weight wise than it is to use plastone. With the plastone, it does have more health per wall. I did videos on this early on, so we can talk about that more. But it's actually good. It's actually fine. The newer granite styles aren't the same as the original. The original granite styles have some sort of hidden durability. All of the housing materials have a hidden durability. But the newer styles have a higher durability. The original, like stuff that you see in Haga Basin, like in the PvE areas, the yellow granite, I think it's yellow. I don't do colors. And I think the white as well will deteriorate, but like the Observer style will not deteriorate as rapidly because it has some hidden durability that's higher. Let me see where yeah. Oh no, I lost my place. There's so many comments. Difference is, Rodrigo says, Sean Murray is actually delivering good updates. So you don't have to keep apologizing each time you say it. It's just a lot. It's just hard for you. Oh, really? Morin. All right. Can I just say Morin? I'm going to go with Morin. I hope that's okay. Let me see. Oh, message retracted. Star Wars: The Old Republic for Life says, if a YouTuber does that kind of message, what kind of message are they sending out? Yeah. Sammy, what's going on? Sammy Yaza says, that was probably not the anvil. I was there at the start. Harkos were full on farming Atreides. Okay. We restarted, guys. Our guild, we started on a server that someone that I played with in the early access weekend was like all about it. And he's like, hey man, I found this server with a bunch of friends and like maybe you guys can come. And we didn't have a lot of people in our Discord that were interested in Dune. And they're like, hey man, can we do this server? And I was like, yeah. And then they immediately like quit the game. And we stayed on that server for a while, but then we all restarted. I made everybody restart, which made several people quit, which was my bad, to one that I had better ping on. I was like, why am I on this server for no reason that has bad ping? I want a server with good ping. And so we moved over to the Anvil. So we kind of had to restart about tier 6. And that, unfortunately, now those people can transfer characters over. But yeah, Xenion says, my guild did the same on our old server, Haro. We protected farmers and made sure people could get their tier 6. Yeah. And a lot of places did that. And one of the things that Joel said is like their original idea for the end game, for like the end game, worked well on some servers and didn't on others. And that's some of the feedback they've gotten. It worked really well. And I think some of it is when this kind of stuff happened. We protected people, we made sure everybody was having fun, and we understood that the person, the in-game player has a real life person that actually has, thoughts, feelings, emotions, and we also care about them as well because they're people, and we're all one group of people, right? One world, one love, Bob Marley. And people understand that and act accordingly. Yep, I just made a correction to your Discord for a comment that wasn't appropriate for the Discord. Okay. Thanks, Nani. Yeah, we're talking about like the Discord and just like making sure, if you come to That Wasn't the Boss, that's the Discord that I run. And if you come to content that we do as a group, people continually, I would probably say the number one comment Nani, back me up on this if I'm right. I would say probably the number one content or comment that we get is that people have never been to a place like this. I've never been to a server like this. I've never been to a guild like this. I've never been to a trial like this. And the crazy thing that we do that is totally different than, and it's not like there's not great place. There are a lot of really good places. They're just small. And the thing that really sets us apart is we just try to be kind and respectful to everybody. And at the same time, we can still be sweaty. You know, you can tell someone that they're not good enough for a piece of content without being a jerk about it. You can explain stuff to somebody without being, you know, a lot of things without being a jerk. And it's crazy how people are like, I've never been to a place like this. And it's like, it's so unfortunate because it's just the anonymity of the internet. People just feel like they, that they just, it's fine to treat other people on the other side of the keyboard like trash, and that's okay. Summer, okay. Cool. Yep. I just made a correction. Yeah, sorry. Read that. I would rather do an op than a WZ. Theory Carver, if you have those loud voices in the community, ones with platforms, if they encourage protecting farmers and not accepting seal clubbing, then the PvP community doesn't monkey see monkey do. 1,000%. 1,000%. And that's what we need. You know, we need people to be like, hey, this is what hey guys, we're not going to kill people solo farming for no fucking reason. Whenever they can't defend themselves and they don't want to, we're just not going to do it. You know, you just say that. And then people are like, well, we'll lose Landsrat or something. It's like, that's not really the case. That's not the reality we live in anymore. Rodriguez says, don't worry, I'm ranting too, only I'm doing it at the feedback forums of the official Discord. That dungeon metric is BS and it's presented as positive. Can you say more about that, Rodrigo? But I think I'm with you, man. On talking about the solo play is complete fucking nonsense. Yeah, because there's no reason to play in a group. That's why 75% of players are playing solo. And it might stay that way, but the data is not good as it stands right now. Seriously, I'm trying to stay positive, but PvP players quitting over the split just tells me they like dominating unprepared farmers. What are they upset about? Fighting other PvPers. Xenion says 100%. Yeah. Aurelia. Yeah. Rodrigo also on that same page. I think there's, yeah, that. I think that's what they're upset about. Now I can't farm people that don't want to PvP me, and I have to only fight people that want to PvP me, and I don't have as many victims. I mean opponents. Yeah. Simon says, it's the game where you are so angry, only feels wasted of time farming good gear for not having PvP. George Rivera says, a few months ago, a big Dune Awakening YouTuber. Hold on, let me pop this chat out so I can pull it over. Let me change my chat here a little bit. No, where'd the comment go? I love this so much, guys. I love having these conversations. I think they're really healthy for the community, even if you disagree with me. I know most people who disagree will just, unfortunately, just go somewhere else, but I like having these conversations. George Rivera says, a few months ago, a big Dune Awakening YouTuber published a video of his guild moving to Harmony and wrecking farmers. Huge negative response from his YouTube community. He took some time and changed his videos. That's great to see. Hopefully, they also stop wrecking the farmers. House Erebus, I've reached out to Steam for a partial refund for the missing content in the 4th DLC and the Season Pass. Do the change to cosmetics only, agreeing with you to vote with your wallet. Absolutely. Jacob says, I think the new world flagging system was the best way to implement PvP. RIP New World. Yeah. Unfortunately, New World was kind of doomed from the beginning. It kind of sucks. Xenion says just acting Erebus, but how is it cosmetics only? 10 new weapons, new armor, new dungeon, overland map. I think a lot of that stuff is free. It's not what you paid for. I mean, I still feel like I honestly am of the mind that I've gotten incredible value out of Dune, and I'd love to be able to have an excuse to throw more money at them. Chapter 3 ends with a message from Stilgar. Is it a lot of content? No, but it is more than just cosmetic. Yeah, I think, again, same kind of conversation. George says, unfortunately, he's now trying to ruin the game for everyone because he can't accept most people who bought the game want nothing to do with PvP, probably due to griefers like him. Okay, yeah, I don't know this person, but did you say Stilgar? I'm not going to comment. I'm not like trying to make a comment, but I just would like to know for my own informational purposes. I'm not trying to make comments about specific other YouTubers. But I doesn't mean it's market research for me. I just want to know what's going on. Oh, that's not I don't think that's the YouTuber's name. Maybe we're talking about someone else. I just thought they took the name from Dune. You monster, you abandoned me. You sound like a Care Bear. Sammy, who are you talking to? Let's not. You can name call me in my chat. Don't name call other people in the chat. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not okay with it happening to other people, just to be clear. And yeah, the name calling, I mean, yeah, the name calling is usually not super helpful. If we want to define terms, I think griefer is not name calling because I think it's a defined term. I mean, we could argue about what the definition is, but we mean someone who is only having fun. I mean, you can look it up, right? I don't know what we mean by Care Bear, so maybe we could define the term so we understand what you're saying. But let's make sure we're keeping it productive, because there could be an argument there. I want to make sure we're giving all sides. If there's a valid side to give. Gal says Joel went radio silent for 7 months after they split GD. He wasn't happy. Yeah, I think they also were buckling down. I don't think any of them were happy about it. That wasn't the original plan for the game, and I honestly think I think it breaks Joel's heart. I think he's upset about it. Erebus says, Xenion, agreeing that there's content in the free update in parallel to 1.4. I expected the 4th DLC to mirror the Lost Harvest in terms of a new location, mission, etc. Yeah, man. And again, like it is what it is. Like I think they pushed all that stuff off, and we'll get more later on next year. But yeah, Xenion said this is the first DLC since Chapter 3, wasn't it? It feels pretty equal to the Lost Harvest content wise. It feels like more than enough to me. Personally, yeah. Nani has some words. Brian McBride says, I really like Dune. I'll keep playing from time to time. I just think Funcom really needs to look at other games and steal good end game ideas. Dude, I think they're still going to come up with some really good stuff, man. I really do. Legendary Entertainment gave the contract to develop the game to Funcom. Ultimately, Funcom has to adhere to their vision, not their own. Let's not act Funcom has total creative control over the game. Correct. Colin is correct. Funcom does not have total creative control. No game developer, even if they are, well, the only game developers who have total creative control over their own games are independent studios owned by one person. And if that person also, what's up, Halls? And if that person also is part of the development team. So like 3 games, like 3 studios. There's literally a few more, but that's it. Funcom is owned by other people. And even when like a company is owned but allowed to do whatever they want, if the financials turn south, that changes because it has to. Because businesses are not in the business of losing money. And so that's what happened with PvP. And it's just really weird. I really don't understand it. Like, well, I do. I think it's people not knowing and not understanding the reality of the situation. And then there's a bunch of people that the issue with PvP in Dune Awakening is monetary. The way things were designed, even if you really liked it, the majority of players playing the game who purchased it did not like it. And so therefore something had to change. And then the comeback for that from a lot of PvP players is the data is wrong, which is like, I don't like your numbers, so I'm not going to accept reality. You know, and you know, there could be a situation where the data could be wrong in certain situations. By all accounts, by my take, it is not at all. It is not at all wrong. And a lot of people that are like, it's wrong, and they decide the data is wrong, and then they go look for a reason that it's wrong. And that's not how you approach things. You go, well, what does the data say? Is this accurate data? Okay, well, yes, it is. Okay, and it says this. And then it's like, oh, the developers are lying. Why would they lie about that? Joel is one of you PvPers, and a lot of people are hating on him, and he is the person who wanted the original vision that everybody loves, and those same people are hating on him. It's kind of shitty to do to a person, honestly, but people don't want to look at things, they don't want to understand the other side, they don't want to understand what's going on, but that's the reality. Like, that's what's going on. Some people don't like reality. I mean, I guess we've seen that in recent history, so maybe that's all that's going on. I don't know. But like, yeah, that's what I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you the truth. Yeah, so Team Harco, in spite of the lore, hey, we need Shane, we need some Harcos, man. We need some Harcos. And honestly, they have great drip. The Harcos, the black looks amazing. Xenion says, I'm basing my expectations from what was shown in March 25th. Yeah. At the time, purchased the season pass, specified 2 cosmetic DLCs and 2 story DLCs. Yeah. I think we're getting story still, right? I think it's still advancing the story. Cool. Appreciate it. Thanks for the clarification. But the Harco Balenciago goes hard. Yeah, it does. It does, Krabby. It does. What doesn't help is the testing stations aren't balanced correctly for groups. So even if you have a group, it limits the choices. 1,000%, Bob. 1,000%. I actually would like to prepare. I want to do a video. That's one of the ways that you can help. I can help give feedback. I don't mean to misrepresent. Like I get in the Discords, even when you get harassed sometimes, and I give feedback. That's one of the ways I communicate. And I communicate in the same public Discords you guys are. I also try to communicate via videos. The developers watch YouTube videos. That is how I have influence. The more people that watch my videos, the more clout that gives them. The more comments on the videos saying agree or disagree gives info to the developers. Also hearing things and explaining why things are the way they are. Like, I want to do a video saying, hey, guys, we've been telling you that the testing stations are still harder with groups. So your data is telling you can't trust that data. You need to make it where it makes sense, and then let's see where the numbers end up. That's the kind of stuff that we need to do. Commissioner Jan says if they wanted PvP, they should have set things up for group play and PvP. With some sort of leaderboard, honor system, or whatever. Jack Grimm says, for Rust, the comparison doesn't even make sense because they're custom server system and plugins. Looper says, Rust is also a toxic cesspool. Well, that would explain why a lot of the people that want Rust-like things also fall into that category. Not everybody, but an uncomfortable number. Gal says, try organizing modders to do a conversation to Rust to look like Dune. Try organize. Okay, modders to have a conversion to Rust to look like Dune. Okay, there you go. My question, Traffy says, my question is, where are PvPers upset? PvP is still in the game. Now you get to play with people who actually want to be there and engage in PvP, or is the issue that the easy targets are gone? So Traffy, some people are absolutely complaining because the easy targets are gone. I can tell you from my perspective, there used to be a reason to go out to the DD, and I think what needs to I think in the near future, what needs to change is we used to do testing stations, right, out in the DD, and you would get good gear. And there should have always been a way for PvEers to get all that same gear. and get all the same resources. That was always a problem. But you also want people to have a reason to go out. So if I can go get gear in a completely safe environment, or I can go get gear in a completely dangerous environment, even though I love PvP, I'm pretty incentivized to just go get it in the safe environment. It's just what makes sense. So it's hard to justify, and it's hard to be like, oh, I should go do this thing. So you're probably going to do that. Now, what we would like to see, and what they've tried to do, is like give me some reason to go out to PvP. And you know what? Like in games, generally speaking, there's always the risk versus reward. If I have more risk, I expect a little bit more reward. So what I would like to see is there to be some reason for me to want to go out there. Better drops. Right now, you get garbage gear in the testing stations. Why would you go do them at all? There's really no reason. And now if you have G4, G5 weapons and armor, like they're super easy. You could just blast through them. So it's kind of fun to do once, but it's not really fun to keep doing. What was really cool early on is that you cared about that gear and you'd want to go there because it was good. It was the best gear of the game. And again, PvE players should have access to that without PvPing. Not saying that, but it was the best gear in the game. And so you would go get that gear. You would run into other people doing testing stations, and they took a while. And so you had a decent chance of running into people, and then you could fight over those resources, and that was fun and engaging. Right now, we don't really have that. Right now, we're like, and also with the changes to the drop rates, it actually is kind of weird because it's made it so quick to farm up spice that your chances of finding someone farming spice have gone down a lot. And when you have low population servers and then this activity that happens very quickly, and no places to really congregate, no other places to really congregate besides a spice field, you're not really going to get PvP right now. And so that's what changes need to be made right now. And they have plans for that. I think they're looking towards no-fly zones, also adding the control points, and some other third thing that I can't remember right now. Yeah. Simon says, no, I don't care about being a minority, but let's see what will be the data in the next months. Funcom have the data since start, and only players go down and down, so probably are doing something bad since start. Players count always goes down after launch, though, in almost all situations, unless you just knock a home run. But yeah. I mean, it is important to look at those data, though, and I'm sure they are. What's up, Baxt? Nani says, I don't want Dune to become a toxic cesspool like Rust or any other game like that. I like what we have on Anvil. Anyone out there on Dune and not on the Anvil, please come over. Best server, best people, and even after I kill you in game, I say sorry and give you a G5 blueprint because I feel bad. There you go. There you go. John Hadnot says, if they didn't adjust the game and the majority of players and no one plays it and then the game just shuts down, then there's no game for anyone, so this change isn't that big of a deal. Yeah. Simon says, I will be satisfied if they do what data, I don't know, if they follow the data and do 80% PvE and 20% PvP. Yeah, dude. Again, like, so I pressed Joel in the call. Several people said that I was asking hard questions. I just felt like I was asking questions. I wasn't trying to ask hard questions. I was trying to ask important questions and get answers that mattered. And so I asked questions, but several people said I was asking hard questions. And Joel's and group said they didn't mind the hard questions. Joel, they want to make so first off, they're not abandoning PvP. They're not. Like they have plans to do stuff with PvP. And they said that PvP will always be part of the game, right? It's just a question of like how are they going to allocate resources, and I think if they continue to do that, I think things will be fine. You Xenion says the boss HP leap from 3 to 4-man group is way too much, and the ad scaling is bad too. Yeah, and they've improved that, but I don't think they're taking the majority of stuff into mind. I agree, Simon. They need a reason to PvP, control points, etc. Yeah. What's up? I'm Dish. What's going on, man? Xenion says remove control points made 0 sense to me. Well, they didn't make any. They're going to add them back. I think they have plans to add them back, man. I just think they didn't make sense in the new context, and I think that was true. Like, it didn't work with the system, and so they needed to change things. And I don't think they had the coding power and the resources to fix it at that point, Xenion. So I think that's why they took it out, man. It's just they just didn't have the resources to fix it right then, so they just did what they could. Yeah, removing the control points sucked. Contested zones were a lot of fun. Dude, my biggest issue with the control points is I think they should be continually active. Because if you can just capture it and then that's it, again, it's the thing where, like, there's no... it sucked. People would go on Tuesday and grab as many control points as they could whenever the deep desert refreshed. And if you're playing the game only on Saturdays, like, there's nothing for you to do. And it just kind of sucked. So I would really like the control points to be a continual thing so that we can continually fight over them. Simon says, Nani, stress relief, just want if they do 3 new small maps for PvE and 1 poor PvP, but they are lazy AF. Yeah, they're not. You're name calling, and they're not. It's just not true, man. They're trying to make the best game they can. Guys, when you get in your head about stuff, you gotta take a step back and go, does this match with reality? Do I think sometimes I hear players talk about games and you got to be like, do these players hate the game? Do they hate this? Like, that can't be true, right? And you know what? The thing is that after someone has been making a game for 5 years, a decade, they might not want to make that game anymore. That's a fair thing to say. They might be lazy, but I don't think these developers are, and I don't think that's what's going on, by all accounts. Yeah. Krabby says, would an overload PvP area with an associated rank system and rewards make sense? We have a PvP area already with the DD. I just think they need to fix it. We need a reason to go out there. And I think as time moves along, I think the PvP DD and I think the PvE DD might separate. Because they need to, because they're 2 different things. And I think they're just now beginning to think about it. And I think some of what is going on is like, development never is fast enough for players. Players will always get through content quick, like, I think that players will always go through content. Sorry, I just read another comment and I want to respond to it. And I distracted myself. Players will always get through content faster than it can be made. And I think with Funcom being behind the 8 ball by having the huge mistake at launch and having to redo how they're doing the game, it's a big deal. And it's just going to take them longer. And it's never going to be fast enough for us. And now it's even further out. What I'm trying to communicate to you guys more than anything is, from someone who cares deeply about games, from someone who cares deeply about this game, from someone who has been covering games for a number of years now, and when I say that, well, whatever. I think people got upset when I tried to give my credentials and like say, hey, here's why I might know what I'm talking about the other day. Just take my word for it or don't, I guess. They're doing the right things. I think they're doing the right things for players. If you want to talk about, is the game going to be what you want it to be? Are they going to have enough PvP for the hardcore PvPers? The answer to that is like ask me specifically, and I can probably tell you or give you a good idea. And the answer might be no. And the answer, that's just reality. That's all I'm trying to tell you. And just, you have to understand, like, hey, maybe this game isn't for you. Maybe you need to go play something else for a while. Maybe you want to come back or something. Or you want to keep raging or whatever. But I just worry. I want to act in you guys' best interest, and I want to help you make healthy decisions for what you care about is what it comes down to. That's really, and I care about this stuff too. Obviously I care about my own interest and whatever, in games and stuff like that. But At the same time, like, there's so many games out there and I play other games. I play games that I don't cover and don't talk about. Like, you know, it's a big world. It's a big world out there. Big world of games. Yeah. Let me see. So Rodrigo says, yeah, Insane said that you ask good questions, but Funcom Joel got defensive. I just want to say, Rodrigo, that I didn't feel like he got defensive, man. I think he is genuinely upset and genuinely hurt by what the game has become. Man, you could maybe say there's a little bit of defensiveness, but I didn't feel like he was defensive at me. I think he genuinely wants the game. He genuinely loved the core concept of the game at launch. And I think he is genuinely upset that this thing that he spent years of his life, half a decade, working on it's a loss. It can't be that way because of the metrics, because of the money. And at the end of the day, he even said that he has a boss. He has someone he has to answer to. And this is what happens with all games. The money said, you got to do something else because that's where the players are at. And I thought he was incredibly open and honest, and I thought he was vulnerable, and I really appreciated it. He answered my question satisfactorily for me, my questions. And honestly, like, I'm worried that he said too much, you know, cause like, I don't want him getting fired or something. Right. Like, and all he said was that, like, hey, I have to answer to people too. And when the finances say this, you got to do that. But I was incredibly impressed. I was incredibly positive after that. I really appreciated it. Most 99.99% of games companies will not do that sort of thing. And what I mean is the people inside them will not do that sort of thing, and the games companies will not allow that sort of thing. And the last thing I also want to see us as players and as content creators too do is beat anybody up because they're doing the right things. And that happens. You know the whole, like, don't shoot the messenger thing? People say that because people shoot the messenger. And yeah, man, so from my perspective, with my questions and everything, and just the whole thing, incredibly positive. And left feeling incredibly good about everything. Again, there's going to be certain realities, like the game, like PvP guys, the stuff that they want to implement, it wasn't directly on the roadmap. They weren't like, yeah, that'll be in Q3 or that'll be in, 2 updates from now. They were like, yeah, we'd like to do these things, and when we can, we will do them. I'm good with that. I'm good with saying and realizing that, like, hey, they want to do it. They'll try to do it. It's going to be a while, and it may never happen, too. They can't promise. He was very much like, I was like, hey, I would like a soundbite to tell the PvP community. And he was like, I can't give you that because I can't know for sure. I'm not the only one who makes decisions about the game. I would like to do it. And again, it seemed like it's just crazy to me. It's not crazy. It's just incredibly sad to me that there are people that are really mad at Joel when Joel is trying to do the exact thing that they want, and he is part of this group, and they're like turning on him, and he's like, I'm doing the best I can. Is he didn't say that, but he is. He wasn't like, hey man, I'm doing the best I can, like, but he is. And he can't control what the player base is, and he can't control the 90% of Steam comments hating on Force PvP. I don't know how else to keep saying that, but I keep repeating it because it is one of the most important takeaways that I hope most people get from this. Control points should reset after a timer. Xenion, I would be fine with that. Or if they constantly flip back and forth, I'd be fine with that too. But a timer would be fine. Jay Dealing Fire says, but they could have spent time talking about the PvP development in the dev stream. It's obvious it's a continuous issue and nothing was talked about. Jay, I can tell you why they didn't talk about it, man. They didn't talk about it because they can't promise anything right now. I can tell you from what they told me that, again, they care about it. They have plans, but Joel said repeatedly, like, I don't want to tell you about my plans because plans can change, and he didn't want to be. I mean, Echo is already planning a video about calling them all liars because he feels lied to, and he doesn't want to make more people feel, or like have more people feel that way. So that's why, man. It really is a situation. No matter what they do, somebody's going to be pissed off, which is also a pretty shitty situation to be in as a person. Yeah. Let me see. Gal says also, if PvP percentage numbers were low, it was partly the pull the ladder up behind you design contributed to pushing potential PvPer away who might not have been so adamantly against it. Gal, 1,000% correct. And I think that is kind of that Rust mentality coming from other games. That's how it seemed like the game should be played. So a lot of people wanted to play the game like that. And I don't really fault people that was their mentality, but this is the natural result in this case. Oh, Simon, that's a great point. Simon says, yeah, and I could argue if you like 100% farm game, go Deep Rock Galactic or Minecraft. Yeah, go play another game is like maybe not the best argument. Simon, I think you're right, man. And I think I was wrong. Yeah. But the thing is that what I'm advocating for is that you just got to realize the reality of the situation and then make your decisions based on that. That's what I think the core of what I'm trying to say. Because I do think some of what I was like, if you like Rust, go play Rust. If you want like a Dune-like Rust game, go get a mod to do that for you kind of type thing. And I don't mean to be dismissive about people who are like, no, asshole, Night Haro, I really like this game. I just want these features. I do apologize. I don't mean to be dismissive about that. I never want to feel like my opinion is the only opinion or that it's the only correct opinion. So I do appreciate the pushback, man. And I'm glad that you're here. What makes me very angry, and we didn't talk about, is that they said no to mods. Dude, I don't care. So you got to tell me why you're mad about that, because like that doesn't, not that like I'm telling, like me as a person that's not even on my radar, man. So explain to me why that's help me understand where you're coming from with that. Looper says, why when we have farmers in Dune who gather resources for the guild, Minecraft is boring and that's also okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a different game. If you're happy, I'm fine with it. It's good that you felt it was a forward moment. Yeah. Yeah. And I appreciate that he said that. I will say that Insane too. He had some questions. He did a really good job of making sure he was representing his community with his questions and stuff. I think the player base is 80% PvE and 20% PvP. They're going to focus PvE more than PvP as the game still has many issues in PvE still. Yeah. Well, and they got to keep those players. They're doing both. They really are, guys. Like, I know they didn't announce anything. The issue that if you feel like you didn't get what you wanted in this update, in this developer live stream, because you're interested in PvP or because you want more from PvP, the main takeaway is that I promise you they're trying, and they're trying to do it as fast as they can. It's not because they don't care, and not because they're not trying, and not because they're not listening. Again, they made mistakes. I'm worried they're continuing to make mistakes. But it's not because they are not listening. It's not because they're not trying, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to make that clear. I just want that to be people's takeaway, because I think that's the reality of what's going on. I think of the player base. Yeah, sorry, we already read that. Looper says, I'll never understand the argument. We'll go to Minecraft then, because people aren't PvPers. I say that as a PvP player and do. Yeah. I think some of this is we're kind of talking past each other too. Looper says, Nani, don't get bored when a lot of time passes without PvE patch, so don't treat me like a hater of the game. Yeah, we're getting a little personal, a little bit offended. Yeah, I don't know if you mean to, Simon, but you've said some things that are like quite extreme, man. But you're still here and you're still talking about it. Like you said, the game was trash, but you're still here and you're still talking about it. So I think there might be a little bit of communication breakdown, man. The problem wasn't Force PvP itself, but the griefers gatekeeping whole servers from even accessing T6. Yep. I died 6 or 7 times before I even got some T6 gear, and it felt like a completely hopeless uphill battle that cost me several thopters. Yeah, it feels like shit, doesn't it? It feels bad, and it's because it was bad game design, and it was always going to happen like that, and that was bad game design. That part is completely on the developers, because that what happened there, Jan. Everybody knew that that's what was going to happen. The people that had 1,000 hours or more, whatever, from playing on the from playing in beta testing, rushed to the DD, and their friends that weren't beta testers but just got the game helped them, and they learned, and they all rushed to the DD, and then they gained experience from these people that had 1,000 hours in the game already, and so they got better much more quickly, and then they basically tried to lock down the DD from people. And that was very frustrating to a lot of people. That was entirely predictable, and was predicted by players, and was the fault of the development team entirely. I just want to make that very clear. It was a bad idea from the start, and should have been thought through better. What does make me angry, and we didn't talk about, is that they say no to mods. Yeah, okay. They cannot do mods due to the IP. Oh, okay. Cool. That's interesting. Yeah, there you go. If we have own servers and mods, we can add our own dungeons or whatever we want. Yeah, like Steven said, this is the most disappointing live stream I've seen since the game started. Oh no. I'm sorry, I just don't buy that. They're not talking. Are you talking about PvP, Rico? I mean, they're not talking about it here, man. I explained this. They're not talking about it here because they can't promise us something, because they don't know. Because they can't like promise it, man. But I think it's probably gonna happen. They're working on it, man. I mean, that's all we can hope for, you know. Dune, what's up, Lord? Dune is cooked now. All I want is another double XP weekend. Lux Exterior said, yeah. Hi, is there any info regarding the red bar? Is it true that the developers don't plan on removing this mechanic? Yeah, let's talk about the red bar. Yeah, there is no plan on removing the red bar. I can also tell you that a lot of people have been like shouting about remove the red bar. I'm actually not on this page. And I think that a lot of people are actually not on this page. I want the red bar because I want it to suck when you die. What I don't want is to not be able to farm up gear faster than I lose it. I think that's super, super terrible too. Like, I don't like that effect. The red bar also is a core mechanic in the game, and they have added more to it with these new specialization systems. The red bar is integrated very much into the gameplay, max durability loss, like all this stuff. If you get crafting up, guys, and you level up, it becomes, I'm not even level all the way up, it becomes a lot less of an issue on losing this durability. And I honestly think that they have it to a place where it is acceptable. It actually might be too generous at the end game, and I don't want to play a game where it literally doesn't matter if you die. That is so much worse. Playing a game where it doesn't matter if you die, to me, and this is an opinion, right? It could be a wrong opinion. It could be an unpopular opinion. Playing a game where it doesn't matter if you die is just it's just very disappointing. It is just not very fun. And yeah, I just generally speaking don't want to do that. I I took all the fuel out of here because I thought I'd need it. I didn't. Let me put it back. Oh, dear God, we've got fuel for days. Yeah, a lot of people really don't like the red bar, and I think they're mad about and they're upset about the situation as it exists currently, which I think is valid and totally fine. But I don't think it is the only problem. And I think honestly, if the red bar is just not, it's too painful. And and Joel actually acknowledged this the other day. He said it's too painful, and it has been too painful since the beginning. And they've made a bunch of steps to fix it. And I think that some people are still feeling like the red bar. I may have done some guild chores this AM. Thank you, Nani. I think some people might still be looking at the red bar before the crafting changes. And yeah, the dungeons need to be changed and stuff like that. I'm not saying that, but I actually like the red bar. I know this is getting a lot of conversation. Let's see what everybody has to say. All right, cool. Well, thanks, Donnie. Thanks for dropping in. And good luck on the errands. Mirth Goddess says, I've already lost an Ornithopter to Griefers in PvE, but it's whatever. This is the Deep Desert experience. Yeah. But, some people aren't going to be so cool with that. And I'm sure, Mirth, you understand that, right? I'm sure you can appreciate that. Lux Exterior said, Insane brought up the red bar to developers who were unreceptive to the idea of making it go away. Yeah. And honestly, we could kind of tell that by the fact that they just implement it even more into the core game. I know that I think he does, but I know definitely people in his community don't like the red bar. I just disagree. I just think it's an issue of... Oh, no. Did the stream die? What's going on here? Sorry, guys. I think we're having a little bit of a hiccup there. One moment, I lost my chat. Let me find out where we were. Red bar can stay, but also keep the glitches that let us remove it. Like we have been. That's the same as removing it. Yeah, it is. Exactly. Keep red bar, but loot drop has got to... Well, that's the frustrating thing, too, is that people, who've been using the glitches, and people who've been using other exploits have been playing a different game than the rest of us, and that's kind of... That kind of sucks. And when the game screws up too, I think that's also a big thing. When the game is not fit, I said this before. I put it in a short that I think a lot of people were on board with. When the game is not running correctly and the net result is when the game is not running correctly and the net result is that you're losing durability, it's infuriating, and it's understandable that people would want the red bar removed in those situations. So I totally feel that. Shootbox Gaming, exactly. Keep the red bar, but loot drop has got to keep up with the degradation of gear. Yeah. Rico says no because they don't have the knowledge. They removed it. Lord Hoon, the game has no in-game mechanic to bring groups together. Yep. I think that's largely true, Lord Hoon. I think it's an issue. Free healthcare. What's up? Free healthcare in the chat. Hey, free healthcare has to be. What's going on? Free healthcare has to be from. Oh my gosh! Also, someone raiding with a party of Sassy. Thank you. 53. How long ago was that? I'm so sorry, guys. I've been so behind on chat. My sincerest apologies. Have these been going through? Yeah, they have been. Okay. Thank you guys for dropping it in. Man, I'm so glad free healthcare is here. Don't we all want free healthcare? For those of us in the U.S. that don't have it, I just want to talk about free healthcare for a second. I love the name and I love what you did there. Free healthcare is amazing. I would love free healthcare. In fact, I have free healthcare because I served in the military in the U.S. So I get free healthcare. I would like it for everybody else. Saucy, thank you so much for dropping in, though. I'm so sorry that I didn't see. I need to get my I need to get my Twitch alerts. I still don't have them set up. Usually there's like 2 people on Twitch. Let me catch up here. Okay, I don't know what we're talking about. I'm just so excited about free healthcare. I feel like it's just a dearth of creative thinking on Funcomp's part. Buckets for Days says, no, you're right. If you want PvP game, death needs to have some kind of consequence. It's kind of where I'm at. Rico says they have come up with a new overland map, skins, and builds. I am so sorry, guys. I was so far behind on chat. You need to have a red bar, but we need better drop rates. Osbia, what's going on, Osbia? Says, with a tractor nerf, the red bar is worse since you do durability shooting. Simon White, Dune is a sandbox in which there have been multiple activities. I only complain when they don't include variety if they have already got a lot of work. Do like Bethesda and let us fix the game with mods. I think that's kind of already addressed that, man. Osbia, it would be okay if you could replace things before you kill items. Only 10 minutes ago. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Hey, guys, I'm Night Haro, and I like to play games and talk about them. I don't know what else to say. I like all aspects of the game. I want everybody to have fun playing games. How bad did it feel to hear them brag about players playing testing stations for 15 minutes a day? Hamster wheeling should not be a talking point. Hamster wheeling is so. Hamster wheeling has an appropriately negative. Wait, hold on. Free Healthcare had a question. What's an example of a game like? Oh my God, I'm so far behind these chats. I can't do anything with them. A game with no death penalty. Oh, Elder Scrolls Online has no death penalty. I mean, you could say technically it has one, but it's like it's immaterial. Honestly, it's like sometimes time. I think time being the penalty for death also sucks. It basically means you're wasting your time playing the game. Yeah, so that is the thing that like it. Yeah, having no penalty or the penalty being time. I mean, WoW, when you go in Ghost and you have to run back to your body back in the day, I don't know what they do now. I haven't played in a while. But I think that those are a couple of the most disappointing things. Well, I will forever live with the shame of this moment. Hydro Bandit says, what we think of the Funcom live stream. I thought it was good, man. I mean, I'm kind of combining it with the creator call they had the other day, which I thought was amazing. So yeah, I thought it was all good. Yeah. So what they needed to do with the dungeons, guys, and what all games need, all MMOs need, is you need a loop for players to play through that is enjoyable. And regardless of how you feel about it, like there are metrics as far as like time played, and you need to play in content. Like, hey, people are going to play my game continually. People want content to be able to play my game continually. Okay, well, how long do we expect them to play? And then you come up with a number, and then you go, okay, from that number, what do I do with that number? And if you say, oh, we expect people to play an hour a day, then you need to plan to make sure they have content that they want to play for an hour a day. So that's where that stuff comes from. Companies will take those metrics and do very bad things with them, but it isn't like that the metric and the data in general is bad. And I think, generally speaking, Funcom has, so far, I don't know what their overall approach is, but so far it's been fine. You do want some repeatable content, and they need that. They need content for us to play so that we don't go play other games and never come back. But we also don't want to feel like we're on a treadmill or a hamster wheel, because that's a not fun experience. And it can be, at least. Sleepy Do Nap says, funny that Funcom casually dropped that the smugglers was going to be the third faction. Yeah. I think I asked about it. I specifically asked about it, Sleepy. And so they answered earlier in the week, and I think that might be why. And there's been a lot of speculation, so I thought it was pretty cool that they dropped it. Jack Grimm says, I honestly wish there was a way to fix loot drops from the locations, probably via some consumable. Would probably have to be on cooldown system. Just getting bad RNG can be annoying. Yeah, dude, pretty much every game with hardcore significant RNG mechanics, everybody wants a pity mechanic. I'm one of them. I think we all, I don't know why this isn't, I think it honestly should become a standard practice. That's actually a really great point. I think it should just be a standard practice in games. Hydro Bandit says, I just don't get why they scrapped the polar caps. It could have been so good. We'll see. Did they scrap it? Hydro? Do we know that? I don't know if I picked that up entirely, that like they're going a different direction. Did they say that? Maybe they did. Xenion says our guild's 100 level 100 crafter would be upset if they remove the red bar. I can tell you that. Yeah, right. News of the stream death were exaggerated. Okay. Maybe there should only be durable loss on dying rather than every time you shoot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't have an opinion on that, Stephen. But yeah, I think they're you know, changes could be made and should continue to be made to the red bar system. But I don't want it to just go away, personally. I use the glitches and repair tricks to keep playing the game because other game is unplayable to me otherwise. I would not be playing the game if there was no repair trick. Yeah, I can agree with that, Rico. Like so what happens is, like, if the game is working as intended, then playing it as intended seems like a fair thing to do. When the game is not working as intended, and is causing you grief, in unintended ways, and there's no recourse, I get it. I thought it was my internet. Without the red bar and no consequences for death, people don't care and take risks more. And if you think griefers are bad now, what if they had no consequences? Yeah, and I mean, part of the problem with that, Bob, too, is that a lot of these griefers also were dupers. So they have infinite resources right now, and hopefully eventually that won't always be true. Hydro, what do we think of the live stream? Yeah, what did you guys think about the live stream? What were your takes on it? Good, bad, or other? I kind of want to put up a poll. I can't do this in Twitch. I'm sorry for the 25 peeps over on Twitch, but I just want like a good, bad, or other is all I'm looking for. Let me do that. This is not a scientific poll, but I am curious. Let's see what people have to say. I'm just going to throw it up. I'm just curious. Curious what you guys think. I also served in the military, but I don't get free healthcare. Do you not, Nani? We've talked about this before. I know there's problems up there. And you deserve it because you served even a lot longer than I did. Xenion, then you're playing the game. Okay, I think that was a response to something else. I think I missed it. I watched the Funcom live stream the most PvP I've ever seen was in the chat. Oh man, were people getting heated, man? Well, there's a lot of PvP players that again are worked up about stuff that I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen, and they don't want to accept reality, and so they think that just yelling is going to help. I'm sorry, like I genuinely am sorry. Like I know it sucks for the people that genuinely just want something and aren't being jerks and aren't griefing people and whatever, and they expected one thing and they got another. Like it sucks. I really do. I understand. I do feel for that community. Hopefully it's some of you guys too. Funny that Funcom cash. Yeah, okay, we read that. Okay, cool. I caught up on Twitch chat here, so. I feel so bad about Twitch. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going to keep feeling bad about it. Xenia, I'm playing the game the way that I like it. I don't need to play the game the way that you like it. Okay. All right. Let's keep it cordial, guys. Keep it cordial. Moran says, I think they answered that, but it was unbelievably low. I thought they said they expected people to play 45 minutes, but I might have misunderstood that part. I think that they were coming. Yeah, I think yeah, maybe it is really low. I don't know. Was disappointed. Nothing they mentioned was interesting to make me keep playing the game. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm interested in the new dungeon. I'm pretty excited about that, and I'm interested in the new set. They know that it's not a lot for what that's worth. They do know. It's just kind of yeah. So, understandable that you'd feel a little bit disappointed. Cheshire. Okay. Sent me something about the dungeon. Third faction is dead. Yeah. Didn't say that you had to, but exploits are bad for the entire community. Yeah, well, and some are worse than others too. I don't think people repair glitching their stuff after the game has like abused them is the worst thing in the world. I will say. Did Joel ask Tasha to stoke his swerve at one point? I only caught a bit of that part. And knocked me on the door. Yeah. There was that comment at the end was where they ended the stream was I was dying. I was dying laughing. So we'll keep using exploits. Fixed it for you. Poor game mechanics are worse to the entire community than exploits. I think that's true. Well, on the roadmap, it was supposed to be part of the upcoming update. They didn't mention it at all, so everyone is assuming it was scrapped. Oh, you know what? That's something maybe we can get, Hydro Bandits, maybe we can get some clarification on that, because I don't necessarily think I don't know if that's true or not. It might just got to push back. How's the red bar a poor game mechanic? It makes you have to consider your actions, engage at doing something is worth the risk. Yeah, otherwise there's zero full consequences to a game that's supposed to be full of risk. Yeah, because it encourages you to not use your best gear, and the drop rates are so brutal that replacing the broken game is almost impossible. Rico, exactly my point. Healthcare is a human right. They are, but I'm talking about them as if they are not. I'm sorry, healthcare. I didn't mean to other you. Rico, exactly my point. What you're saying, man, okay? Because it encourages you to not use your best gear, that's a problem. And the drop rates are so brutal that replacing the broken gear is almost impossible. Also a problem. These are two fixable problems without removing the red bar. So this in the expression that you would use is don't throw out the baby with the old-timey expression, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. That's what we're talking about. That's what's going on. The red bar is not it is these other things that are the true problems, and I don't think it's the red bar. And a lot of people that are saying get rid of the red bar, I don't, and you know what? A fair number of them probably just disagree with me. But I think some of them also are not taking into account that what the red bar provides. And I think just getting rid of the red bar does not solve the problem. I think it costs us stuff as well. King Fox says, was disappointed nothing they mentioned was interesting to make me keep playing the game. Yeah. Started out on the dev stream proper, but switched here. I had some feedback, but 100% sure they'll never see it there because 99% of the comments were so toxic. Yeah, that sucks. If you got any more comments you haven't told me, like drop them in the comments though. I will do my best to pass on anything I can. Put it in a video maybe. Drop rates need to be a correction, but overall they are not so brutal that you can't replace gear as you use it. Xenion, that is going to be highly dependent on the person. I can, but I don't know if the average player can or feels that they can, which also might be even more important. New dungeon with 50 gazillion ads, probably completely scaled past all reasonable difficulty. I miss what the Water Wars DLC actually was. Water Wars DLC equals new building pieces and a new dungeon. Yeah. And some new skins. That's it. Yeah. Oh, you're good. Yeah, sorry if I missed something. Clarifications on that would be great. Was really looking forward to it. Yeah, cool. I'll see if we can't get that. I can ask right now. I don't know if I'll get an answer, but I'll ask. Let me see. I probably won't. Let me see. A lot of people are assuming that since how do I want to word this, guys? What's the exact thing? Is it polar caps? Was said. Or is it is this true, or is it just being pushed back to a later update? The latter was my impression. Let me see what you guys have to say before I hit enter on this, just to make sure I'm wording that. Does anybody have anything else? I mean, I'm not going to ask them a bunch of questions, guys. I just want to get an answer to this one thing. I don't want to be. They can't answer every question we have. There's literally not time for it, so I just want to be respectful of their time. But this does seem like a big deal, so I would like to. They want this corrected if it is in fact that it just got pushed back. Yeah, cool. So I agree that the red bar could be fixed by fixing the game mechanics around it, but as it stands right now, see, this is interesting. This actually happens in politics. I'm not going to get into politics, but we actually agree. We're saying different things, and we feel different ways, but we actually agree on the core facts, which is awesome. And I love being able to talk to the point where we can see the other side. You know? This happens in politics all the time. Like one group, like people try to divide in factions and whatever, but like people as a whole often agree on what they want. It's just like disagree on how we go about it, right? Like free healthcare. Who doesn't want free healthcare? You might not think that you can afford it. You might not think that there's other issues with it, but like we all want it, right? Free education. These things make sense for everybody. I've been using the same grade 5 perforator for 3+ weeks, and it's still not even half used. I also average 20+ hours in game. Yeah. And you're like crafting 100 too, right? I assume that's what I think you had mentioned that, or you have somebody. I'm not. I'm 50, and nobody else is higher than me in our guild. But yeah, it can be painful. Moran says, okay, so I saw a different streamer start a first playthrough, and they had trouble finding a server they could join because the preferred servers are by ping and population and a third of the lowest. Oh. Okay, that sucks. Hopefully with the servers being combined, that would solve that problem. I thought the Water Wars DLC was going to be an expansion. Yeah, that changed. That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I guess I should have led with it more, or said more about it. They changed this from being a chapter upgrade to being like release or patch, whatever, because they had to delay some of the content. But you are correct, Haro. My individual experience is not every gamer's experience. My grade 5 shotguns, yeah, that was just Xenion was saying that in response to like, I don't have a problem with this, but Xenion's probably better than the average player, and it can be hard to realize or understand that. All right, I'm going to send that. Hopefully that's okay. I hate to ping. Cool. All right. Let me see what we got here. My grade 5 shotgun is reduced to 25% durability with 1 afternoon of attempting to run higher level dungeons. Also, the skill to prevent durability loss was broken for weeks. You know what? I might have should have just asked the other creators in this Discord. Yeah. Are you cycling through lightning and fire as you level your gear? Yeah. Population servers are locked. It would be nice if they could make the preferred ignore the locked servers, unless there is a friend on the server if they are looking at the list. Okay. So people are not able to find a server. Moran, you're saying that people are not able to find a server that has has good ping, is in their area that isn't locked. Is that my understanding? Sleepy says a system with 1 or 2 chosen blueprints that you would select at the start of each testing station run would increase that specific percentage drop rate for each rerun. Yeah. Yeah, and Sleepy, just so you know, like how I would approach this, because so many times developers have their own views of how things should be done and whatever. I would approach this like as hey, the problem is still the drop rates. Here's 4 options that community has thrown out, or you guys could do your own thing, but something needs to be done. I made a video, just so you guys know. I'm sure many of you maybe haven't seen it, but I did make a video and posted it in their Discord saying like, hey, here's the deal. Here are the problems, and trying to make it very clear. And I told them that the double drop weekends feel good, which means you could friggin' double the drop rates and it feels okay. So like, we increased this by 2%. It's a 20% increase. It's like, that's not enough, guys. It is not enough. They are listening and they are iterating, but it is not fast enough. And I wish they would take more of like a binary search approach, where if anybody's familiar with a binary search, basically you're picking something you know won't be the correct answer probably, but it helps you more quickly narrow down on what is the right answer. And I feel like they were like, oh, we just need to bump it a little bit, and it's like, no, dude, bumping it a little bit is not okay. That is not enough. Yeah, it's just so underdone for what needs to be done. That was the best combo we found when progressing the dungeons. Yeah, it's going back through those couple. Yeah, for sure. He did preserve, but you could tell how frustrated he was getting on the stream. Yeah, or persevere. I'm sorry. You could tell how frustrated he was getting on the stream. I'm trying to catch the thread on that. I assume we're talking about Joel. Man, dude, my heart goes out to Joel. I think he's just trying as hard as he can, and I really feel bad for him. He's in a rough spot, and there was mistakes made, but I think he's trying overall, and I'm pretty happy with that. What do people mean with the red bar? Do they mean the health bar? Oh, Vincent, yeah, this has been no, they mean the permanent durability loss here, man. That's what they mean. Yeah. I agree the dungeon needs fixed. Absolutely. Vincent, with each repair, there's a bar. Okay, cool. Thanks for answering. Rico says, at least with the PvE DD, I now have access to enough spice to even consider using augments and start to repair my gear normally. Yeah. Yeah, so you're still very, very early in the process compared to Xenion, I think. I think that is helpful for us understanding each other and where everybody's coming from. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, now I get it. Yeah, no worries. Honestly, people have been thinking too, like, thinking that the red bar is like the worm bar and stuff too. So that's my fault. I'm just trying to keep an eye out to see if we get an answer. Let me see. I just got to read these comments, and I don't know if I can. I don't want to read them out loud because they're not intended to be public. These are from other creators, but I just want to check and see if anybody's clarified this for me. So forgive the couple of moments of silence. Yeah. Somebody is pointing out that like the heavy armor does look like it's prepared for cold weather environments. I thought I saw snow for a second too, but I was probably imagining it. And then someone's maybe saying that maybe that's not it. Yeah. What you type sounds good. They just need to be upfront and say that it's delayed instead of confusing the community into thinking it's scrapped because the majority of things for Water Wars DLC. Yeah, I think this could just be down to an unfortunately bad communication thing. Yeah, thanks, Hydro. Thanks for that. Previously, that was not even possible due to PvPers gatekeeping spice. Maybe, well, yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been that bad in a while on the servers that I've been on, but yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's still not great on Harmony. I say that. The last like 3 times I went out harvesting spice on Harmony, I got wrecked, and I got 0 spice, and it was kind of frustrating. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna transfer a character over with a bunch of spice, because I was trying to like skip ahead and do things quickly because it's a alt. And I was just like, yeah, this is just not really worth it. Zenio says maybe not better than the average player, but my good is very good dungeon runners and strats. My guild, I think, is very good dungeon runners and strats that help us build up some serious schematic banks. Xenion, I would just tell you from my experience, man, most likely you're actually way better than the average player. You may not feel like it, but you probably are, just by what you're telling me there. A lot of us, this is the, this happens a lot. It's kind of like the other side of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where like people that are better at something maybe don't think they're as good as they are because they know how much they don't know. But yeah. Rodrigo says the preferred server doesn't even work. I'm in South Brazil, almost Uruguay, and they suggest me to play in Europe. Yikes. Okay. Let me make a note of this, guys, because I would like to make some. I really shouldn't do game advocacy because it usually doesn't go very well, to be totally honest with you guys. But I just can't help myself. I just want to. So my wife calls me Clippy, and she doesn't always mean it the most complimentary of ways. Let me see. So the issue is preferred servers not making sense. And hard to find a low ping server that is hard to find a low ping server that's not locked. Does that encapsulate the problem? Cool. I'll just keep I've been trying to keep some notes. I was taking some during the thing too. Moran says it prioritizes the lowest pops, so they have a third of the servers roughly to look through at the top before they find one they can create a character on. Oh, okay. The double XP weekends were the single most fun part of the new Overland maps. Yeah, double drop weekends are 100% the right loot level for those dungeons. Even putting a lock next to the server name would help. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, it seems like this is like a temporary problem, but it seems like a big one. Getting a third weapon augment was also huge for progression. Yeah, I bet it was. After server merge, lock servers won't be there long, but until then, it was a frustrating barrier for anyone starting. Okay. Yeah, Noah was talking about the random streamer I found that wanted to start playing the game. Okay. I'm actually not that early in the process. I have chests and chests and chests full of G-class augs. I've just chosen never to use them because they were care costs. They're extravagant, and I never had that much access to spice before. Rico, do you just not go out to PvP before? Or were you someone who just like, I don't want to do anything? G4, G5 blueprints, and G4, G5 augs. Okay, so you're just playing in a way that I wouldn't have expected myself, my friend. I would say unexpected behavior. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting info for us as we can. So anyhow, well, Haro, this was a pretty cool conversation to be part of. Earned a sub from me. Keep going. Hey, I thanks. Appreciate it, Xenion. Have a great day, man. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate. I'm very proud of the guild we build. We do have some really good players. I bet you guys do. That's awesome to hear. Vincent says, did anyone recognize what they teased in the picture the devs mentioned? It was in the strategy room. What? No, man. Also, we got to go check out weapons. I want to check out the weapons. Let's get to that here. Tempest says so basically the real Chapter 4 update is pushed back. Perhaps the console release, will there be polar caps? I think the real Chapter 4 was pushed back, Tempest, because of the console release. The polar caps map, I'm trying to get an answer on if stuff like that is still coming. I'm afraid I'm going to get an ambiguous answer, but I don't. Everybody's kind of assuming it was canceled, and that was not my understanding. Yeah. Krabby, what's up, Krabby? I'm in the process of moving out of Harmony right now. Okay. Are you coming to us, man? You coming to the Anvil? We're cool. We're cool. We're not that cool, but we'd love to have you. We'll be excited to see you because we're not that cool. Ping for the streamer wasn't the big issue I saw. Oh, okay. Jukebox Gaming, as a very average player, I'm maxed at level 14 and all my gear I bought to get that far. Okay. Yeah, I think the scaling on the dungeons is totally jacked. As someone who's like pretty familiar with PvE content in all its forms, I think it's not great. Yeah. Yeah, I think Rico, I agree with Xenion. You got to fight that risk aversion. Like, it's fine, dude. Put those mods on. It'll make things easier. I did PvP when my guild was active, and we had numbers to go and get spice. And, oh, you know what, Morin, if you have a link to that streamer having that issue, I would love that. I don't know if you can link here on YouTube. I think it'll eat it. I don't know if you're in the server, but I would love a link if you can. Or you can tell me the streamer. I could find it that way. Because that would be very helpful to just like send him a clip. I could just clip it and be like, hey, here's the problem. I did PvP when my guild was active and we had numbers to go and get spice and fight PvPers, but the guild melted away after the streamers moved on to other games. After the streamer, okay. But since then, since the new year, I've been essentially a solo player with a small group of friends to run dungeons with, but very limited access. Yeah. Let's get this going. Let's take a look at these friggin' weapons. God, why have I taken this long to look at the weapons? I was so excited about them earlier. Hey, let me pay some bills while I pull that up real quick here on YouTube. Binary Atlas. Okay, perfect. Sweet. All right. Let's get this up. Sorry, it's going to take me just a second. Oh no, that's good. Hey, Morin, that's more than enough. That's totally good. It is. No stress. All right, let me find the stream from today. Cool. All right, I'm just trying to scroll to the part where they showed us the weapons, because I want to know. It's got to be here, right? A little bit before, a little bit after. I don't remember if it was after this part.
or some sort of.
Let's not go into too much detail.
Okay, sorry.
Let them discuss.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, this is. I really like this new armor.
Here,
Is
yeah,
gorgeous.
in the smuggler design, in the water shippers design, obviously. So there's quite a lot of new.
I'd take a timestamp. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, that would be cool. I assumed it was at the beginning, but yeah, if it's further on the timestamp, I wouldn't complain. Yeah, either way. Yeah, I have screenshots of all of those if you want those. Oh, cool.
Drops actually.
I think there's like
I'll just grab my
5
own
new
here.
ranged
Dungeon.
weapons.
I need to do the
5
same.
new
Yeah, thanks, man.
melee weapons.
weapons.
Yeah, this is Camille's.
All right, here I'll just. Oh, that's oh, I need to use the snipping tool. Xenion, are you in the Discord, man? Send it to me. I take him. If you don't mind. It's linked here on YouTube. I would love that, man. Or I can grab him later. It's not a big deal. What did you sell to get 2 billion Solari? So I was doing the high-level testing stations early on. And I'm one of the only people so that was on our server that was doing them. Like literally there was maybe one other person who was doing them at the same level early as I was. What happens though is people from the big servers I'm not, but yeah, please drop in, man. Yeah. So I was anyways, I was doing the high level testing stations and I was only selling G4 gear. But what happens is people server hop or they have alts and they come from the really populated servers. It's actually a problem for the game. And they periodically, like once a week, someone would just buy up everything that was in the auction house. So I was putting up G4 stuff from anywhere from like on the very, very low end, at least like 8 mil up to like 70 mil ish. For G4 gear, and then I think I sold like 1 or 2 G5 things for even more than that. And I had enough stuff because I wasn't using any of the G5 stuff. First off, we geared out everybody in the guild with at least G4, and then once everybody was working on G5, we would sell the G4 stuff, or at least I would. And early on, I was doing a lot of the testing stations, so that's how I got 2 billion Solari. And then people were hopping because like on Harmony, like 1 billion Solari is like not a big deal. On the server I'm on, it's a huge deal. I don't think like one or two other people on the server have like 1 billion Solari, like, and that's only recently, and they got it like way after I did because I stopped selling stuff. But yeah, to be fair, I think I also probably bought a lot of the schematics you put on the market, so you're welcome. Oh, Lucas, did you? Oh, that's funny, man. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it, man. How'd you get your Solari then to buy that? Tangent question: should I wait for the stream PC, or which pre-built PC do you recommend for going back to Dune Awakening? I also wait for PS5 and hope for cross progression, cross play. Erebus, I don't know what your price range is, man. I pre-built PCs. I'd have to recommend Gamers Nexus if they recommend any. I so much want to recommend people build their own PC, but I know that's not practical for everybody. We have help channels if you're interested in talking and like getting a decent, hey, I've got X dollars to spend. Can anybody help me pick out some PC parts? Or can anybody give me advice? Would love to help you. Dude, it can be difficult because there are so many problems with the hardware market for PCs right now. But I think getting in on the Steam PC would not be a bad idea. I think that would probably be a very good idea, and I would wait. I think that would be my current advice. I also am someone who would strongly recommend that you kind of buy your own, and would recommend that personally. It's not that hard. I sold Melange, plasteel plates, basic T6 schematics before Chapter 3 dropped, back when an ancient way would go for many millions. Okay, there you go. The funniest part of this game is how the Atreides guilds act like Harkonnens and how Harkonnen is the most rage-inducing server at the moment. That's funny. Or Harmony's the most rage-inducing server. Okay. Eel's Tooth. The best offense is a fully charged battery. Every attack with this unique blade restores one's battery pack by 5. That is crazy. That is super cool. Yeah. This is super cool. Okay. These are cool uniques. That is awesome.
Showing them.
Yes,
All right.
exactly.
Let's see. He went pretty quick,
and
so
then
let's see what else we
there's-
got.
I
Let's mute too. Leech's Maul. A drained enemy is a helpless enemy. Every hit from the unique dual blades drains a target of power. Okay. I mean, if this is anything like the static needle, it's going to be hot garbage, but we'll see. I mean, I like the idea. Or drains them of power. It has to be like actual power from your pack. I don't know. The static needle is hot garbage. So it's better be better. Starts at 3:30. Okay, my perception may have been a bit off. It took him a total of 2 minutes to get into one. Yeah, it's still maybe a frustration point, and if it stopped people or was frustrating for people. Thanks. I'll wait for the console announcement for Dune Awakening and the price of the Steam PC before circling back. Custom PC assembly options. Cool. Yeah, if you're someone who's just like, I don't want to... I built multiple PCs. I've done some videos on them way back in the day. And I've helped friends, too. And I know not everybody just wants to do it. It can be scary. And you can like, stuff can break. If you kind of learn how to do it, I think it's also helpful to, like, understand. Because it's so nice that you can swap out stuff. But Steam has generally been pretty good in the past. I would also, though, recommend Gamers Nexus. Are you familiar with Gamers Nexus, Erebus? I'd recommend checking out Gamers Nexus. If you are curious, they might recommend some pre-builds. But usually over 50% of the pre-builds I think that they check out are pretty bad. You keep getting an invalid Discord link. Here, let me grab another one. Discord has been this happened like several weeks ago. And it's like a permanent fresh link, and it still won't work. But maybe if I generate a fresh one, just like a random one, it'll work. Let me just drop it there. Thanks for letting me know, man. Sorry that's not working. I'll drop it in Twitch too in case it's not working over there. Discord really needs to fix this. People can't join Discords. All right. Drains. Yeah. Okay. What do we got here? The hateful barker. I want one of these not to suck. Peak aggression is often the enemy of precision. Okay. This unique LMG is very accurate, but makes up for it with a 25% damage. Is very inaccurate. Oh God. I don't think we need another inaccurate weapon. Another inaccurate heavy weapon like Vulcan style weapon. It might have some uses, like maybe you can attract your field and use it. Twitch is working, not not YouTube's. That's wild because I changed them at the same time, so they should be the same. So maybe it was a me problem. All right, well, thanks, man. The issue with the Discord link is on your YouTube profile. Yeah. I mean, are you talking about that one or yeah? I know. Yeah, I know that's where it's at, and that. I'm pretty good at making most rain weapons inaccurate on my own. I don't need help, thanks. Oh my gosh, dude, I feel that in my soul. Yeah, let me try to update it. All right, I just updated the one on YouTube. The problem is I did this the other day and they kept breaking, and I don't know why. All right, see what else we got. Spitting Cobra. These are really funny names. This is like giving me like Stallone vibes or something. Was there like a movie that was called like Cobra or something with like might have been Chuck Norris or something? Like before I was born or something. If at first your poison fails to slay, inundate, Inundate. This unique assassin modified disruptor causes poison buildup with every hit. Okay. So that's okay. They need to treat dot damage to where it actually matters. Otherwise, nobody cares. Hell Fury Pistol. A special cocktail of magnesium and certain other elements can produce a very nasty burning round. This unique snub-nose heavy pistol causes fire buildup on hit. Six rounds, probably. Well, it has 6 rounds of the clip. That doesn't necessarily mean you can shoot at 6, because sometimes things will take like multiple, but in theory it'll have 6 shots. None of these dot matters unless they change the dot damage. I hope they are planning on that, because otherwise it's going to be pretty disappointing. They're creating those weapons having in mind an infantry squad, where you have a heavy laying suppression fire for lighter firemen. Yeah, Rodrigo, I think the problem is they just don't do enough damage for that, man. Yeah. Put them in Dune journaling for you. Not familiar with the custom assembly market, only dabbed occasionally when getting more RAM in the distant past. We'll keep an eye on the Nexus and any other resources you've posted previously. Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot, man. I prepped to do a video on like how to build your own PC, because I do recommend it. And I'm just so afraid of giving people bad advice, or not even that. I'm afraid of people having bad experiences because I convinced them to make a PC. And it's more of a question of being afraid, thinking that other people are going to be as comfortable as I am. And I don't think that's true. So I've gone back and Cobra was a Stallone movie. Oh, my apologies, Gal. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. All right. That's awesome. The problem is that in real life, people actually fear dying, so they don't just tank the shots. Prescient Edge. The edge of this blade is so sharp, its balance so precise, the wielder feels as if they know their opponent's next move before they do. No attacker comes away unscathed. This unique rapier causes bleed on an opponent with every successful parry. Ah, okay. So it's a spike tilt version. Dude, if they gotta fix bleed damage, right? Like with this patch, they gotta do bleed damage, don't they? Oh my gosh. Xenion, thank you. Thank you so much for these screenshots. My hero. Let me see. I think a lot of people read into it and thought this would be the polls, and I think in part earlier that was the plan, but right now, this is from another creator. Right now, this is what we are getting with more stuff after, but as said in stream, we're at the side of one of the families in those water wars, so that could be how it is for the moment. And then Chapter 4 to be revealed April to June of 2026 is the Water Wars. Water is life, the water ship... Yeah, okay. The water shippers are at war fighting for control of the polar caps. Yeah, I don't know when the screenshot is from. We can check the website, too. The biggest takeaway from stream is that the console port isn't going smoothly. Why do you say that? They had to fix all the dots. Yeah, I mean, especially if they're going to have all this dot gear, right? It's kind of wild. Getting a little feedback from something. Branding Blade. A special chemical treatment superheats the blade. Enemies who live tend to carry the scars with them forever after. This unique sword causes burn buildup with every hit. We're kind of noticing a theme with a lot of these weapons. They're dots. Oh, this is what I thought was crazy. Okay, combat exoskeleton chest piece. It's heavy. In addition to its base stats, this unique heavy armor grants plus 10% melee damage to the wearer. This advanced armor comes with a muscle memory tech system. It learns the motion of the wearer and exaggerates them for more powerful attacks. This seems super cool. Pushing back content, but don't want to say why. It feels like they had to move more people onto the port. Yeah. I think it is Teslasaurus. I think that I think it's probably more likely. So that could be it. But I think it. But from what we've gathered, my understanding is that the issue was that they weren't planning on doing what they did with Chapter 3. They completely pivoted the game early on, and in so doing, they have to make a bunch of new content. And my understanding is that they can't make that new content because it needs coding resources. They were already allocated and already planning for console launch. And so they're not changing anything with console launch. Therefore, the new content has to wait. I think that's actually, I'm pretty sure that's the situation. Unless I misunderstood something. And part of that is based on some of the creator call stuff as well. So it's not just, yeah. Your conclusion was not like this doesn't make any sense, but I think that's what I described as actually what's going on. Longblade Asterian's end reward chapter 3 bleed dot is over performing in PvP even with the redirect dot stats PvPers are using for brutal bleed. What? Do I have this weapon? I don't remember this. Most of the like chapter reward weapons are like lame. Are dots just broken? So they another thing that we didn't even go into today, guys, and I know this is a little bit piecemeal, so I know it's unfortunate because not everybody can watch the entire day or listen. And I probably I'll work on getting this in a condensed format. But they are looking at like fixing the skills and stuff like that. They know they're broken. They know there's problems. I think they're just trying to put out fires right now. And again, I think some of that stuff is going to require coding resources. Oh God, this is crazy, guys. They also mentioned Joel mentioned that when I asked about raids, and they don't have any plans in the near future. And one of the things he said is like, one of the things he said that was like kind of crazy is like he wants a healer class. He feels like they need some base stuff before they move on to raids. And one of the things they don't have that they would need for that is a healer class, a healer skill line. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So I thought that was pretty cool. And we've already known that early on they were thinking about adding extra, like more classes, more skill lines. But it's still cool to hear. Thanks for that. Oh, no problem. I'll let them cook. Hopefully when time comes, we'll get blown away and the Funcom can make a lot of bucks during console launch, new movie release. Yeah, I hope so. Dots are broken in PvE because the NPC health scaling. It's still viable in PvP though. It doesn't feel that as viable with your armor increasing, Xenion. Does it not somehow mitigate? It's felt pretty weak to me when I had proper gear on. That was the green sword you got from Chapter 3 in missions. Yeah. Triton duel stats don't show anything good, but the bleed dot is nasty. Oh, okay. Our team's still doing great at least. I love the new construction set. Yeah, the new set looks great. This is really cool, man. I am excited about this. Is different. This chess piece. Okay. Huh. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's the extra health. I've gotten poisoned recently. I've in like duels, and I felt like it wasn't a big deal. All right, I need to try it some more. Phantom Whisper chess piece. Oh, I thought this was cool. In addition to its base stats, this unique chess piece grants 5% detection speed reduction. A protracted, never-ending war of assassin makes a fertile ground for those who slay by stealth. The Phantom Whisper tech employs in armor garments to dampen sound while moving. Is the brainchild of Ixian inventors who saw a tremendous uptick in their wealth with the conflict on Arrakis. I would love for there to be like more of a stealth playstyle. I think that would be super cool. I don't know if that's where they're going with this, but I think it would be dope. Yeah, I think it would be really cool. I think this is like maybe a start. I hope they build on it. The 5% doesn't feel like it's going to be that big a deal, but maybe it's calculated. You know, they've done this before actually. Didn't they do this with like radiation suits and stuff like that, or pills? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Sometimes the tooltips they give us are pretty not helpful and pretty uninformative. A stealth playstyle would stack well with sabotage. Yeah, agree. Because it could be like, oh, it reduces it by 5%, but it could be some bigger number that has already been chunked down a lot. So that 5% is not actually 5%, it's something higher. But I do struggle to see how 5% is going to do much. Oh, Phantom Whisper Helmet. In addition to its base stats, this unique headpiece grants 5% detection speed reduction. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, so it does the same thing. So 2 pieces, we got 5 pieces. That'd be 25% if it was all of your armor. That'd be decent. It'd be decent. Maybe they should give us a set bonus when we have full set of the same gear line. Could be interesting. They didn't really build for that, so I don't feel like they're going to, but it could be interesting. I come from a game that has that kind of mechanics. Blind Fury. Necessity is the mother of modification. This unique rifle sacrifices its scope for slightly faster reload, slightly faster rate of fire, and holds 5 ammo. This feels like a alternative to the shell burster. Or I'm sorry, not the triple shot. Which it's basically like we had 2 shotguns. We have the shell burster and the perforator, and then we only had 1 triple shot, which is not enough. So this is pretty cool. I like this, and it probably only fires 1 shot. How's that damage compared to everything else? I don't know what that base damage looks like. Is this damage okay? I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't remember what the base damage is for like a G0 item. We could look real quick. Let's look. Let me catch up to where we were. It's a pretty lady in my kitchen making eyes at me. You know what? Let me just look in the crafting menu because I don't think so. What do we want to compare this to? Probably the Regis triple shot. Oh, are these alphabetical? I forgot how these are organized. Yeah, they are. Oh. This is 358. Mantix, I'm really happy and positive with the direction we're going here, man. I think some people feel like this chapter is going to be a little bit light. They're pushing some of the content that they're not going to be able to get it out because they're working on console release. So I think some people are disappointed that this update looks a little light. They did decide to not call it a chapter. My wife is limping around with a bag of ice. I'm wondering what happened here. How you doing? I'm great. Okay. Yeah, so they're pushing some stuff, so this chapter is going to be lighter. Actually, they're not calling it a chapter, they're calling it an update. We'll get more we'll just get more stuff backloaded at the end of the year. But they weren't able to reallocate coding sources to work on the current stuff because they're working on the console release. I'm still very happy with it. Like, we're still getting a new questing area that looks really cool. I don't really care that much about quests, but it actually does look like a really cool area. The ruins of Tsempo or whatever, I didn't really care about them. I mean, it's cool, it's different, but I don't really care. But the water shipper area looks pretty cool. And then the new dungeon I'm pretty excited about. And then the new sets. I'm very happy about all those things. That's enough for me. I don't know. That's plenty for me. Can't wait for the new lab. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so 350 is what we saw there. Let me... Oh, no, did I close that tab? I seem to have lost the tab. Yikes. Okay, I gotta go find it again. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. And it's in a private window, so I can't just, like, do history and pop back to it. Oh, cool. It remembered where we were at. Okay. Yeah. So, Blind Fury, yeah, it's doing significantly less damage. I bet the damage averages out because it has 5 shots instead of, well, assuming it's shooting one at a time. The triple shot has 3 shots. This has 5. It probably averages out. So, yeah, we got a new version of a triple shot. I think that's cool. I'm good with that. Yeah, it's a significant drop. You do have to reload the triple shot quite often. So with 5 rounds, I guess we could look. We could run the math. Do you guys want to run the math on it? All right. So I don't know. I don't know how fast it shoots though. It does. It does. But if you got that on this one, yeah, it might make it comparable. I bet the damage is similar if you consider how often a dart or 2 for the triple shot doesn't land. That's also true. Yeah. There is also that. It could be, it's probably better at longer ranges. If you do if you do the capacity expander on the triple shot, though, it does become a fairly short range weapon. It's actually not that much better than a shotgun if you do that on the triple shot. So it sounds like it'll be different and comparable. Because the shotgun and versus triple shot, like it's large, they're pretty comparable. Same with the C, they're just different play styles and different use cases. So I bet it's fairly comparable. How long do you think it? What do you think? What's the rate of fire? Oh, it has it 95. It has the RPMs. Let's look at the RPMs and hopefully they're comparable. What's the RPMs on the Regis triple shot here? 68. No, that's effective range. Dang it. Rate of fire 126. So it's actually fires slower. Oh, this tab just doesn't want to pop up. There we go. I guess because it's like a private tab. That must be my problem. Okay, the RPM is off. It's not the same, but we're going to treat it as the same. I don't know what that works out to without doing a bunch of math. I need a spreadsheet. I don't really want to get into a spreadsheet right now. Yeah. Yeah, Blind Fury is your mid-range rifle versus triple shot, much closer range. Yeah, it kind of feels like mid to long range. A normal triple shot is like that, but if you mod it with the capacity expander, then yeah. I'm trying to think of, like, I could do some guesses, but if my guesses are wrong, I'm just not going to do it because if my guesses are wrong, I'll come up with wildly wrong numbers. So I'd rather just not say anything than potentially be very wrong. Show you guys the wrong way. It looks like, I imagine it's probably going to be a viable weapon. The Angry Adler. So it's a Karpov. All Karpovs are kind of nonsense. Sometimes even a minor wound can kill. This unique rifle is modified to do poison damage. We have the triple shot for that. I don't understand the purpose of this weapon, but fine. The Karpovs are always lagging behind. I think it's an alternative to the Dune Watcher more so than the triple shot. Maybe. Was that it? Was that the last one? Yeah, okay. I think we saw everything else. Pretty cool. Pretty cool overall. I like it. Slightly faster than Perforator. Yeah. It's just that all those weapons are kind of not super useful. If it doesn't have a scope, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit longer range. I mean, new weapons are a bit disappointing, but expected. I thought half of them were incredibly good. I just think some of a lot of the dot weapons. Well, I don't know. People were complaining not having enough for PvP. No, Rico, I'm sorry, dude. One of those drains enemy weapons. One of them gives you power. That's different. That's very different. That chest piece gives you melee damage. That is very different. It's very different, man. Yeah. It's not. There's no new weapon. Nah, you're wrong, dude. Respectfully, you are wrong. Yeah. There's not a new weapon type, but I mean gaining power from using a weapon, from using the cauterizer type weapon, or I'm sorry, whatever that is. That's big, dude. Yeah. The dot on the sword will do good for PvP. Okay, man. All right. It could be incredibly. It's a yeah. All right. What are we doing here? I wanted to look at something, and I don't even remember what it was now. No, I don't remember what it was. It's gone now. It's gone now. Oh, some of the PvP weapons, I think, and talking about some of the damage on them. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to look for. I was going to look for this RP weapon that I friggin' hope I still have. What was it called? It'll be like one of these colors, right? Oh, is it this thing? A dense razor edge unique weapon built to shear through armor flesh by force alone. Blah, blah, blah. Is this the weapon? Yeah. Xenion, I'm with you. Yeah. We tried Asterian's Ed in PvP. The dot is actually decent and procs on one hit. Cool. That's pretty cool. I did not know. This is why I need to get on a more PvP-centric server. Yeah. What about gaining power from hitting somebody with a melee weapon? You gonna tell me that's not useful? Okay. Seems like you just don't like stuff, man. All right. Do we have our vehicle? Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. I actually don't think I actually think I might need to hop over. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm guessing nothing. There might be stuff popping off. We can see who's here. Is my player menu not going to work again? Yeah, I mean, if you're in PvE and you're getting shot from one direction and you're attacking somebody in another, that'd be pretty good. The melee damage is pretty huge, too, for the same reason. I think I might prefer the stand bonus, but really, Halleck's pick I find more useful than the stand bonus melee weapon. Oh, I would strongly disagree with that too. I mean, there are uses for everything, but I really like the Jolt Knife. I think Jolt Knife is pretty OP. Yeah, adds a lot of survivability for labs. Yeah, I agree with that as well. How are the quests looking? Should we do, guys? Yeah, I don't know. We can keep talking about all the changes and everything. I've been chatting for so long. I feel like I said a lot of what I had to say. There's probably more. But if you guys have any questions about anything, I'm going to jump over to Harmony and level up that character. What's going on here? That was weird. I don't know if my base is going to be here. The sad part is that if it is good, most likely they'll nerf it. Rico, man, we gotta get you some. We gotta get you a cup half full, man. We gotta find you a cup. I think the one you have is all half empty, man. It's tough times. Man, no joke. I transferred to the Spiral, not the Anvil. So I'll see you in a week, maybe. Oh no! Like on accident, Krabby, or because you were heading over there. We just got a Pyrocket lightning gun, dual knives, new fencer animation. I am not gun complain. I'm not gonna complain about new weapon types for some time. Yeah, I mean they need to fix the stuff that we have too. Oh no, Krabby, I'm sorry. That sucks. I'm so sorry. I must admit I'm pretty burnt out. Yeah, after that press conference. Okay. Yeah, live stream. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. I get it, man. I get it. It could not feel good sometimes. I get it, man. It's how it be sometimes. I really hope there's a full set of that exoskeleton armor. Five pieces of plus 10% melee. Yes, please. Yeah. I could see it being a unique though. Although it would make sense for an exoskeleton. I hope they deliver more than they promise. I'm pretty happy with it, man. I'm pretty happy with it. You keep coming here, man. I'll cheer you up. I'll cheer you up about it. I'll help you look on the brighter side. I got you. Don't even worry. This is the problem with being on Harmony and these big servers. So the load screens are killer. Can't even get into the siege. Well, that would be insane if we could get a plus 50% melee. Yeah, it'd be kind of crazy. I think it's interesting we didn't get any kind of power pack or shield buffs. That is kind of interesting to me. That would be significant, although the hit to your ability to dodge would be really bad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know if that would work, honestly. I don't know if you'd want to wear 5 pieces. I think there are PvE uses if you're running like a pulse knife, so you get more. Parry versus dodge, the main offset to that. Oh, okay. Just parry more. Gaming Fantasy World says the extra power pack passive you can slot from the skill tree plus spam light attacks, or the whirlwind ability could potentially keep your shields topped off while you wear someone down. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if it procs off of that, because doesn't that hit several times? That whirlwind ability, like, I like it, but I don't think it works as well as I would like. All right, we got 3 days of power left. Hey, we won, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Right of salvage, honor her refining contract. God, those suck. Yikes. Yikes. 35 out of 35, guys. It's looking tough. All right, let's just do, what do we got? Blushing. Do we got any more blushing? Haga Rift, blushing. Do we got 3 blushing? We have no 3 blushing. We got runes. Do we have multiple runes of? Yeah, we do. All right, so we're gonna have to do the runes of Sempo here, or whatever it is. I don't know. Gathering? Do I care about gathering? Do I just want to do combat and sabotage or exploration? I feel like probably some of these other ones. Yeah, but that assumes you have a good weapon to parry with. Dual blades are out. So are rapiers. Knives are slightly better, but sword is the best for parry? What are you talking about, man? That's only in... Swords are only the best for parry in group and in PvE situations where you have... any situation where you have multiple opponents. That's only place that those are better at than anything else. And I'm really not a fan of swords if I have a choice. Do I need fuel? Hold on, let me go get some gas before I run out. Yeah, we're gonna replica pole sword and have built tanky. Makes no difference on level 40 labs though. Yeah, exactly. If I get slow bladed once, I am down. Yeah. Yeah, sword is only good for like the AoE parry. All those other weapons are good for it. And in PvE, if you have one opponent, I don't know where I have fuel at. I haven't been on this server in like, it feels like a week. I don't know if that's actually true. Yeah, man, I don't know. I just strong disagree on some of this, man. There we go. Got some fuel. Oh, it said bring a hand scanner. I don't think I have one. We'll make one real quick. I don't even... Is this... Which one? There we go. Hand scanner.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Reckless launch. Yeah, I tried a sword build last night and kind of hated it. They attack too slow. That an NPC can interrupt your attack on reaction. Yeah, it can be a problem with that, Foxes. Yeah. Gaming Fantasy World says, I hope they don't give up on PvP. It's still fun IMO. I don't think they're giving up, man. I don't think they're giving up. They don't want to give up. We just have to, like, players have to, you know, be going for it. New weapons definitely look interesting. Boost swords are awesome. Almost as awesome as battle axes. Battle axes would be dope. I don't think they have those in the Dune universe, but I do like the idea of battle axes. Am I going to make this, guys? I don't know if I'm going to make this. Also, am I crazy, or can you not parry melee abilities, or can you not parry the melee? Oh, no, you're not crazy. You cannot parry those. It's super annoying. I think they're treated like an ability. What about spears? I don't know. I don't know about lore. Someone was mentioning having like what is that kind of vine they have? Like a whip made out of the vines? I thought that was an interesting idea. Yeah, it's a skill. There's a dart parry skill, but the dart parry skill can work well in very, very niche situations. Where am I going? I'm going to the ruins. I'm like chatting. There we go. Shock lance? Is the shock lance a thing? Ink vines. Yes, ink vine whips. People have asked about that. Yeah. Or the pistol whip, Rico. Or the pistol whip. Could be either. Yeah. Also, Moran, thank you for being a channel member. I appreciate it. Guys, if you want to become a channel member, it's the best way to support the channel. It starts for just $1 a month. For $1 a month, you can help a night horror like me continue to make great content just like this. Let me say this from an experience in Ballot. We have some bungholes that are always screwed newbies on PvP. We never had the weapons to fight back. Now we will because of PvE. I want the 2.5x. Cool. I've never been able to parry the ranged melee. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can do anything. It's kind of like the heavies throwing their weapons around and stuff too. For a second, I thought I made that hand scanner and then didn't grab it or something. It's like, yikes. No, that's not it. Oh, it's further on. Guys, there's two ways to do quests, okay? There's the way where you like read and pay attention to what's going on and understand what the game is asking you to do. And then there's the second way, which is the way I do quests, which is I kind of wander around and follow the quest markers because I really don't care what the quest is, and I'm just trying to get the thing done. I hope that doesn't trigger anybody, but that's usually how I do most quests. I love RP. I play TTRPGs, but because of that, I don't look for that kind of stuff in my games, my digital games. So if that's triggering for anybody, I apologize. Look away. Look away. I'm not trying to intentionally trigger anybody, merely accidentally trigger them. This is the way. Yeah. I'm afraid this one is telling me to leave. I will have to check that. Are we done here? No, go to the old fortress. Okay. Is there any other quest markers closer? I'm glad I'm not the only one. Though this is the way does. Oh, you know what? It might be something we got to do up top. Yeah, it's one of these things. It's more of like vibe questing. I just like feel like where the vibes are pulling me, and then I go that direction. Oh, cool. Okay, this is the one you go in here. Oh God, I don't have any ammo. Dude's gonna take 2 hits. I don't have as high a gear here. Oh, we do have something that is closer. We should go over there. We should go over to whatever quest marker this is. Oh, wait. What are we going to do here? I'm so confused. Oh, it's up top. Oh, this must be another one of those. Yeah, one of these things. I don't even know what we're doing here. Some sort of radio antenna thing? Scanner of some sort? It's impossible to say, guys. There's no way we could know what those things are for or why we're doing it. I mean, what are we going to do? Read the quest? I don't think so. Not in my stream. I don't mean this as strong. I'm mostly memeing. I don't actually mean this as strongly as I'm saying it. Mikey, that's just squirrely. And where is it? Oh, is it up here? Oh, it's up here too. Okay. All right. Return to the ornithopter. We finished that one. What about these other ones? What about these other ones? I don't know where that ornithopter is at. Is that the ornithopter? I hope it's not. Nope. Oh, this is like the dude that's like dead on the ground or something. It's like a body we gotta find. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know if my chatbot broke. Periodically it does, but it's not popping up. It's this guy. Let me restart this. Huh. Why didn't it show Gal's comment? I'm sorry, Gal. I don't know what's going on. This is the problem with all this, with streaming and all this tech. Sometimes it just doesn't work. All right, I think this is, yeah, these things. All right, cool. James, what's going on? Questing Eagle, hit accept, go eviscerate things, download add-on that highlights whatever I was supposed to click on, turn in, enjoy loot. Yeah, that's how I am. That's yeah. I appreciate I'm not the only person who feels this way, and I do apologize to those who feel differently. Nani's like, it's painful, and she's like, I laugh so hard. I think she mostly finds it funny, but I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, and she's like, read the quest, and I'm like, nah, I couldn't possibly do that. To suggest something that's realistic that I do, I mean, you know, really, suggest that I read the quest, like that's crazy talk. Oh my god, I can't hit any of these traversal skills. Let's see if we can. Oh god. I need to fix my traversal skills. The PvP last night was amazing, and I think my main takeaway is that I need to make sure that I have some of these traversal skills. Like knee charge is fine, but I have Sugar Wire at level 1. You know what? Here, let's just. Can I? There we go. Having Sugar Wire at like a higher level would have been so helpful. Oh, I don't have any. Hey guys, can you come into melee? I gotta stand by this thing and I can't. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Does anybody have any ammo that I could borrow? Do you have ammo? I need your ammo, dude. Give me your ammo. Thank you. Oh yes, he has a little bit of ammo. Not a lot. Hopefully that, did that work? Alright, it looked like that worked. Let's just confirm, because sometimes if you go too far away, it freaks out. I don't know. All right, cool. Looks like it did. Yikes. Yeah, I almost got eaten by the worm last night a couple of times because of the traversal skills not being maxed out. And in hindsight, that was not worth it. Although it was hilarious that someone dive bombed me last night in their Thopter while I was flying around doing my thing, and they oh my gosh, they got eaten by the worm, which was amazing. If I felt bad about these things, I would have felt bad about that one, but I don't really. So you know what we should find is some scrap. Yeah, there we go. We could make our own ammo. Yeah, we got scrap for days in here. All right, there's some button I gotta press. Hey, there we go. What up, Notorious? Hello, just joined the stream. Every time I do the Simpo mission, my belt breaks. Any tips on having a more durable belt? Oh, dude, that's tough, man. I think the trick is just getting your crafting up, man, so that you get a little bit more durability out of it. Would be my best guess. And then you can get a better belt later on. I don't in one of the testing stations. They have some areas. I'm sorry. The Dark Station. If you run Dark Station on level 1, it drops like a unique belt that has like a lot more durability. That's the only two things I can recommend. Or bring multiple belts. I think it's the only other option. Yeah. Dude, the suspensor belts have long been a problem. I think the crafting, though, if you get your crafting up, it'll eventually be less of a problem. Not really a super satisfactory answer, but yeah, I think that's really the only thing you can do. I do the same thing, though. I fly around. I go through suspensor belts like they're gone out of style. Wait, we still saw something in there? No, okay. Looks like we're equidistant to a lot of points. Guess let's go to this one. No. It's the Elohim suspensor belt, which is like it's like the god tier suspensor belt. Elohim, yeah. Emperor's Wings is not. Honestly, I struggled to find a use for the Emperor's Wings. Is it up top? Where is this thing? 20 meters below? Oh, is this the secret location? That's what it is. Yeah, Elohim suspensor belt. It drops in the dark station, and you just run on level 1 to get it. Yeah. Yeah, crafting level 100 be a solution to a lot of this. Unfortunately, it's literally months away, depending. Yeah, no, for sure. I don't mind that too much, though, right? Because, like, it gives you, like, something to work towards. Unfortunately, it's literally months away, depending on your current progression, unless you're already dumped all your levels into it. Yeah. Yep. That is fair. I don't think you have to beat 100, though. Even, like, getting... Because it's not too bad to get to, like, level 30 or 40. I think that wrong skill, wrong thing. I think on the specialization, I actually think crafting might be the most important. I think crafting probably is the most important. And then after that, maybe combat, but it's also important to get several of the other ones up. I mean, in theory, gathering, but I don't mind gathering a little bit more. I think crafting is the most important thing to level, personally. Notorious, do you know how that works, man? Do you know why we're recommending the crafting stuff? Crafting for solo 100%? Yeah. The Explorer is easiest for me. There's 2 missions. You just need to fly around Haga. Yeah, it's super fun, man. Yeah, those are fun. Wait, did I miss something? Let's go see what the quest marker is telling us to do. There we go. I gotta read something. I don't read in my video games. What are you guys talking about? I'm just memeing, guys. I don't mean it. Yeah, because you can increase the durability of your items. Yeah, cool. Yep, exactly. Exactly, of the items you craft and everything. Oh, gosh. I didn't just miss that person at point blank range. That didn't happen, guys. If you think that's what you saw, you didn't see it. You're seeing things. I wonder if there's a secret area in there or in some of this place. I'm going the wrong way. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. I've never really looked for anything like that. Yeah, I wish you could get crafting XP for specialization from simply crafting high tier graded items. Yeah, I think a lot of people. That's one of the things that I've heard a decent amount of is people saying that, like they wish you would get XP for like exploring XP for exploring and stuff like that. I mean, I don't disagree. It does seem like it would make sense. I don't know how it would work with all of the current systems in the game. So, like, maybe it doesn't make sense the way they design things, but I could definitely understand the sentiment, and it certainly does make sense. I'm kind of fine with the way it is, but, again, I can understand it. I don't think people are wrong for it. It absolutely doesn't make sense, and it would make sense if you... I want to use up all of my 2 ammo. Oh my gosh. Can I make a parry? There we go. There we go. I hit a parry. I was intentionally missing those parries, guys, for dramatic effect. Oh, he's going to break my shield and my weapon. Oh my god. Am I going to die? Am I going to die here? No. Oh, I might. Okay. It was close. It was a close one. We made it through. Yeah, same simple mission is really unique, but it takes too long to repeat and grind, and it breaks my belt. Yeah, yeah. The runes here, I think, are for me. This is the area is too big. The area is really big, and it just makes me not want to come here. It just makes me not want, because it's like, yeah, I don't want to have to go, like, all the missions are really spread out. Doesn't feel like there's any way to do them all together. Maybe there is, and it's just not the way I go about it, but yeah, it doesn't feel the best to me. First I was a little crabby that I have to fight things to do gathering missions, but there are two testing stations, and it'll make me a lot more survivable when I go to get supplies, so I'm fine with it. Yeah, that's true. I think the game, one of the things that I think Dune does really well, here I should just grab quests before I leave. One of the things I think Dune does really well is by just playing the game and doing normal PvE things, it teaches you how to be better at the game, and that's incredibly important. It might not seem like that big of a deal, but it's actually a pretty big deal, I think. So we got 2 for Blushing for combat. We got 2 for Wreck of the Tyche. We're going to do the 2 for Blushing. And then we'll do the Wreck. Here we go. I don't mind Broodworks, but Sempo I skip if I can. No. Kragan, nah, man. There's just only like 8 people over there. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. There's like 45 people on YouTube, and there's 8 people on Twitch. Normally, there's like 1 person on Twitch, or 2 or 3. And I think the only reason no, you're good, man. I think the only reason there's 10 people now. Hey, Twitch people, I love you being here. Is because I started off just being a YouTuber, and I didn't do Twitch at all. And now you can dual stream, so I do. And Saucy was kind enough to raid with like 50 people. And I'm such a bad streamer that I didn't even notice her crew that she had raided with me for like 10 minutes. Which I hate, and I feel I got to fix that. But I don't have all the bots and stuff to like pop up and make sure I know that I'm being raided. I don't know. I really feel like that stuff should be intrinsic to the platform. I don't know why I need all these mods to do it, but it's still my fault for not having it. And yeah, I should fix that. It's just so frustrating that I have to, like, out of all the stuff to do with streaming and all the bots that I already have to have even more so that I know what's going on with the stream and, like, I get notifications. Because every third-party app you add just complicates things more. Anyways, I'm just complaining. I really shouldn't. I apologize. It's on me. But, yeah, I usually don't have very many people on Twitch. Yeah. Yep. I'm dual streaming. Yep, that's what it is. That's what it is. And you know, it's nice. It's super nice you can dual stream now. I like that because people can watch wherever they prefer, wherever it's more comfortable for them. So I do love that. It's just like I just wish the platforms would support it more, like, internally. It would make live streaming or just doing live anything is already difficult enough, and it's like, can we not make this a little bit easier? But everybody else on Twitch has figured it out, so why can't I? Let's put the shield on. Yeah, YouTube is a lot easier to stream on. I would agree. Yeah. The setting that only followers can chat on Twitch is also counterproductive to raids. If it's the default setting, then raid people can't talk for 10 minutes after a follow. Yikes. Yeah, that doesn't seem great. Yeah, I mean, Twitch is the OG platform and everything. It just feels like they need to make sure they're continuing to update their stuff. it's kind of the same problem that video games have, where like if you have mods in a video game, sometimes the developers will stop doing things that are like intrinsic to the game that shouldn't be a mod. ESO has this problem, and you're like, dude, I shouldn't need a mod for this. This should be part of the base game at this point. Like, it's cool that modders could help out and add a feature quickly that maybe would have taken a lot longer to get into the game. But mods shouldn't be the answer to every quality of life feature. I don't think that's cool. Oh, I'm out of stam. No! I might be used to having a little bit more everything. I'm on an alt, and I'm playing like I'm on my main character, which is I can just. Bethesda disagrees with you. Yeah, I bet they do. Yeah. If we just have mods, the modders can do everything, and then we don't have to do anything. Isn't that better? That works better for us. We don't have to spend any time and money on that. Yeah. You can turn off that. Yeah. Well, I think they're just talking about like what the default thing is. Yeah. I still think like if the default is set to something that's really bad, that's not good. I just think that was their point, man. Okay. Locate the signal. Let's get a running head start here. Still didn't quite get enough vertical. And then monetize the mods. Yeah. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. I mean, they want modders to get paid, but it's like, how do we outsource the core part of our job? That's what it is. Like, can we get other people to make a game for us, and then we'll just take like a cut? We don't know how to make games. Can we get somebody else to do it for us? That'd be cool. I'm somewhat memeing, but like, it's kind of true. Like, this is what they do. Basically, the consequences of dying in PvP is lesser now. Wait, hold on, I missed something. Let me not die real quick. The DD fix is fixed-ish now. IMO. You can farm mats on PvP and go to PvE and go to PvP and mess around with a bigger clan because you can build back your Thopter easily now with the mats from PvE. Yep. Basically, the consequences of dying in PvE are less now because you can build way faster. In my server, the clan/guild try to soft lock us casual players, but we're able to fight back easily now. Okay, that's really cool. Yep, these are some of the problems, man. That's interesting to hear this from multiple people, too. Yeah, they were saying they're having the same problem. Seems like it's common. Yeah, because of the dual streaming, though, that's why I had the chat up on the stream so that people on Twitch and YouTube can communicate with each other, too. Sorry to referencing previous conversation. I know I'm skipping around here. Cool. All right. Well, hopefully we'll get another one for the wreck of the Taiki, and we can go do that real quick. Energy of the future. I do like being able to raid people. I do wish YouTube had something like that. I do think that's one place that is considerably better. Is considerably better on Twitch. I wish there was a mechanic to do that. Also, I do really appreciate you guys on Twitch. I don't mean to make you feel like you're second-class citizens over there. It is the streaming platform. It is where most people stream. I don't have a problem with either one of them. I just don't have an opinion. I'm glad that people can... I think having options, too, is really good for everybody. It's good for streamers. It's good for viewers and what have you. So I also don't want any platform to be dominant. I just wish they would borrow from each other a little bit and would a little bit more, maybe. And we kind of grab some of these features. I think it would be useful. I've had so much caffeine today. I'm all tweaked out. It's a little bit of a late night streaming past midnight my time and then waking up pretty early my time. Well, I think the plan for future videos, guys, is I think I'd like to compile some feedback. Those videos are kind of weird because they're more. I'm doing them more to like try to be a little bit of an advocate for the game, but I would like to do some of that and try to get as short and concise of a video as I can, talking about some of the core issues. I will probably also likewise do one for. I think I'd really like to. There's a lot of people that haven't been playing and stuff like that, and I'd like to talk about the future of the game, and kind of do a video for the people that have been out of the loop and just kind of want to know what's going on, where the game's at, what the future is going to look like, kind of help set expectations for people. Because again, it seems like there's a lot of a lot of people just get into streaming because they play games and stuff like that, and they don't really necessarily take the same approach to trying to like gather as much information and take more of a a news, like more of a like a news sharing, news gathering sort of perspective. And then sometimes that becomes problematic, as we talked about earlier, where they might want something that is like, yeah, that's not going to happen, man, or you expect something that was like, that was never in the cards. So I think a video kind of talking about what the current state of Dune is, what we can expect and see for the future. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die, guys. I'm gonna get killed in this. He's still hitting me. Dude, for real? Don't die. Don't die. Oh my god, I died! I would have shot somebody if I had ammo. You guys won't tell anybody that I died questing, will you? The 50 or 60 of people watching, you guys won't tell anybody I died doing Wreck of the Taiki, will you? Can we just keep this between us? Can we do that? Notorious says, how does the Landsrad mission sharing work? Can I just share the mission to my friends who are busy building their base while I'm out and about and finish the mission, or do they get the reward too? You got to be in, so it depends on the mission, Notorious. If you're in the same area, where is this at? Is that one telling me to like leave? Is this like a... Did I finish one of these missions? Oh my gosh. It depends on the mission. You got to be in the same zone at least, though. You at least got to be in the same zone. You can't just like go do the mission without him now. It works pretty how you would expect. If you're gonna share the mission with them, you need to be in the same zone as well. So like if you're in a Haga, they need to be in the same Haga. If you're in one of these zones... Oh, I did have some ammo. Have I picked up some more? Yeah, and then, you can... I need to test the changes because they made some changes. Jeez, dude. Not like this! Alright, I guess I need a... Oh my god! Oh, it's a sniper! It's a damn sniper. One-shotting me. Where is he at? Where is he at? Shoot, I dare you. Oh my god. Well, we're gonna call the stream here. Not really. Not really. Let's go kill this sniper. Getting wrecked. Oh, this dude's gonna light me on fire. No! Gal, don't tell anybody. Okay? Between us. Between us. What happens on the stream stays on the stream. Okay? Yeah, so you have to be in the same zone to share quests. You can, I think you can still share some of the same quests over and over again. I just think they fixed some of the bugs, but I need to test that out because I don't know for sure if it's true. Some of the quests are shared, some of them you have to do. It just kind of depends. Oh no! Oh no! Krabby with a picture emoji. No, Krabby, don't screenshot it. Don't tell anybody. Wait, is this in here? Oh, it's not in here. Well, I think I went in here anyways. Isn't there slag? I always try to grab irradiated slag when I come here. I also don't have a light. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. It's tough times on these alt accounts. Okay, so we gotta go to the front of the ship. Are the other two done? What do we got here? Find the power pack schematics. Let's track that. Nav logs in the front of the ship, and this one's done. Okay, cool. Are the nav logs like when I came in and I just missed it? Kind of looks like it. Oh, they in here? Seriously? I thought I grabbed these. Maybe because I died, I have to go get them again? I can't craft this, right? I gotta go get some materials. I don't need to worry about these guys. Actually, they will follow me now. Forgot about that. Oh, now I need the oh my god. Okay, now I gotta go in here. I guess I just missed that when I came in. There we go. There we go. All right, that one's done. Let's go to the front of the ship. And we will continue to look for irradiated slag, so we'll cut this stuff open. If I don't do it while I'm questing here, I'll just have to come back and do like a specialty run just for it, so it's the only thing that really makes sense. I was actually prepared. I actually made a video, or had it halfway done, about how to like do the quest quickly and efficiently, especially with a group. But then they said they were changing some stuff, and it sounded like they were fixing a bug. But I wasn't sure if it would affect the quest, so I have to go retest stuff out. It's kind of unfortunate timing. I mean, it's better to know beforehand, but I was kind of bummed. Kind of a consequence of normal streamer things, I guess. Okay, cool. So I think we're done with everything now, and we just gotta head back. All right. Well, we're at least under the cap now at 27. Our specializations here are looking pretty rough. Combat's at 10, crafting is 8. Oh, it went up to 12. Nice. Okay. Yeah, tough times, tough times. I don't have the melange to upgrade most of this stuff too, but well, cool guys. Well, I think we're gonna call the stream here for today. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun chatting. Hopefully, it was informative for everybody. Like I said, I'll try to compile some videos and just kind of talk about the future for everybody, so we can get it all in one place or whatever. And probably do one, try to give some feedback for the devs on some perspectives and some stuff that you guys have mentioned to me. And yeah, so that'll probably be next week, since today is mostly gone. Maybe got a little bit of time to put in some work, but yeah, we'll call it here. I appreciate it, everybody, again for joining in, guys. It is a dream to get to stream and make content for a living, so I appreciate everybody for all of your support. All right, guys. Well, have a great evening here on Twitch. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Maybe somebody that is covering some Dune. And see what we got going on. I think Twitch has been a little weird. It does this. But yeah, we'll call it here on YouTube. I'd like to give everybody a little bit. Gal, good to see you. Krabby, Notorious, thanks for just dropping in. Sorry you kind of dropped in towards the end. Rico, appreciate all the chatting, man. Kapagana, you as well. And I know there's so many more people. Mantix, Moran, I appreciate you. I can't say it. Moran, I'm just going to go with Moran. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. You guys have a great evening, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. We'll be streaming tomorrow, so we'll be back tomorrow night. All right, guys. We'll catch you then.